West Bengal State IDA Conference being held at Vedic Village over 2 days, today and tomorrow, where you will be gaining a plethora of knowledge. Selfie guys, I know selfie is fun, but I think let's start the main program, right? So requesting cooperation from all of you all. Before we start the main program, I will request two of our dignitaries, National President of IDA, Dr. Subramanian sir, and State IDA President, Dr. Amal Chakraborty sir, to please come up on the dais. Thank you, sirs. I request Dr. Subramanian sir to speak few words. Welcome everybody.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of IDA Head Office and the Indian Dental Association's West Bengal State Office, I welcome you all to this 57th State Conference, IDA State Conference. This is the first day, and we are starting with the R. Ahmed oration. The oration will be delivered by none other than Professor Jayanta Bhattacharya, the renowned prosthodontist across the country and the principal of Guru Nanak Institute of Dental Sciences and Research. So, about R. Ahmed, I think the chairperson will elaborate how dentistry has come to our country and who is the pioneer, who is the father of dentistry in India. Not only India, in Southeast Asia, it will be elaborated by the chairperson of the session. So I don't want to delay more. I think this is the time to start the program. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Without much ado, let's start the program for which we all are waiting for. I request the chairpersons for the session, Dr. Uttam Sen, sir, and Dr. Jivan Mishra, sir, to please come up on the dais and chair the session for Dr. R. Ahmed oration. Thank you, sirs.
A very good morning to all of you. Dr. R. Ahmed oration about Dr. R. Ahmed, my senior. Dr. Jivan Mishra will be speaking about R. Ahmed. And the person who will be giving the R. Ahmed oration, Dr. Jayanta Bhattacharya. I'll go through his biodata. It's a big one, yeah. It's a long list. So, should I shortcut it?
Good morning to all of you. Actually, this year inauguration program will be held at 4 p.m. But I think this is the starting point from which by which we will reach the inauguration program. This is the original inauguration program. Like every year, this year also, IDA West Bengal State Branch, first program of the 57th conference is R. Ahmed oration lecture. And this oration lecture will be delivered by Professor Dr. Jayanta Bhattacharya. Professor Dr. Jayanta Bhattacharya is a distinguished academic leader, clinician and researcher with over 25 years of experience in dental education. He has been serving as principal of Guru Nanak Institute of Dental Science, Kolkata since 2017, and professor, postgraduate teacher, head of the Department of Prosthodontics and Crown and Bridge since 2012. A BDS University topper and MDS University topper from Dr. R. Ahmed Dental College and Hospital, University of Calcutta. Dr. Bhattacharya has mentored numerous postgraduate scholars and contributed significantly to advancing prosthodontic education and clinical excellence in India. Under the visionary leadership of Guru Nanak Institute of Dental Science and Research, became the first dental college in West Bengal to achieve NAC accreditation and feature in the NIRF ranking 2022. The institute has received Education Excellence Awards from Newsweek in Bangla and G20 Khanta for outstanding contribution to dental education and training. He successfully led Guru Nanak Institute of Dental Science and Research to secure rupees 50 lakh DST FIST grant, obtain SIRO recognition from DSIR, and establish strategic move with institutes such as IMU, Malaysia, AIMS Kolani, Sipur, and Sobhita Dental College, among others. Guru Nanak Institute of Dental Science now ranks among the top 35 dental colleges in India across multiple national rankings agencies. Dr. Bhattacharya has delivered lectures and chaired sessions at over 30 national and international conferences, including as an invited speaker for the Indian Prosthodontic Society National Conference and Indian Dental Association events. He has authored over 55 research publications, contributed 6 book chapters and work, and has received more than 300 citations globally. Passionate about academic excellence and institutional growth, Dr. Bhattacharya focuses on innovation-driven education, research ecosystem, and development strategy, collaboration, and elevate the standard of dental learning in India. He is also an active member of leading professional bodies such as Indian Prosthodontic Society, Indian Dental Association, and West Bengal Dental Council. With this, I am handing over the mic to respected speaker, Professor Dr. Jayanta Bhattacharya.
Excuse me, Jayanto. Before that, I have to say something. You like it or not, dentistry in West Bengal, the center focus point is Dr. R. Ahmed Dental College. I know all present here are not products of R. Ahmed Dental College, but that is the fact. And our secretary, Raju, is doing a great job. And one thing in front of this audience I am to say, my wish is that in future I would like to see Dr. Raju as President of IDA, All India President of IDA. Thank you. Continue.
One thing about Jayanta Bhattacharya, I have told many things, but I have forgotten to mention one thing. He is a very good Rabindra Sangeet singer.
So you can start with a song also.
Hello. I think it's better. Hello. Hello. Am I audible now? Okay, a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Extremely honored the presence of my chairpersons today, two ex-principals, Professor Dr. Uttam Sen and Professor Dr. Jibon Misro of the two leading dental colleges of West Bengal. And it is my proud privilege that I am here and they are chairing this session for me today. And I always begin with a tribute to the person for whom we are here today. We would not be here had this person not dreamt of starting dental education in the year 1920. So this is a legacy, and it's an honor that today their grandchildren are present in the auditorium when I am speaking. So with this homage to this person, Dr. Rafiuddin Ahmed, who has given us, and because of this entire gathering is here, let us begin a lecture where I will try to travel down a timeline and try to put forward a picture of digital dentistry and its evolving nature in my presentation. So that is why I named it Pixels to Predictive Care, Reimagining Dentistry from Digital Precision to Artificial Intelligence. I know there are presentations today also on artificial intelligence. Maybe I can throw some light on where we are moving from an era where when I joined RMA Dental College in 1987, so I've seen the past century, and I'm blessed that I'm seeing this century where dentistry is progressing leaps and bounds. So just as I started by paying tribute to Dr. Rafiuddin Ahmed, we also need to remember this person, Francois Duret, who started digital dentistry with a quote, "Invention is in my life what drawing is to the painter, the orchestra to the musician, and the verses to the poet, but never forget that having an idea is not inventing. This innovative and stealthy impression must become concrete and functional." This person said this way back in the 1970s. And I start with a disclaimer that I am definitely not an AI expert. I have no knowledge in coding. I do not know the programs that go into it, but I am a bit experienced in trying to run an institution and being into this profession for the last 25 years and trying to understand the nuances of where automation has come and how it is affecting or inspiring dentistry to grow. So the journey today would be the march of evolution, introduction, origins, the digital revolution, advent of digital dentistry, AI and its impact, and the road ahead. So why did I put 1896? 1896 is the year when dental radiography was first discovered and implemented into dentistry. So the doctors started to see beyond what was seen by the naked eye. And from then onwards to 1960s, beg your pardon, there was a growth, the origins. 1840 was the first dental college in the world at Baltimore, Maryland, USA. 1920 is when Dr. Rafiuddin Ahmed started Calcutta Dental College. So you can well understand that compared to the world timeline, India and West Bengal, we are definitely around 70, 80 years behind. But that's not the scenario right now. Then you have the 1970s to 2000, the digital revolution, and then we continue with the 2000, 2024, and the era continues. So how many of you, I see the Gen Z is present here. Dr. Zarina, your children are present. So have you seen this, at least the inland, how many have used this, your grandparents? If I use the Bengali language, chiti lekha hoto? You are not of that generation, so you don't raise your hands. I want to hear from them. You have seen it, that's so nice, because this is how we learn the art of writing letters. Because inland chiti lekha, Bangla or English, send it to your grandparents, send it to your parents or your relatives, what how we learn, the analog world. Typewriter, I am a student of Professor Dr. Shoibal Sen. I have always seen him, and perhaps Uttamda has also seen, that he had his room in RMA Dental College where he used to type his own letters. So those were the world of typewriters, the world of the land telephone. I think anyone who possessed this telephone was something which people looked upon. The old kache a telephone ase, he has a landline. This was so big a thing at one particular point of time. And dentistry was also in those days an analog dentistry where you had a very primitive way of taking x-rays. I'm talking way back. You still have these impression materials, you still have these plaster of Paris, you still have denture teeth because you move side by side, holding hands together. It's not that one comes in and you discard the entire thing. Can I have a glass of water, please? So once this analog world of dentistry which existed we moved on to digitalization. So if you read through this slide, you understand that this is what the world is going forward. Excuse me. So a hospital moving from paper records to cloud-based patient management, digital transformation. You have a bank cutting down queues by letting people open accounts on an app. We all do it nowadays. Don't need to move to the bank always to have an account opening. And a retailer connecting its website, physical store, and warehouse inventory so customers always know what's in stock. It is digitalization in progress. But this, we need to sort of put these pioneers, at least remember them on this day when I'm talking about digital dentistry, because these were the pioneers who crafted everything. In 1973, can you imagine, Dr. Francois Duret presents a conception of artificial intelligence in his DDS thesis, Optical Impression. This was the name of his DDS thesis way back in 1970s. 1980, a Swiss dentist, Dr. Werner Mornem, in association with Marco Brandestini, they engineered and invented the first digital intraoral scanner. Move on, 1983, Dr. Anderson, the developer of Procera system at central processing centers with satellite networking centers under this unit. Move on and see 1987, digital dental imaging was introduced by Dr. Francois Moyen with his RVG in Europe. Move on in 1995, you have a kit which is converting panoramic study systems to fully digital, available in Signet of Kathleen Stoichita, a startup in Paris. 1998, you have physicists developing a patent for maxillofacial specific CBCT on a 9-inch image intensifier. And 2002, the story goes on, maxillofacial CBCT coming in. So this was the level of progress, and I'm definitely sure you would agree on the point that perhaps India in general and West Bengal in particular, we were running behind at least 20, 30 years when I showed this timeline. Because whenever all this was being done, at least in the premier dental college, we weren't exposed to all of this. In 1997, when I completed my master's, I still didn't have a porcelain machine at RMN Dental College. It was during our year when I passed out, it could come in. So there were challenges. In West Bengal, in India, it's not that you get the things which are out first, you get in India. It's happening now. iPhone is launched in USA, you get the iPhone next day in India. In those days, it was not the case. So it took time to embrace digital dentistry. So I have this mirror in between because we still use this. The dental mirror is the first thing which you have in your hand. Open the patient's mouth, and then you have everything which is moving digital. You have still scanners, you have everything which I'll just now come through these slides, and then we'll move on. So digital radiography, 3D printing, intraoral camera, CAD/CAM, digital caries detection, intraoral scanning, extraoral scanning, implant placement, maxillofacial rehabilitation, digital occlusal analysis. Madam Rumpa would be speaking on this, I think, after this. Digital smile designing, teledentistry. Just see the impact of digitization over the past 20, 30 years, which has reached each and every dental chamber. It is also coming into the colleges. And we are now speaking so casually about these things which were not available just around 20, 30 years back. So if we go into details, you had that intraoral radiograph. We took those x-rays, asked the patient to come back after a few months. X-rays were mostly fudged. You cannot see anything. It's a very difficult one to read out. It's gone digital. You reduce your radiation exposure by 90%, and now you can create what is called electronic health records with the help of radiovisiography. So everyone has an RVG, everyone has a sensor, every chamber boasts of that, and you move on from a simple IOP X-ray to pixels. Pixels is how you store data, and we all have these now exposure to this digital dentistry which we are now speaking about. Then comes the RVG, CBCT, 3D imaging, marked a significant breakthrough in diagnostic accuracy, treatment planning. Digital images can be enhanced now. So radiation dose coming in, you are no longer requiring repeat X-rays to be done. You have electronic health records at your glance. You can retrieve them, have a look. Digital dentistry changed everything. Move on to intraoral cameras. This was something which I first saw in 1996. Just a few months back, I had the great honor of chairing a session by Professor Dr. T.K. Pal during his oration lecture. And in 1996, when we went to Delhi to attend the World Congress on Prosthodontics, it was then at that point of time that I first saw an intraoral camera. The pictures were not great. It was extremely what we nowadays call, the pixels are not so sharp, not crisp at all, but the technology had come in. But 1996, the technology was not there in West Bengal at all. We were just getting to see things either in the journals or somewhere some person has read something and used to tell us that these are the things which are now available. Now, I think all of you in this assembled here, this August gathering, would be having these gadgets in your clinics. Intraoral scanning technology, a revolutionary part of what has come in. So, no longer, I have just attended a few, I think a year back, the Indian Prosthodontic Society conference. A principal from Texas had come in as a speaker. He said, my dream is to see an alginate-free lab. I don't want alginate in my clinic anymore, because these are much, much more efficient. You are having a cumbersome material, you are using it, you are retaking your impressions, but one digital scan gives you a record which stays with you. So such is the level of precision which is moving around. The world is progressing. Definitely India is also catching up with these technologies readily available. And of course, the chairpersons were extremely kind enough to read that out, because I took this initiative of having this scanning technology at Guru Nanak Dental College in 2021. We faced NAC in 2022. I think Sir's College has procured the same machines. Everything is there. Savita has around 50, 60 of these scanners. If you go to Clinic 1, Clinic 2, everywhere there is scanners, scanners and scanners. So CAD-CAM, this is another technology where you have a chair-side system, deliver the crown within 30, 45 minutes. If you have an intraoral scanning device, if you have the milling machine, it's all done. It can be done in your clinics itself. But otherwise, you can go for the lab and then fabricate the same thing. If you have a milling unit, it's always done. Much, much more easier. 3D printing. Sir also read out just now that I said, I'm extremely grateful that Department of Science and Technology, DST, Government of India, I went to Delhi, faced a project which I wanted to defend, that I want to increase the research capacity and the research infrastructure of Guru Nanak Dental College. We could pitch our program over there, and we have got a grant of 50 lakhs from Government of India, and 3D machine printing has already been installed. So we want this to now ask the fraternity to come in, get an exposure. I'll hold some programs in the college so that all of you can have a feel of what the machine looks like, how it is done. We are also learning on the same day when it is being installed. It's not something that I'm great with. We are also learning along with everyone. So I hope these things are entering into our college, entering into our practice, and it makes a huge difference. Digital caries detection, Department of Periodontics nowadays has such better ways of detecting, because you have near infrared transillumination to detect dental caries, DiagnoCam. Changes in enamel fluorescence can be detected and measured when the tooth is illuminated by light with wavelengths between 700 to 1500 nanometers, which scatters less than visible light. So this is how healthy enamel appears transparent or light, while demineralized caries structures appear dark and are well defined. So these are things which are coming in. You can have these, your sort of support system inside your clinics, which makes the dentistry world much more easier for you. Extraoral scanning technology, either the whole face, or you make an impression, scan that impression, you make a model, you scan that model, everything is possible. Implant placement, we have a plethora of speakers nowadays on implants, and everyone uses guided surgery. Everyone has the use of that software. Just now we saw 3D printing. You make these stents, all these stents, the surgical stents can be 3D printed. You can fabricate it yourself. So it's a major, major impact on whatever way the dentistry is progressing now. Maxillofacial rehabilitation. Sir and I were of the time when we used to carve everything out, find out that the left ear is looking like this, so probably the right ear would be having the distance, the mediolateral distance, the total length, etc. Now you can rapid prototype it also. You can have a similar person's picture taken, prototype, rapidly printed, and you can exactly replicate the same thing in your clinic. So it has become much, much more difficult. The art of hand carving everything has become much more precise nowadays. Occlusal analysis, Madam would be speaking on this, provides quantifiable data. And whenever I'm speaking this, please remember that we are creating data which will lead to what I'm going to speak just after half of this presentation is through. Because nowadays, whatever you are storing is stored in the form of a data, and data is important for the whole world, for the whole universe. Digital smile designing allows patients to visualize their final smile before the procedure begins, increasing motivation, understanding, and trust in the treatment plan. Clinically improving your output, your patient acceptance, everything. So digital dentistry has become something which has invaded us. We are all working along with it. Orthodontics, aligner treatment, cephalometric analysis, everything is much, much more easier. From the time of tracing everything on the table, they definitely do it till date for the students to learn, because you learn analog, then you understand what is digital. But it has become life has become much more easier. And COVID has taught us this, that teledentistry is also important. So when a whole country is under lockdown and the only source of communication remains electronics, then the procedure that to be followed is that someone connects with you and you are able to take a picture and tell that person across huge wide distances apart that this is the problem, and maybe he or she can give you a solution. So dental education, hugely. I think all the colleges now have smart boards. You have a virtual reality augmented systems. You have haptic feedback. I've been to Savita Dental College. If you go to their labs, they would be having a system of creating models, class 1, class 2, class 3 cavities. And it's all on simulation. Nothing is done on the patient's mouth. Nothing is done on the patient's mouth. So we published a review article in 2013. Advances in digital imaging, computer-aided design, internet communication, digital manufacturing, and new materials have undoubtedly simplified the diagnostic process and improved treatment outcomes. Patient care and communication can be enhanced substantially by using several technologies. This, along with my guide, Professor Dr. Shoibal Sen, and two of my colleagues, we presented this paper. It was published in IPS. 2013, still we were having a lot of things which are not there, but we could understand that digitalization and digitization, whatever the terms you use, is going to invade us, and we are going to have to work along with it. So the march of evolution, which I told you, so 2000, I put this here as 2000 to 2026. It's not working, I do not know. But precision era continues. It's not that the precision era has changed. So while I'm speaking here today on 2026, precision era will stay, precision era of digitization stays. But what has happened from 2022 onwards has been an avalanche of information overload, and that is through artificial intelligence. So you must be having friends in the IT sector, friends in engineering, your circles, and I have seen these headlines. I have definitely seen these headlines, and it has worried a lot, because layoffs is not something which is new. It is happening. 14,000 TCS cutting off jobs. It's all in newspapers. Whatever this data is from newspapers. So it's happening. Amazon, AI layoffs, Microsoft, name any of the top companies. So are we affected as dental surgeons? Do we find ourselves jobless within the next 2 years? That was something which was haunting me. That when I thought that I would speak about digitization, then I saw from 2022 with the launch of ChatGPT, Gen Z sitting here, some have left right now, most would be using ChatGPT, all of you. So those things I'm learning from them. My daughter teaches me, I try to learn from YouTube. But let's see whether it's really impacting us and how we are going to use this for our benefit. So is it so new, the phenomena of artificial intelligence? No. If you see this, it was discovered, or it was thought of in 1950. During the Second World War, this gentleman, Alan Turing, he was credited by being able to decipher the code language which was being given exchange between the Germans, ships. And he was a great part in contributing that they won the World War, the British won the World War, because he was able to decipher that. So he had this inclination that somehow machines can be decoded somewhere else. The exchanges can be done, it can be intercepted, something great is happening. This was thought of in 1950. Move on to 1956, there was a conference at Dartmouth, and this gentleman, by John McCarthy, he coined the term artificial intelligence. So intelligence in learning with adaptation, and artificial intelligence where the computer has, or we believe, can behave like a human. So we started with 1950s, artificial intelligence. 70s and 80s were an AI winter. Nothing much has happened. 70s and 80s in dentistry progressed leap and bounds. I showed you in my presentation that there were Francois Duret and there were many other people who contributed immensely. But 70s and 80s, AI wasn't so much invading us or impacting us. So this, in brief, is what is artificial intelligence. So we just need to understand the broad field of making computers to mimic human-like intelligence. So a subset of AI would be your machine learning. A subset of machine learning would be deep learning, and then you have generative AI. So for my age group, I'll try to explain this a bit. Artificial intelligence could be thought of as a broad science of computers being trained to behave like humans. This is a broad field, a broad subject, within which you have machine learning. So machines are learning. So how do machines learn? These machines are learning by giving them examples. So the earlier era was a programmable computer where you put in a rule-based system. So all these, you think of a recipe book. Every recipe has to be typed in, and then you get an answer from the computer. But now it has changed to machine learning, where the machine learns by seeing examples. So just as a child would learn, if you show a child at least 100 photographs of a dog, does the child remember each and every photograph that you showed? It's not probably. So in the mind, the child is creating an impression of what is dog or what is dogness. So machine learning is like that. They can find out the patterns. So a dog would be having 4 legs, a dog would be having furs, a dog would be having a tail, probably not long or not short, and it barks. So if you keep on showing these examples, and it is labeled as dog and not dog. So by the time you show them 101st one, this machine learning algorithm will come up with the answer, it's a dog, when you show them the 101st picture. So that is how these algorithms work. It is mathematics at the highest level. We do not need to know these mathematics, but this is how machine learning works. It is computers learning from data instead of explicit programming. And deep learning is the genius boy in that class, because this has developed into neural networks. So you have layers of these algorithms being put together to make a thing which is called a DL, or a deep learning. So a subset of using multi-layered neural networks drives most recent AI breakthroughs. And the last comes generative AI. So ChatGPT is a deep learning model, a large language model, which can generate. So if you ask ChatGPT right now here that, can you write an essay on Dr. Rafiuddin Ahmed? It will give you a one-page answer immediately. You open up ChatGPT, go to chatgpt.com, put in a question. You don't even need to open an account. It has learned. How has that learned? It has learned through texts. So deep learning has been, just think if you have a librarian who has read the entire library. So he knows the whole library by heart, has read the entire thing. Now, if you ask that person to give you a particular thing, he won't go and find a book for you. He will generate something from what he has learned. So deep learning is based on convolutional neural networks, which when compressed together gives it the ability to come up with answers. So that is what ChatGPT is. So ChatGPT is a large language model. So be a bit cautious about asking it about dentistry. It has not learned about medical biomarkers to that extent. The training model was language. So it has learned the whole internet. Trillions, billions of words have gone into it. Out of that, now ChatGPT can understand and give you an answer. And it learns by means of tokens. The tokens are the breakup of these sentences which are fed into the computer. Algorithmic network comes in, and then these are absolute stuff for computer guys. We don't need to learn this also, but this is how the system works. If you are aware of how the system works, then you can utilize it properly. So this is the world AI family tree: machine learning, large language models, deep learning, generative AI, natural language processing. Many of you have been using your smartphones. Hey Google, please find this. It is an NLP in work, because it is being able to use your voice, convert it to text, and understand what you are asking it to do. So with deep learning nowadays, you don't ask a question which gives you a yes-no answer. You ask it to create something. So it generates. It is generative AI. But AI is not monolithic. There are different layers. You can use any one. You can use a combination of that. And humans work with it because AI has no common sense. There is absolutely no common sense, no emotional intelligence. Humans provide that. Critical thinking, emotional intelligence, ethical oversight. We understand context. We understand why it is being said, and decisions based on value. But AI provides you speed, scale, pattern recognition, processing abilities. The game changers have been prediction. So predictive AI has come in. So it can predict something. Age theke bole dewar khomota ache. It can tell you that you are not on the right track. But these are the biorepresentations which are being used in medical. Please remember, ChatGPT is not being used in the medical industry. AlphaFold, ESM, Molbert are some of the big large models which are being used in healthcare systems. What are the potential uses of AI in healthcare? Just see. You have a population health, individual health, health system, medical technology. Drug development, new drug discovery through AI is happening. Process optimization, clinical evidence, planning optimization, health system, allocation of resources. I'm very interested with this because I do not know whether as an administrator my college work will come down a bit if I can use AI to the best intention. Individual health, prevention, diagnosis, treatment and follow-up. And of course in a population health, surveillance, large-scale surveillances can be done with the help of AI. These are right now what is happening already in India. Right now in India, if I take healthcare as a very big umbrella, we are having predictive medicine, patient data diagnostics, clinical decision making, and health service management. It has already there, it is with us, every day we are using it. Health service management, optimization of operational efficiency, predictive analytics, supply chain optimization, fraud detection, compliance, integration of care across providers. All of us have used today Google Map to come in. Google Map is AI in action because it chose the shortest route, it took the satellite feedback, it has seen which are the other road blockages which are available, and then it gave you the best possible route to reach Vedic Village Spa Resort. You made an UPI payment to your, if you have come by hired a vehicle, UPI has an AI fraud detection embedded into it. So once you make a transaction, AI detects whether this is a transaction amongst millions of transactions, it is safe to go ahead. Then only that comes. It happens in a flash of a second. So we are unable to understand this is AI in work. But UPI is another thing which you have AI readily in action. Google Lens, have you used Google Lens? Richie is always nodding his head, so he's far ahead of the others. But use it, it helps you because you can extract the textual matter from anything which is given to you. Even from a poster, you want the textual matter, it comes in. So health service management, predictive medicine, early disease detection, risk stratification, personalized treatment plans, epidemic outbreak prediction, hospital readmission. So perhaps had COVID been before this onslaught of AI, perhaps it could be tackled a bit better. But what about dentistry? AI in dentistry is mostly coming as digitization advantages or advances. So it's not that something in the morning I buy an AI machine. It's not happening in that way. It is being embedded. So you have this, all these softwares being upgraded where you have AI features incorporated. Open your Google right now, it will have an AI mode. It's there. So how do you filter the spam messages? Do you filter it yourself? In your email, who does this for you? It is Google's AI support system, which is based on your preferences and based on all the thousands and lakhs and crores of mails being sent across the world. It has been sent by example that these would probably be spam messages. That is why few of the good messages also go into spam. And then you find that someone has told you that aapni spam e dekhun to okhane chole geche kina. Why is that happening? Because AI has understood from various transactions that this probably would be a spam message by itself, but actually it was not. So machine learning, deep learning, and neural networks have shown remarkable accuracy in interpreting radiographs. We'll briefly go through it. Its integration into academic settings is expected to greatly enhance. These are the methods being used. On my literature search, it tells me for statistical learning, the linear regression, logistic regression, decision trees, random forest, SVM machines. For artificial neural networks, you have feed-forward neural networks, convolutional neural networks, and recurrent neural networks. We don't need to remember, they have very fancy names, very, very fancy names. But if you write a paper on this, you have to mention which framework you are using. If you are using and writing something on wanting it to publish it on a scientific journal about AI, if you have used any of these, then you must mention which RNN network or which CVN network you have used for coming at this data, arriving at this data. And you have genetic algorithms and hybrid models. So hybrid would be using everything, a bit of this, bit of that, and bit of genetics. So it has invaded, it has sort of entered into every sphere of dentistry now. It has every sphere, so I cannot go on saying about it. Briefly, we'll just go through prosthetics, automated design, efficiency and accuracy, diagnostic and planning. So first of all, we used to do it. The design amra banai. The lab technician does it. The CAD softwares now can auto-generate a design. It can give you a design, you can change it, edit it if you do not want it. If you do not feel that this is not the way, but it will give us such a good design that you are bound to accept it that this is the best. Because all the contours, all the contact points based on the particular case you are doing can be auto-generated from AI. So AI-powered CAD/CAM using machine learning automatically optimizes processes designs based on data from previous patients or predicts how materials have behaved during the manufacturing process. You can even have an individual treatment plan. Patient can attempt the digital processes with AI systems and simulated reality. So if you can feed all this data into the algorithm, a digital processes can be framed. You can show the patient can use it in the form of digitalized, he or she is liking it, giving you suggestions of aesthetics, etc. Previously used to give it a digital smile design, এরকম আপনাকে দেখতে লাগতে পারে. Here AI is predicting this is the available data with me. Basis of that, this is the sort of treatment plan we can devise for you. So it can help in analyzing your arch patterns. In a few days, we will be having a huge number of classification systems. The chairpersons here, if they are aware that we are struggling every day to have different edentulous system classifications, different RPD system classifications, there are a plethora of them. AI would probably give us a better classifications within the next few years. This is one I do not know whether any one of them is here in the auditorium. This is a wonderful your systematic review published from RMA Dental College by Dr. Banerjee, Dr. Anjali Paul, Dr. Anushwa Debnath, and Saurav Banerjee. They have wonderfully gone through the entire unveiling the prospects and challenges of artificial intelligence in implant dentistry. So our own fraternity doing wonderful job in publishing of AI is doing, and what are they saying in their articles? The ability of AI to help in the identification of diverse dental implant types. This is one of the things I think whoever is doing. Shaunak is here, greatly into implant practice, sir. I think whenever you have a patient who has done an implant somewhere else, it's very difficult to understand what implant was placed, because we do not know, perhaps the doctor hasn't written what company has been used, whether this is that. AI, if a simple picture, it is sort of showing the potential that it can show you out of, in 2003 we had 2,000 implant varieties. 2003, today we are standing in 2026. So probably that has doubled or gone to the extent that no one, humanly is not possible to remember every system and every type of implants. But AI can help you. Customization of implants to meet the demands of specific patients. We all feel that our morphological features are same. It's same in a very broader sense. Duto chok, duto kan, something of that sort. But whether my mandibular dynamics works best with this implant design, who is going to tell me? AI is in an assistive mode nowadays, where they can predict that this implant design, this will work best for you. This is how the world is moving. We haven't gone to that level till now, but the systematic reviews tell that this is the evidence. So the predictive ability to anticipate implant success and osseointegration outcomes offers clinical priceless insights for us. So oral implantology, AI algorithms already into work. Potential benefits of using AI in endodontic diagnosis. If you go through that, in different situations it is very difficult. The challenge is it an apical granuloma? Do we again enter? Or is it just a cyst? What do we do? So AI can come in to take valuable decision support to favor either non-surgical or surgical retreatment options. Predictive AI can help in risk assessment, thereby identifying cases with high failure risk or suggest treatment plan modifications or suggesting different time points. কখন করলে ভালো হবে, এখনই করব, or do we wait for another 2 months so things to heal up? Even that is coming into AI. But everything is getting embedded in the same softwares because you do not have a different way of working for that. AI-assisted endodontic treatment reduces iatrogenic errors by automated segmentation of tissues surrounding the operating site. So they can go into layers and find out whether the area which you are saying is only affected or the adjacent teeth is affected. The human eye perhaps can see something, but this eye is able to penetrate much better. And challenges and limitations. We do have limitations with AI. The main limitation which this article states that there are no large image repositories for dentistry. Beg your pardon for that mistake. Absence of diverse and representative data from different populations resulting in biases and limiting generalizability of AI models. Lack of standardization in endodontics with different practice philosophies resulting in lower clinical validation. So my teacher, Dr. Haridas sir, is here, H.D. Odhikari sir. There has been various protocols. Sir, your line is sort of with which irrigant would be giving the best. So it's very difficult to give the data to an AI algorithm because it works on the basis of a validated data. So if there is no clinical validation, it becomes a bit difficult. So don't rely upon this to that extent that you forget your basics. Oral radiology, so no one is losing any jobs. Oral radiology will only help you in finding out detection of odontokeratosis from an OPG using AI. Studies have been conducted on artificial intelligence for the diagnosis of a broad range of disease, dental caries, periodontal disease, and osteoclerosis, odontogenic cysts and tumors, and disease of the maxillary sinus or TMJ. So it's happening. It is an assistive mode. Similarly for oral medicine and oral pathology. Madam is doing extensive research on different camera systems, I think, madam, for finding out. You put these into algorithmic models, it can come up with answers whether you have this to be a potentially malignant or not. Do not rely entirely on it, but it is coming up. Same with orthodontics, software analysis. We go into the details. Oral surgery, orofacial pain. Orofacial pain, by the way, is being recognized by American Dental Association to be the 10th specialty within dentistry nowadays. Periodontics again. Periodontics, there is no areas of research in periodontics, plaque, whatever early childhood caries, Fisher-Sillian categorization, everyone has AI applications. They have even AI apps now. So these apps are already in place. AI-powered brushes are being marketed. So it's time that we get to know what is the world is moving. Public health dentistry would be the one great to work with because huge data is what AI wants. AI data-driven analysis, identifying risk groups, vital for crafting targeted preventive programs. I just went through Google to find out what is the latest sort of work being done, and one of the topics which I came up with is, does AI have the kindness and empathy? And one article which has been published in Nature, it's very, very surprising that they have sent back after operation, a group of patients have been sent back to home, and they have been given an option of 2. One cohort was said that you talk with your representative from the hospital, it can be the doctor or it can be someone else, and you also talk with an AI-powered model. Surprisingly, the AI-powered model gave a better satisfaction level to all the queries post-operative. So there is a point that it is now coming to an area where it can also have perhaps common sense and more emotional quotient of intelligence compared to humans. So detecting oral lesions, enhancing diagnostic efficiency, caries mapping, teeth classification, patient grouping, virtual dental assistant, data preservation, consultation, scheduling, dental education. We are living in very good times. If we can handhold with AI together, digital dentistry is going to make wonders. And this is what data states. Dental AI market is estimated to reach $1.3 billion by 2028 at a compounded CAGR rate of 27.4, but we are waiting for quantum AI now, which will be even more faster. That is what literature tells us now. So maybe those days are coming in since they are saying by 2035 the quantum AI could contribute $850 billion to the economy, global economy. So my take on this is that AI and big data and precision medicine will have impact at 3 levels: clinician, rapid and accurate image interpretation; health system, it will improve efficiency and allocation of resources; and in patients, it will promote personal health by processing own data. But there are challenges. The main challenge, as I said, this was known to us previous also, whatever you give to the computer is able to give it back to you. It is garbage in, garbage out. So if it's very bad data going in, if the data itself is not standardized, then that is a challenge in dentistry, because we have different philosophies of work. Till now, evidence-based dentistry is definitely something which we are trying to follow as the gold standard, but which is the gold standard itself is a debatable issue. Because some have got very good results with a particular irrigant, some have got very good results with a particular impression material. The other group of doctors say that this has not worked so well, because ultimately it's a quality of life. So it's a very subjective phenomena coming in. Whenever you have qualitative data, it doesn't have numbers. It's very difficult to feed it into an algorithmic model. So trust, ethics, readiness for change, this is something which we all have, because working with a computer is not something which I learned from my childhood. That is why my daughter is much better than me. You are all better than us, because we are of a generation which, what are we called? Sir, apni prachin, we are, I think, of Gen X, I think, and the present is Gen Z, because 65 to 80 is, I think, Gen X. You are not born before 65, come on. The sir is there who have been born before 65. Okay, buy-in. Buy-in is that in a country which is so prone to sort of hacking and corruption issues, I do not know whether you've read in the newspapers, AIMS data was taken off by buying it. There has been a group of hackers which are working on these data. Data is precious across the whole world. Regulatory strategy, India is coming up with the DPDP Act, which I think has already been passed, 2023. Digital Privacy and Digital Protection Act, I may be getting it wrong. There is a scalability issue and there is an evaluation issue. So these will be the challenges, but it's modifying and getting better day in and day out. So AI in healthcare, it has opportunities and challenges, have the potential to further revolutionize dentistry by enhancing diagnosis, treatment planning, and research. And this is what I understood from going through a lot of literature, that AI will definitely not replace us, but someone empowered by AI undoubtedly will. So anyone who is here having good knowledge about how to use the softwares will definitely have a sort of one-upmanship on the guy next to him who perhaps is not aware of the whole way of working of it. So these are the challenges. I hope we can all embrace this in our days to come. These were my references, and my sincere gratitude to my guide, Professor Dr. Shoibal Sen, all teachers of Dr. R.M. Dental College, whoever have contributed in my becoming whatever I am today, and of course my family, my wife, my father, who has left this planet Earth in 2017 when I became the principal of Guru Nanak Dental College. My mother is still with me, the entire organizing team of IDA, and I thank the organizing team because they have made me study again. At least for the last 1 month with DCI inspections happening, I was really worried whether I could be able to pull this through, but I could get a good collection of all literature. Thanks to Devapriya Chatterjee, a PGT of Department of Oral Medicine, who has helped me, Dr. Trishik Boshak, Department of Periodontics, Dr. Kaushik, forever pushing that, sir, you must learn this because you are getting outdated. And of course, my daughter, who has helped me in polishing these slides, because once I made it, she said it was all rubbish, you must use Canva. So the present generation probably uses Canva more than me. I had absolutely no idea that Canva can create something, can change backgrounds, can do wonders with your presentation. And of course, AI, because that is what seems to be something which I was missing, that has progressed to such leaps and bounds that it is taking dentistry by storm. So thank you so much for your patient hearing and giving me this chance to speak before such an august gathering. I hope we have gone through a timeline and understood what it was and what it is leading to. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Undoubtedly, you've given sufficient information to us. I would just like to add one point, sir, that a PGT of our department, Dr. R.M. Dental College, Periodontics, who's appearing for her MDS final exam this time, her dissertation is on the role of AI in perio.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful.
Thank you, sir. Sir, to the chairpersons, please.
Thank you, Joyanto. But the word AI is artificial intelligence. I don't think artificial intelligence can replace the individual intelligence.
Never, it will never happen. Human
So-
and artificial intelligence will work
So we
together.
will be there.
Absolutely, we are there.
Thank
So
you, thank
dentistry
you.
is not affected to that extent.
Thank you, Jayanto, for a beautiful presentation, starting from the background, the history, and its implication today in dentistry. But I have got some reservation about ChatGPT. Suppose I am asked to say something about, say, Dr. Mousumi, somewhere, and I go to ChatGPT, I want something in writing about Mousumi. ChatGPT will provide me with one paper, one page writing. But I don't think ChatGPT can express my feelings about Mousumi. Amar moner bhav Mousumi sonde ki ache seta I don't think
So
ChatGPT
that
can.
is why the emotional quotient is absolutely
Absolutely
missing.
absent.
It doesn't have any common sense. So the emotional quotient chhede diye, it will give you a reply. But I would
Anyway, Dr. R.M.A. Doration, there is no question answer session. No question answer. So thank you again, Dr. Jayanto. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I request the chairperson, sirs, to please felicitate our speaker, Dr. Jayanta Bhattacharya. A big round of applause, please.
thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I request Dr. Shitangshu Ghosh, sir, to please come up on the dais to felicitate our chairpersons. Dr. Uttam Sen, sir, please. Thank you to all our speaker, sir, chairpersons, and Dr. Shitangshu Ghosh, sir. We go to our next session. The session is by Dr. Rumpa Vig. I request chairperson for the session, Dr. Shravani Dasgupta Ghosh, to please come up on the dais.
हाँ जितना बीच में हो सके ना मैंने ठीक है और ऊंचा हाँ ऑब्वियसली হ্যাঁ একটু রাজুকে বলে কয়েকটা ভিড় পাঠাও বা একটুখানি একটু হ্যাঁ দ্যাটস ইট আমি এখন শুরু করছি না আগে লোক আসুক আমি ওকে You tell me when I go up. Happens. বাচ্চাগুলো তো ওরা আর আমাদের কেন নেই
কেন ওরা স্টেট কোটায় ঢুকেছে they didn't have the marks to get into Anand.
ও doesn't matter
Nana didn't keep
अभी
any
निकलो
seat.
and फाड़ दो एकदम वो डाकले जाओ देखो
Breakfast করেছো?
তো এখানে আছি
আচ্ছা
তো রুমের সাথে ব্রেকফাস্টটাও নিয়ে নিচ্ছি হ্যাঁ
ও তুমি কাল রাতেই চলে এসো।
আমি পরশু এসছি পরশু এসছি কালকে চিলটিল মেরে আজকে একটু ফ্রেশ বিকজ আমার ভীষণ হেক্টিক ট্রাভেল ছিল
তুমি তো আবার সেই কোথায় গেলে তারপর দুবাই গেলে তারপর এখানে
আমি ইন্দোনেশিয়া
US
US
following you?
থাইল্যান্ড দুবাই থেকে
আমার
আমি
ছেলে বলে ভীষণ
আমি Yes, I go there for lectures. I'm a faculty there.
এই তোমার ফোন নাম্বার আমি নেই
আমি তোমাকে কার্ড দিয়ে দিচ্ছি তুমি ওখান থেকে নোট করে নিও
দাও
ভেতরে আছে
ভুলে যাও।
না ভুলবো না এই দুটো আছে 100%
কোথায় তুমি থাকবে তো সারাদিন হারিয়ে
আমি
যাবে না?
কালকেও আছি
আচ্ছা
I have a booth না
হ্যাঁ আচ্ছা
I have a booth
দাও তুমি তোমার ফোন
হ্যাঁ
নাম্বার
নিয়ে নাও প্লাস 912 ছাড়ো 999 3 10 6165
এটা তোমার হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ আছে
হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ এটাই হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ কলিং নাম্বারটা অন্য তোমার হোয়াটসঅ্যাপটাই দিলাম
তো এটা ধরবে না
ধরবো তো কেন ধরবো না দুটোই চলবে whenever you tell me I'm at your disposal totally
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished guests. Let me introduce you to our speaker, Dr. Rumpa Vig. Most of you will not be knowing that she is a Bengali. She is Rumpa Chakraborty Vig. So let me give her a brief introduction about her. Her clinical education, she is the clinical education consultant in Palpotent, USA. guest faculty, New York University and Hong Kong University, past president 2021 Indian Academy of Aesthetic and Cosmetic Dentistry, instructor for digital occlusion, Bosch, fellow Bangladesh Academy of Dentistry International, international KOL, Pulpodent, Money, Bosch, Philips, Ordent, Cosmodent, GC. As the international key opinion leader for some of the leading international companies, Dr. Roompa Wig delivers keynote presentations and conducts workshops on smile makeovers, balancing occlusion, new age restorative, and aesthetic dentistry around the world. Over 963 lectures, presentations, workshops, and still counting. Some of the countries she keeps being invited to multiple times for lectures: United States, Germany, Australia, Switzerland, Czech Republic, Hungary, Poland, Hong Kong, Malaysia, Spain, Singapore, Thailand, Philippines, South Korea, Vietnam, Myanmar, UAE, Cambodia, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and Indonesia. In India, invited speaker for professional bodies and institutions from all across the country. She maintains 2 private practices in Bhopal and focuses mainly on aesthetic, restorative, adhesive, and minimally invasive microscopic dentistry. Her passion is music, reading, traveling. She is a graduate Sangeet Visharad, Gandharva University in North Indian classical vocal music. So let us all welcome our very own Dr. Roompa Chakraborty Wig. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Papia, that's what I call her. And we know each other since donkey's years. And as Kolkata is like second home to me. So always, always a pleasure to come back here. And without much further ado, my next speaker will be Sir. So please switch on. Let me get on with my presentation so as not to delay Dr. Robert Hill. And I have had the privilege of traveling with Dr. Robert Hill 3 years back to the 4 metros. I had come in Calcutta also. We had done a joint presentation together regarding the bioactive over there, right? Hi. Okay. So with that, let me take you through a small little walk while I talk through the topic of digital occlusion. You know, at once when you hear digital occlusion, it's like, is it a difficult thing, digital occlusion? It should be only meant for the dentists who do, our colleagues who do full mouth rehabs, or prosthodontists like Jayanto and all others. Shonok, where are you? Implantologist, Shubhashish, Bublu, sorry, Prithviraj, everybody, you know. So all of you who are into that field, it's like for them. But this is just a glimpse from where I work. I practice in Bhopal, and when I work, my clinic faces a jungle, so this is the peacock and deers, which is visible when I work from there. So let's come to clinical dentistry, yeah? So the patients come to us, we check, we discuss, and then we set up a treatment plan. It is critical that we have goals for each of these. We have to check aesthetics, occlusion, biologic, tooth by tooth, structural integrity, right? The treatment plan has to be very, very accurate. And a little basic about occlusion. We all know occlusion is static and dynamic, okay? So static means it is the relationship between the incising or the masticating surfaces of the maxillary and the mandibular teeth, correct? How many of you are in 3rd year, 4th year, 1st year PGs? I see a lot of my young talent sitting there. Cheerio, this is meant for you all, okay? It is static and mandible is not moving, right? And then we have the dynamic, where the relationship of the mandible to the maxilla, right? Articulation, the contact relationships between incising and the masticating surfaces of the teeth during function and the mandibular movements. Now, 2 important words that we normally come across I have tried to make it very simple because I knew I will have my younger people with me sitting here. So what you have, CR, that is centric relation. Position of condyles when they articulate with the thinnest avascular portion of the respective discs, and the condyle disc assembly is in the antero-superior position against articular eminences. Normally, we have been seeing that most retruded position. Is that the exact thing? No. Most retruded position means is your condyle coming out of your ears? No, that's not it. So CR is that, and MI is the complete MI, maximum intercuspation, right? MI is the complete intercuspation of the opposing teeth. How they come? Independent of the condylar position in the glenoid fossa. So CR is independent of tooth contact, while MI is a tooth determined position. Okay? And of course, we have the canine guided occlusion, the group function occlusion, the mutually protected occlusion. I'm not going into details because what I'm going to show you in this limited time is something much more exciting. Of course, the base is here. Yeah? Now, coming to who makes the teeth touch each other in intercuspation, of course, the muscles, right? So we have the primary muscles of mastication and we have the secondary muscles of mastication. Primary ones, temporalis, masseter, lateral pterygoid, medial pterygoid, correct? And then medial pterygoid is responsible for bilateral action, protraction of mandible, depression of the chin, and the unilateral side-to-side movement of the jaw. And then we have the secondaries. Buccinator, suprahyoid group, the infrahyoid group. So all these I have listed down. Anybody wants to click, please go ahead and click, because this is not my primary topic. I'm just taking you through to where I want you to be. And who controls, who talks to the muscles that, hey, now please ask the teeth to meet? The CNS, the neuromasticatory system. Okay, so the muscles, the TMJ occlusion through the afferent nerves goes to the cortex, goes to the central nervous system, and the signals are given down by the efferent nerves to tell you, okay, now. So he's the head boss, the neuromasticatory system. So in general, occlusion, where the teeth are meeting each other, the muscles, the TMJ and the CNS, they all have to go around together in unison. Only then we have a properly balanced functional occlusion, we can say that, yeah? Now, what can happen when the bite is unbalanced? First of all, what you can see is, once the patient comes to you, abfractions, worn out tooth facets, right? So those are the basics you will come to see when the patient comes to you before he has any complaint. Normally, a little unbalanced bite, the patient does not come to you for that. Yeah, he comes to you for some pain, some root canal, some periodontal disease, something, but not an unbalanced bite. Okay. Now, apart from that, the patient can also have muscle pain, headache, hardened muscles, clenching and grinding of teeth. Bruxism, it can be daytime as well as a nighttime bruxism. Difficulties in swallowing, neck and shoulder pain, pain of the TMJ. Why difficulties in swallowing? Because, coming to think of it, just do this exercise with me. When you are talking or eating, when you swallow, your teeth are in maximum intercuspation. And you swallow around maybe 2,000 times a day, around. So that is where the teeth are meeting in the maximum intercuspation. So if there's a slight imbalance in that plane of meeting, the teeth meeting, you know, you may have difficulties in swallowing also. And that TMD problem is not necessarily related to the head and neck. And because if you see the primary and the secondary muscles, they are all connected to shoulders, back. So I'll come to that. And if you see the whole of the skull, exterior, cervical vertebrae, it's all covered by a fascia. So any problem here at the ear or the joint or the teeth per se you know, will definitely radiate to the shoulders, ear, shoulders, upper back, lower back, up to the coccyx. Can happen. And it happens, not can happen, it does happen. And if you see the occlusal plane, where it is going through the base, between the occiput and the axis. So do you think any discrepancy a little bit here when the muscles are a little stressed because there's a slight imbalance in the bite? Do you think it won't go over a little to this area as well? It will. It definitely will. So majority of the patients, what they have is a habitual occlusion. As I said, very few will come to you that my bite has a problem. No, that's something we have to diagnose. Yeah? They are comfortable. They close without any guidance. They are okay to go with. And most of the times we see patients that do not look like the textbook at all. Yeah? A patient might have a little slide between the centric relation and maximum intercuspation. And looking at the lateral movements, you can see that the posterior teeth are rubbing, but yet they are not breaking down. What does it mean? It means they have a functional occlusion. That's what they have been living with. Yeah? To check more about it, you can please go through this link, dawsonacademy.com, what is functional occlusion. Because of the lack of time, I'm not elaborating on this, but this is where you can check what is functional occlusion. Now, normal position of mandible, and then we have the habitual position of mandible in maximum intercuspation. Normal bite for the patient. Is it the right bite? Let's check. And then we give a crown, okay, or a bridge, or a prosthesis, or a splint, whatever. So here, if you see, there's an occlusal high spot, and if it is not balanced properly, slowly, it can trigger a neuromuscular adaptation. I'm going to come to the clinical cases soon, okay? And till now, what we have been doing for checking occlusion, we have been using our articulating papers, our foils, and so on and so forth. And they have been going around since many, many years before even I joined dentistry. As Jayanto was saying, we are not your generation, right? But we have been using articulating papers since ages. And we are dentists. By nature, we are artists and we are scientists. Artists means for smile designs, we have to give beautiful veneers or class 4s or class 6s or class 3s. They should look invisible. That's where our talent lies. So we are artists as well. And the scientific, we are creating either indirect zirconia. Of course, the lab gives it to us, but we are the ones who design the crown, right? And then the lab gives us back. Or if we do a direct restoration, we check occlusion, we start using the articulating papers, we check, ask the patient, oh, there's a mark, let's grind. We grind, right? So that we do, and then we adjust. So we have adjusted. Yeah? So once we adjust, it's like flat, 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 subtractive dentistry, and our aesthetics sometimes goes out for a toss. If you're not respecting the concavities and the convexities, you know, this can happen. So one thing can I ask you, with the classic articulating papers or foils, what happens? You can only see the mark when the teeth are in maximum intercuspation, correct? And now we are in a digital era. Jayanto beautifully walked us through how the start of analog to digital and where AI is invading full on. I mean, it was amazing. So now we are in a digital era. Many of my friends have stopped using impression materials at all. They are all into scanners. So with that background, would you want to simplify your occlusion in daily dentistry with increased predictability and decreased stress? If I was there, I would have said yes, because occlusion was, and maybe not will be, but was and is a slightly technique-sensitive topic for us general dentists, you know, who practice everything in our clinic, who work everything in our college area, OPDs, you know. So now what we can do is we can see occlusion with this digital gadget called OccluSense. Now what does it have? With this, with paper, can you check the temporal recording of occlusal contacts during dynamic mandibular movements? With paper. Think about it. Or can you record the detailed masticatory pressure distribution with articulating paper? Right. With OccluSense, yes, you can do these two things. Now, I would again like you to do a small exercise with me. Yeah, open your mouth, close. Are you coming into MI immediately? No. First, there's a first touch, the CR, then it slides down to complete the MI, right? So what happens, that's the first point of contact, and then there is the anterior glide which comes and happens. So there's a slide. So the step 1 is the first point, first contact on antagonizing teeth. Step 2 is pathway between the first contact and while it's coming down to the MI position, and then step 3 is MI, right? And so what do we need? We need this handheld digital, it's wireless. This is the OccluSense. From your side, you need an iPad and a good, strong Wi-Fi system, which all our clinics and colleges have today, correct? A Wi-Fi, and what you do, this is the sensor, it's electronic. Insert, patient, open the mouth, insert the sensor, ask the patient to bite. It will record the static, it will record the dynamic, and it will completely show immediately through the Wi-Fi onto the screen. Anybody, I would prefer maximum of you come to my booth for a demo. I have arranged for a live demo. Come into groups, get one of your bites checked, and all there for you, yeah? So what does it contain? This box contains 25 sensors. There are 2 sizes of sensors, and having lectured on this topic around the world, what I have noticed is Asia works best with 71 mm, and Europe, Morocco, some places in US work best with the wider sensor because their mouths are wider, okay? So 71 is good to go with us. This sensor can capture 256 pressure levels, just 60 microns thin and flexible material, and the red color coating, it acts as an analog like a red articulating paper also. Like once it's inserted in the patient's mouth, you take out the sensor, the red marks are there for you to cross-check also. So it functions both ways. And if you can see this sensor, there are some longitudinal and some horizontal lines. Between each graph, there's a sensor chip inside. So this foil is printed with electronics containing 1018 pressure sensitive pixels. Again, to feel it in your hand, come down by my booth. Yeah, I'll show you exactly how it works. So this is how it shows on your iPad screen. That's, if you can see the name, that's Shefali Alvarez. You will all be knowing Suba Hone To De, you know, those kind of songs she has sung. So she's my patient. Anyway, that's not it. But this is what it shows on screen when you get the bite. What does it show? It shows the level of the bars. You can see the 2D and you can see the 3D. Level of the bars show the relative pressure of occlusion between all contact points of the whole dental arch. Okay, and can see the change in the bite load of contact points with respect to each other. Like you can see the red bars are higher, the green bars are lower. In between will come the orange and the yellow. So I'm going to explain what it means. Red bars means high spot or first occlusal contact. Occlusal contacts that are not an intercuspation and occlusal contacts recorded during the dynamic movements. So that's what the red bars they show. We come to the green. Green shows a small pressure change between one tooth, other tooth, small pressure change. I mean, basically they are, okay, they don't have one high, one low, you know, they are kind of balanced and adjacent contact points. So it can also mean planar contact points like abraded tooth, you know, tabletop contact. So if there's a planar contact, it will record as green. Areas of multiple contacts with similar characteristics. So that is what the green shows. Dr. Ashok Puranik, he's my endocrinologist in Bhopal, okay? He has also written a book on diabetic. diabetes. And if you see collapsed bite, I have to start working. And now for this collapsed bite, I took his static and his dynamic. And if you see the static and the dynamic, there's a lot of green. What is it meaning? Abraded tabletop contacts. Yeah, so that is what the green is showing. And if you can see the dynamic, when I ask him to go left, ask him to go right, the lateral truceps, you know, so that's what it is showing. So it gives me an idea how I am going to start and go about the treatment process. Normally, to balance occlusion, what we do is subtractive dentistry. Yeah? We ask the patient to bite on the articulating paper. Oh, there's that blue mark, man. Chalo, yaar, Surinder, मेरे को please contra देना. Grind. दोबारा. अब इधर नहीं इधर आ गया है ना? दोबारा. So it takes around how much time? 10, 11 sittings with the articulating paper to come into the proper balanced. Yes, that's what we do. But we have to respect the anatomy of the tooth, the valleys and the mountains of the tooth. And normally, we also balance occlusion with additive dentistry by building up with composites. Anupama Duggal, she comes to me. The problem is when I close my mouth, my right teeth are in touch, my left teeth do not touch, okay? More pressure on my right jaw. I get headaches and earaches pretty often and feel tired on waking up in the mornings. That's what she told me, okay? Right, left. I am also looking at the very old composite veneers done. I'm itching to do that correct, but that's not what she has come to me for. So let me get her balance right, and then I'm going to touch upon her smile design factors also. Left side, you can see the teeth are really not touching. Then I get an exocat done for her. That is also showing that her left side teeth are not touching, right side is in full intercuspation. Okay, yeah, so she does have an imbalanced bite. So that's her recording, the static and the dynamic, and if you can see, now this occlusence, it shows you quadrant pressures as well. Like you see, this is her left side not touching, you can see 0, 0%. Right side 37, 58, you know, so left side, her teeth are not touching, it is blank here. Similarly, during the dynamic movements also, you can see the imbalance in what should have been a balanced occlusion. And so, my plan for her, first and foremost, I have to relax and walk back her muscles. I use a temporary dental splint called Reha splint. It's not yet available in India, but as soon as I ask the makers, the manufacturers to get it here, I will definitely inform IDA Kolkata first. Okay, so this is an amazing thing, very easy, one size fits all. And have you seen, how many of you go to the gym, my dear Gen X friends? Boys, girls. Girls, you don't go to the gym? No? Okay, while going to gym, you do pick up weights? Yeah, to strengthen your hand muscles and all, yeah? You do? Have you noticed that when you pick up the weights, you're clenching? Little clenching? I give Reha splint medium to clench yours also, to ease the muscles so that the muscles are not stressed, and so that is that. Then I take her 3D models, I mount it on my BioArt semi-adjustable articulator, and my lab sends it back where all I have to build up with the composite. Okay, so that is the treatment plan for her. And occlusence, digital occlusion. When it was first shown to me, I was like, hey, I'm not a prosthodontist. मेरे को क्या काम? मेरे को कोई काम नहीं है. मैं पेपर से अच्छा काम चला रही हूँ. But when I started using it, I have been using it in most of my cases, namely implants. It's a must for implantologists and prosthodontists, definitely. Bridges, crowns, restorations, smile corrections, perio, for hidden contacts, ortho, because once you finish ortho, you will find that the posteriors really are not in full intercuspation as soon as you have removed out the braces. They take a little time. So you can note now and you can note after 6 months, so that becomes a very good thing. Centric relation, I'm not reading out through, but it promotes muscle relaxation and is reproducible. Most important, close association with the head and neck posture. How? Missing maxillary posterior teeth. Okay, there's a clinical case. Position of condyles. She is Shakuntala Kharab, 78 years, and a very renowned, she's got a chain of beauty salons and renowned personality in Bhopal. Why am I talking about her is that whenever she walks into an event, she's like extremely well dressed and she walks ramrod straight. I mean, she's got that elegance, that persona. Okay, and now she has got her maxillary posterior teeth missing. Even her lower mandibular teeth need a lot of work. Okay, I couldn't give her implants because she is a chain smoker. So implants was ruled out for her. But apart from the teeth, what about her condyles? These are all unstable position of condyles, and Mrs. Kharab is in this because she's only biting with her anteriors. Now what has happened? Condyle is trying to adapt. Now I have seen her, Mrs. Kharab, walking, and now because she's chewing on her front, slowly her posture is changing. She's like slouching a little. Okay, so that postural thing has also coming into her. So that's her pre-recording, and if you can see again, it's pre, so she's only biting on the fronts, her canines are touching, the posterior quadrants both are showing 0, 0 percentile. And then I give her a window denture because I cited the reason why I couldn't do implants for her. There she is, and that's there. Now, what happens here is an excellent tool to explain and communicate with the patients. And all you new third year, final year, I would ask your college deans, one sitting right in front of me, and you know others also, that you must start with the digital occlusion system. Third year, final year, PG, first year, second year, when you get out, you're like you have already mastered the thing, you know. And this case I want to share, a very dear friend of mine, Manoj, 68 years of age, pretty senior to me, but we meet up at parties and all. What happens? He is an old case of depression. He is under the treatment of a neurophysician, continuous headaches throughout the day for the last 6 months and no relief with medication, all right? Pain extends from parietal to temporal, extends in left maxilla more, not involving the right maxilla, sometimes extends to the left lateral neck area. Healthy teeth in general, we examine the masticatory muscles, and when temporalis, okay, masseter, okay, medial pterygoid, all these tests were done, okay. Lateral pterygoids, opening caused no pain, protrusion against resistance caused no pain, left lateral biting on tongue depressor caused marked elevation in pain, all right. So here, that's his recording done, occlusion's recording done to check the interfering contacts, and you know what? What we found, the right side, there's a hidden contact, is causing the jaw to swing to the left in order to compensate for the discrepancy. See what happens, if there's a hidden contact, automatically it will be by nature not to bite from here. I'll try to swing my jaw, correct? If I'm swinging my jaw, just think anatomically, because you guys are fresh, you have the anatomy fresh in your head. We have lost it long time back. Anyway, so you will see the lateral pterygoids and the medial pterygoids, they are under duress. So it is stress induced, and I could not have detected this without occlusins. So then I gave a call to Dr. Ajit Verma, neurophysician whom I also know very well. He practices pretty close to me. And now we are working on many cases together regarding the migraines, these problems, so it becomes an outside dentistry event as well. It's an excellent tool to diagnose hidden contact. GNYDM, I was there last month. Now this is not how great it was, not that, okay. But the good part was once they heard me the first day, they offered me to lecture the second day as well, seeing the huge audience response. That was a big high for me. Okay, so second day first, second day both days. But what I'm trying to tell you here, dentist came to me, Dr. James Kuzukian, that's his badge, and that's his name, from Fresh Meadows, NY. He told me an anecdote from his clinic. A patient came to him and says, Doc, I can't write for the last 5 months. I can't use my right hand. I use my right hand for writing. I can't use it. Okay, what happened? 5 months back, she went to New Jersey. She got a crown done, but she was in a hurry. She couldn't get the full balancing done. There was a little somewhere discrepancy. Balancing was not completed. She said, it'll become okay, let me go now. I have my kid to pick up from school and whatever. So she left it. After 5 months, that neurological problem ensued. Her brachial plexus got pressed out and she was unable to use her right hand. Checking occlusion, he checked it, corrected the bite and gave her the perfect balance, and slowly, not immediately of course, she resumed her writing ability. So how important is occlusion? Think about it, yeah? And little perspective I want to tell you, brain responds to occlusal correction. There's a university in Vienna. If anybody of you get a chance, go there for 2 months, and the work that is going on is brain response to occlusal correction. Now there are 2 thoughts. Okay, one is, does not produce any measurable effect on cortical activity. Second thought, it produces measurable changes in brain function, including cortical activity, autonomic parameters, endocrine stress axis, cognitive emotional performance. Studies are going on. Now, if we correct occlusion, can we also improve brain function, neuroplasticity, systemic regulation? When there is interference or occlusal instability, alterations in the masticatory system occurs, right? Due to disorganized and premature excitation of the proprioceptors of the periodontal ligament and activation of the protective reflex arcs. And consequently, a new occlusal scheme and compensatory neuromuscular anagram gets established that may secondarily affect other components of the masticatory or the CNS. This is a food for your thought. Think about it, you know. And rehabilitating, not just replacing teeth, it is reprogramming the sensory motor system also. Each prosthetic intervention activates, modulates, or redistributes the brain activity, correct? Now, digital occlusion analysis with occlusins, it's more accurate and very easy. First and foremost, very easy. More precise in diagnosing and managing occlusal discrepancies because you can see it in front of your screen. You don't have to peer down the patient's oral cavity every 10 or 11 times with the articulating paper. Daily routine dentistry, 100%. I use it for most of my cases, and non-dental side treatments like headaches, migraines, neuralgia, postural problem, that can also be treated by us. Yeah, with that, a big thank you to you all for such a patient hearing on this topic of digital occlusion. And my dear chairperson, thank you. All my Normo Show doctors here who are very dear to me, thank you so much. With that, Dr. Robert, hi sir. So good to see you again.
Thank you very much, Rumpa, for this wonderful presentation. I'm sure the young budding dentists have much to take back home from your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I would request our chairperson, ma'am, please felicitate our speaker, Dr. Rumpa Vig.
Thank you so very much. Thank you. So precious. This is for you all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for that wonderful presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I
Always a
request
pleasure.
Dr. H.D. Odhikari, sir, to please felicitate our chairperson. Thank you, Shabuni ma'am. Thank you, Dr. H.D. Odhikari sir. We'll now move on to our third session of the day. We have an international speaker, Dr. Robert Hill. Sir, welcome to India. And welcome to Kolkata, the city of joy. To introduce our speaker, sir, I request Dr. Ashit Kumar Pal, sir, to please come up on the dais.
A very good afternoon, everybody. It's my proud privilege to introduce such a person, Professor Dr. Robert Hill, an international speaker in this 57th State Conference of West Bengal ITA. Is a brief biodata. Professor Robert Hill is a material engineer with a PhD in chemical engineering from Imperial College London. Early in his career, he worked with Professor Alan Wilson on the development of glass ionomer cements and was part of the team that received the Queen's Award in 1988. He previously served as Professor of Biomaterial at Imperial College. Professor Hill is inventor of Serrano SEM, a glass ionomer cement for ENT surgery, and co-inventor of Ultradex recalcifying and whitening, a nanohydroxyapatite toothpaste. In recognition of his contribution to dental materials, he received the Alan Wilson Prize in 2013 and led the team that won the Armoriers and Braziers Venture Prize. In 2014, he founded Biomin Technologies Limited, a Queen Mary University of London spin-out company based on pioneering patents in fluoride-containing bioactive glasses. He is an active member of the International Commission on Glass, serving on TC4, medical and dental glasses, and TC7, glass ceramics. In 2019, Professor Hill was awarded the Varshnio Prize by the American Ceramic Society for Glass Science with Impact, an honor named after Professor Arun Varshnio, a renowned glass scientist and inventor of the EpiPen cartilage. Apart from this, another thing I came to know from my son, he's an excellent teacher, because my son he was an ex-student of Queen Mary University, and he was the teacher of my son at that time. Sir, please. Good afternoon, sir. The dais is yours, sir.
Okay, sorry about the technical problems. We had rather a nice introduction. One of the things you find when you travel to meetings like this is how small the world has become. So, yes, let's make a... So, something a little bit different now. I'm going to talk about perhaps what is the rather mundane subject of toothpastes. All right? But I think you'll find it's really quite interesting, or hopefully you will. I've had quite a good introduction, so we might pass over some of the things in the introduction. But in part of my career, in my early part of my career, when I was as young as some of probably the students at the back, I worked with a chap called Larry Hench, with Alan Wilson at the Government Chemist. And you can see me there, labelled me, standing next to Alan Wilson, the inventor and grandfather of glass-ionomous cements. And that was in 1988 at a ceremony where the group won the Queen's Award for Technological Achievement for the glass-ionomous cement. But then later in my career, I worked with the chap on the left there. He is a chap called Larry Hench, and he was the inventor of bioactive glass, or bioglass. And I picked up skills from both those individuals. People are a history or a product of their environment. And you can regard about what I'm talking about now. So the fluorine-containing bioglasses that we've developed and are using in toothpaste and now other professional dental products are, if you like, an amalgamation of the bioglasses and the fluorine-containing ionomer glasses used in a glass-ionomous cement. But they also have other features. The toothpaste has features of a GIC. I want to acknowledge at this point my co-founder of the spin-out company I set up. He's a chap called David Gillam. He's the expert on dentine hypersensitivity in the world. He's rather a quiet, unassuming fellow. All right? He doesn't like speaking at big meetings. He'd rather do a poster. But he's also, he was the first person ever to use a bioactive glass for treating dentine hypersensitivity. And by chance we met, and as a result of that we developed fluoride-containing bioactive glasses for dentistry. So David is key. This chap's played a role on the far left. He's an Indian living in the USA. He's very, very famous in the glass community. And he's called Aaron Varshney. He was the inventor of the EpiPen. He's also one of the big drivers for producing what became known as Gorilla Glass, which you've all got on your mobile phones and tablets. And it was very nice because he gave me his prize back in, I think it was 2019, and I think I got it in 2020. And the chap standing next to me there is the actual guy who developed the Gorilla Glass. So that's a little bit of background. Come on. So in the mouth, sorry, we've missed a slide, I think. Oh, yes, we have. Right, we jumped to. Right, okay, let me show you this. Most people consider glass chemically stable, durable, This is a little video to show you glasses can be very soluble and can react and dissolve very, very quickly. Because I often have problems when I'm talking with audiences, and the idea of putting a glass in a toothpaste, you know, what's going to happen? So this is my former student. He's a professor now. And WG is window glass, and BG is Bioglass, and she's put a little bit of powder in, shaken them up, and can you see the Bioglass one is clear? It's dissolved in under 30 seconds. That is too fast for a toothpaste, right? You ideally want the glass to dissolve over 10 to 12 hours, but I'm sure you wouldn't want to be watching a video for 10 to 12 hours of glass dissolving. So we speeded it up by making a special glass that dissolves super quickly. Now these glasses, these bioglasses, when they dissolve in the body, they release calcium and phosphate ions. And the saliva in your mouth, the calcium and phosphate and hydroxyl ions are in dynamic equilibrium with the hydroxyapatite of your tooth. If the pH goes acidic, in other words, the hydroxyl ion concentration decreases, that equilibrium moves to the left. If you increase the calcium concentration, which way will it go? Someone at the back there? In the green? To the left or the right? He's saying that no one was going to say it out loud. It moves to the right. Right? So as you increase the calcium concentration, you drive that equilibrium to the right. As you increase the phosphate concentration, you drive it to the right. If you increase the hydroxyl ion concentration, you move it to the right. And clearly, if we want to prevent acid erosion and dental decay, we need to have an understanding of these processes in the mouth. But what is the best treatment for preventing tooth decay? Anyone? Fluoride. The fluoride swaps for the hydroxyl ion and replaces it, and you form, rather than hydroxyapatite, fluorapatite. And that is the basis of putting fluoride into drinking water, putting fluoride into varnishes, putting fluoride into glass ionomers cements. Bioglass and Novomin was designed for use as a bone substitute. In 1969, when Larry Hench developed it, he developed it as a bone graft, bone substitute material. It was never intended to be in toothpastes. But now, some 6,000 tons a year of the Novomin Bioglass are used in toothpastes. Less than a quarter of a ton are used in medical implants. So it now dominates the market. But the companies don't tell you they're using a bioglass. It's a sodium calcium phosphosilicate. Glass has negative connotations with the general public. Despite this, the Novomin glass works well. Given it was never intended for that application, it works surprisingly well. The Biomin F glass that I developed was, in contrast, designed and optimized specifically for use in toothpastes. And it differs from the Novomin glass in that it contains fluoride within the glass structure. Now, Novomin can contain fluoride, but it's not in the glass. It has a much higher phosphate content in the glass, and the glass particle size is much smaller. The Biomin toothpaste is sold primarily for treating dentine hypersensitivity. And this is a result largely of open dentinal tubules forming at the tooth surface, and fluid flow within these dentinal tubules triggers the pain. And that's critical. But it's also very good for treating acid erosion or preventing caries in addition. Now this is something that dentists tend not to think about. In the mouth, you are continually producing saliva, and you're continually ingesting it. So anything that goes in the mouth is effectively serially diluted away. And this is critical, because if you take a soluble fluoride into the mouth, then it has a half-life of about a minute. It varies from individual to individual, depending on how much salivary volume they have in the mouth and how much saliva they produce per minute. But if you say there's 2.5 mils of saliva being produced every minute, and the turnover is 2.5, then the half-life is 1 minute for fluoride in the mouth. And that's pretty short. So the fluoride decays away. Can you see the blue line on the graph? It decays away exponentially with time. And this is what Tenkate said. That's not what you want for a toothpaste. You want a low value of fluoride for a prolonged period. And that period is ideally the time period between brushing your teeth. So you want the red line in my diagram. And the person who recognized this was this famous guy from ACTA in Amsterdam, and he said low concentrations of fluoride have beneficial effects on enamel and dentine remineralization. After fluoride treatments, salivary fluoride concentrations decrease exponentially in a biphasic manner to very low concentrations within a few hours. And the key bit is the next bit. For treatments to be effective, longer than the brushing and salivary clearance time of fluoride, fluoride needs to be deposited and slowly released. And this is what the Biamin F toothpaste does. But the Biamin F toothpaste also has a much higher phosphate content than the Novamin. It's about almost 3 times higher. And basically, the higher the phosphate content in the glass, the more appetite the glass can produce, and the faster it produces appetite. And this is from Matthias Eden in Sweden. Now, you don't want the glass particles to be washed away by salivary flow. Otherwise, they won't be effective. What you want them to do is to stick to the teeth and to slowly dissolve over that 10 to 12 hours. And in order to achieve this, we use a polymer called polyacrylic acid. Anyone tell me where you find polyacrylic acid in a dental product? GICs, yes. So we're using, can you see the way I'm using technology from other products? You use what you know and you've learned elsewhere. The particle size of the Biamin F toothpaste is a lot finer than the Novamin. Here we have the particle size distributions, and the D50, 50% of the particles are bigger than that size, 50% smaller. So you can see the D50 for the Biamin is just under 6 microns, whereas for the Novamin, it's nearer 15. Right? This smaller particle size means you've got more small particles that are capable of going into the dentinal tubules, because you want those little particles of glass to go into the tubules and occlude them and then react and form fluorapatite within the tubule. But if they don't go into the tubule, it's not so effective. This just shows some fluoride release data. So you can see we're getting fluoride release over a prolonged period. It's not quite like my flat top plot, but you can see even at 24 hours, we're still getting some fluoride released. So it still has this longevity and slow release mechanism. We use a technique, I'm getting very materialsy now, X-ray diffraction, where we look at the crystalline apatite formation in the glass. So here you can see the bottom diffraction pattern, the black one is the glass. And then with time in Tris buffer, it forms the sharp peaks which correspond to the apatite. Right? But you can see it's quite slow, isn't it? 24 hours. Right? Right, so hold on. In your natural saliva, you have calcium and phosphate ions, and the bioglass uses some of the calcium and phosphate from the saliva as well as some of the calcium and phosphate from the glass, and this speeds up the apatite formation process. So you can see here now in artificial saliva, rather than taking 24 hours to go to completion, it takes a bit longer than 3 hours, but it's much, much faster. We can follow this better with what's known as 31 phosphorus solid state magic angle spinning nuclear magnetic resonance. But what it tells you, you can see the broad peak of the glass, and you can see the sharp peak of the apatite that's formed with time. We're going to pass over this one. We use one of the big differences between the Novamin and the Biamin F is we form fluorapatite. Right? The Novamin forms hydroxycarbonated apatite. The fluorapatite is more stable. Right? But you have a real problem distinguishing between hydroxyapatite and fluorapatite. And the only technique you can use to show you're forming fluorapatite is solid-state nuclear magnetic resonance, which is what we're going to do now. Right? So this is the we're going to perhaps skip over two. So this is the fluorapatite crystal structure. Can you see the light blue sphere pretty well at the center? And the green spheres are the calciums. And we've got a blue sphere, the fluorine, surrounded by 3 calciums. So we call that an FCA3 site, and that's what we look for in the NMR. So here's the spectra. The bottom one again is the glass, and you can see the FCA3 site for fluorapatite is being formed very quickly. Now, the main purpose of this toothpaste is for treating dentine hypersensitivity. And there are 2 ways you can treat dentine hypersensitivity. You can occlude the dentinal tubules in order to stop the fluid flow within the tubules that trigger the pain within the pulp chamber, or you can treat with potassium salts. Potassium salts might work by nerve deactivation, but the potassium is easily washed away, and as soon as the potassium disappears, the pain is back. So tubular occlusion is the more, shall we say, durable treatment. And here we have the dentinal tubules on the left. They've been opened up to make them nice and clear for the purposes of the slide by etching slightly with citric acid. And then they've been treated, brushed with the Biamin F toothpaste and immersed in artificial saliva. And what you can see is the tubules are largely occluded. They're not completely occluded. So for example, top middle, you can see a tubule which is a bit occluded but not completely. Right? You can also see some little particles of glass still sticking to the tooth surface, the dentine surface. But if you then give this an acid challenge, you can see that the smaller glass particles on the surface dissolve, some of the material around the edges of the tubule dissolves, and it reprecipitates on the surface, and you get even better tubular occlusion. Now, the hydroxycarbonated apatite and the calcium carbonate based toothpastes that are used to treat dentine hypersensitivity, if you give it an acid challenge, you are back to where you started from. The fluorapatite has the acid durability. The apatite with the Biamin F also preferentially forms on the walls of the periotubular dentine. Crystals like to grow on a little bit of themselves. We measure in the laboratory fluid flow through the dentinal tubules. And this shows you the data for the Biamin F. You can see we're getting a 90% reduction in fluid flow through the tubules. And after acid attack, it goes up rather than down. This just shows you how it compares with other products. All right? So we have the L-Sense here with 90% reduction. The Novamin does pretty well, right? Considering it was never designed for this purpose. The middle two, the blue ones, are hydroxyapatite, nanohydroxyapatite toothpastes. The Sensodyne Pro Enamel at the end there is a potassium nitrate one, but it's got a lot of silica and TiO2 particles in there as well, which also occlude the tubules a little bit. The other key aspect to the Biamin is it's also a very good remineralizing agent. Right? It's got calcium, phosphate, and fluoride. And so we measure this by taking little enamel blocks, we put them in a cell, we pass an X-ray beam through them, and we measure the amount of mineral in that enamel block as a function of time. So we can measure demineralization rates and remineralization rates. And this just shows you the data. So AS on the far right there is artificial saliva. So the tooth will remineralize if you put it in a saturated solution of calcium and phosphate naturally. The next one is Sensodyne. And the next two are MI Paste and MI Paste Plus, which I never remember the language. Do you refer to, is it tooth mousse or MI Paste use here? Pardon? GC tooth mousse. So, but you can see the Biamin F actually has a very good remineralization property. And this data is now verified by lots of studies, particularly from India, but also from elsewhere as well. There are now over 200 published papers on the Biamin F L-Sense toothpastes. There are, I think, 12 clinical trials, particularly with regard to dentine hypersensitivity. Also treatment of white spot lesions, for example. But probably about a third, somewhere between a third and 40% of them come from India. In dentine hypersensitivity clinical trials, the L-Sense outperforms Sensodyne Repair and Protect and Colgate Pro Relief, and that verifies our data in the laboratory. The data on remineralization of white spot lesions is excellent. There's the only paper where it doesn't come top is a paper by a chap called Reynolds, who is the grandfather of tooth mousse, who doesn't declare a bias. So these are some of the clinical trials, and you can recognize, you can see quite a few of the names, typical Indian names in there. So there we are. You can find these all on the website. So if you want to see the papers, you can go to the website. Biomin and Elsense do extremely well in the clinical trials. And you say, well, why is this? Some of it's to do with the optimized particle size. Some of it's to do with the fact we're forming fluorapatite, which is much more acid durable. And I think that gives you the long-term occlusion that you really need. And it performs better than arginine as well. Arginine doesn't really do a lot for tubular occlusion. It might prevent caries because of it's used as a metabolite by bacteria. So these are some of the sort of clinical benefits. Doesn't get washed away, chemically adheres to the dental hard tissue, doesn't get washed away. You've got controlled delivery of ions. You've got smaller particle size. It's also designed to dissolve faster at an acidic pH. Right? So that's exactly what you want for a toothpaste. When there's a caries challenge, it kicks in. And it forms acid-resistant fluorapatite. It's the only toothpaste to have been accredited for its efficacy by the Oral Health Foundation. And it's got a lower silica content to reduce enamel wear. And the smaller particle size with the Biomin F glass also reduces enamel abrasivity. So, we've got good tubular occlusion. There's also deeper tubular occlusion because the particles are smaller, they tend to penetrate deeper into the tubules. And it's the formation of fluorapatite. The toothpaste it's not a requirement in India, but in Europe, for example, the USA and China, this toothpaste is a Class 2B medical device. But it has the approval in the US, in Europe, and in China. So this is just a summary. Biomin F releases fluoride. It forms fluorapatite. The apatite formation process is very rapid, and it forms it on the peritubular dentine, and it exhibits a very high reduction in hydraulic conductance, and it promotes mineralization. I'll just go and show you one or two more bits. One of the great things I have as an academic, and gives me great joy, is when people send me emails telling me how wonderful the toothpaste I've developed is. And this one is perhaps one of the best ones. It was from a lady whose 7-year-old daughter seemed to have what I think were white spot lesions on her front 2 teeth. And she got her daughter to use the Biomin F toothpaste for a month, and you can clearly see the difference. And she sent me a glowing email. We have quite a lot of the toothpaste is sold all around the world. We sell most actually in India, but we sell the one up there is a Chinese one. The one over the far right, the Biomin with the C, is sold in the USA. And then this is the version we sell in Europe, Canada, Australia, etc. So we're looking a little bit to the future now. One of the problems with the Biomin F toothpaste, its performance is second to none, but it is a little bit on the pricey side. So we're trying to reduce costs whilst maintaining performance. We've just made some versions with strontium and potassium. So at the moment the glass releases sodium, but we can easily make it release potassium, which might have some additional benefits. And strontium actually has a role in preventing caries too. So that's attractive. And we're also trying to develop compositions which we can melt at lower temperatures, because if we can melt at lower temperatures, we can reduce the cost of the glass that goes into the toothpaste. But I'm also interested in taking the technology forward. So this is a platform technology. You can apply it not just for toothpastes, but for example, you can use it in dental varnishes. You can use it in orthodontic cements, and you can use it in self-repairing remineralizing fillings. So let's have a look just at some of those. So anyone an orthodontist here? No? No one's going to put their hand up. One of the big problems post-orthodontic treatment is the prevalence of white spot lesions around the brackets. 50 to 70% of people undergoing orthodontic treatments will have white spot lesions, sometimes quite chronic. And it's very difficult to clean around brackets. And of course, you're generally dealing with teenagers who tend not to be compliant. So you can see. So this is a little study that we did in the laboratory. This is very graphic. I've got lots of hard data with numbers and graphs, but the graphic images are the best. So on the left here, we have a standard adhesive, Transbond XT, and the bracket's been bonded with that adhesive and then been immersed in artificial saliva at pH 4 overnight for 16 hours. And you can see the tooth has gone white all over the surface. It's effectively created that porous enamel, which is symptomatic of white spot lesions. The F-bag one has been bonded with a fluoride Bioglass adhesive, and the same put into acid in the same way, and you can see there's no whitening in the surface of the enamel whatsoever. So we have a prototype orthodontic adhesive which is waiting approval that we've developed with an American company. We've also developed a Biomin F fluoride varnish. So the varnish not only has fluoride, but also delivers calcium and phosphate. And this is sold in conjunction with Voco, and I think it's on sale in India. This is the brochure from the product. It's a high fluoride rosin-based varnish and contains the Biomin F glass within the varnish. This is just a little video, again showing you graphically how effective it is. So can you see that the far right bit is not covered with varnish, and you'll see that there's more loss of mineral on the right side. Right? One of the things with human teeth is they tend not always to be reproducible, and you can see over the surface of the tooth some areas have demineralized and some areas haven't. I don't know what position. What's the position with an amalgam in India now? Are you banning it? Or is it? Pardon? It's on the... Yeah, pretty much like the UK. One of the big problems with composites, the average lifetime of a composite in general practice is slightly over 5 years. And they fail through secondary marginal gap formation and secondary caries. Right? Good for dentists because you have to do repeat fillings. But what we want is something that will inhibit the secondary caries. Amalgams have marginal gaps, but no secondary caries, because they release all sorts of fairly nasty bactericidal ions that kill the bacteria in the margins. So what we want, I think, are materials which prevent secondary caries in the marginal gap, and having materials which release fluoride, calcium and phosphate are particularly attractive. We'll pass over that one. So if you take a composite, make a composite of this, these sort of glasses, you put it into artificial saliva pH 7, it forms apatite on its surface, a fluorapatite-rich layer. And then I've done some studies with art. So using bioactive glass in a composite resin system and following it with the technique called X-ray microtomography. So let's just quickly run through this. So this is my restored tooth. Can you see the yellow line on the plot? We'll look at the mineral concentration along that yellow line in a moment. So that's the blue line on that diagram. And then we'll put the next one in. The next two, the red line is 2 weeks, and the two above it are 4 and 6 weeks. So you can see we're remineralizing the carious dentine, the carious lesion in the bottom. I think you can just see this. Can you see the dark area at the bottom of the tooth? There, that's the carious lesion. That's after 2 weeks. And can you see that the density of the mineral has increased? It's gone whiter. And we do a difference image there. We enhance the contrast. So where it's gone lighter is where we've put mineral back into the tooth. You can see in the restoration, we've lost mineral from the surface, and it's gone into the actual tooth, into the dentine. Can you see the white lines down the edges of the restoration? That's the apatite that's forming in the marginal gaps. So let me just show you that. This is the, whoops, go on one. We're going to look at these areas A, B, C, D. So this is A, which is on the occlusal surface. You can see there's been degradation of the glass in the occlusal surface. And you can see a white line on the top of it. That's the apatite forming. This is the marginal gap. And can you see the white deposit in the gap? So we're forming fluorapatite, essentially, in the gap. And then this is in contact with sound dentine, where the sound dentine became more mineralized. And you think, well, how can sound dentine become more mineralized? It's already mineralized. But what you can see if you look carefully is you can see there's apatite forming within the dentinal tubules. And that's what is the apparent mineralization process. At the base of the cavity, it shrunk a little bit in the SEM because SEM's a high vacuum condition. So there's a little bit of a gap formation, but you can see the loss of the mineral in the composite, and it's gone into the carious lesion. So calcium and phosphate fluoride release from these sort of bioactive glasses can remineralize carious lesions left after art processes. The hydrogen ion exchange for calcium results in a very basic pH, which is attractive. And apatite formation occurs in marginal gaps. So we'll finish there. Just some acknowledgements. I'd particularly like to thank Group Pharma, who've sponsored me to come today. And Laxmikant particularly. Stand up. But also a whole group of people, Armours and Braziers. I won a prize that gave me £25,000, and we spent probably £10,000 of that making the first 10,000 tubes, which were made by Group Pharma in India. And then the company, Queen Mary, my university innovations department, and so on. And these are some of the other people who've all contributed to the work, because whilst I'm standing up here and presenting it, it wouldn't have happened without all these people. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Hall. It's a nice, informative and knowledgeable presentation. Now I call upon two eminent persons, Dr. Anandpal Singh and Dr. Binit Nair, to moderate this session. And if you have any questions, Anandpal.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Hill. Undoubtedly, it was an excellent presentation, and you have sufficient work on it, and obviously you will be working on it further to advance it further, isn't it?
Yes.
Work is obviously in progress. Yes. We'll take some questions from the floor, because I have got one personal question of mine. But before that, is there any questions from the floor? On hypersensitivity. Now, hypersensitivity is something which you people will face in your regular practice. If I am to say in Bengali, দাঁত শিরশির করছে, জল খেলেই ধরছে, these complaints are going to come from morning to night in your clinical practice. But do you think the diagnosis for all will be the same? Some can be because of gingival recession, some can be because of caries, some can be because of abrasion, can be because of attrition. Multiple causes, maybe multiple treatment strategies. So obviously, first you have to understand the cause of the problem and then go to the root of the problem for the treatment, right? You have a question? Yeah, I'll appreciate that. Please.
Hi, good afternoon, sir.
Thank you.
I'm Dr. Ankita Ghosh. Hope you're feeling warm here.
Yeah.
I have a question. Could you kindly explain how we can use slow-releasing fluorides in daily practice? The toothpaste bit.
You can do it with the toothpaste.
Right.
There is an advantage in using that technology. So, for example, perhaps one of my drivers for some of the work I'm doing was a paper by a chap called Jack Tumba, who was a pediatric dentist from Leeds, who actually developed a phosphate glass that had a slow fluoride delivery system. And for example, he bonded little glass lozenges to the back teeth of children's teeth, and it effectively wiped out caries in that population completely. One of the problems with that, it never went forward because the company who funded it was an American company, and they never ever got approval for it in the US. And that's because fluoride is classified as a drug in the US. They waived that classification for toothpastes, and you can get away with it in things like glass-ionomers cements.
So one question,
Yeah.
if we use a slow fluoride releasing toothpaste, I mean the toothpaste is
Yeah.
releasing fluorides
Yeah.
slowly, then is it sufficient that we just brush once in a day?
No, I'd still say it's good to brush twice, because whilst the toothpaste, the glass is designed to release fluoride over 10 to 12 hours, if you put it in an acidic environment, it dissolves very quickly. So it will last 10 to 12 hours at pH 7, but if you have someone who has drinking Coca-Cola all the time, and the pH is 4 or 5 in their mouth, it will probably only last 3 hours. So I'd very much
Got
recommend.
it, sir. Thank you. Nice meeting you.
So it's pH dependent how long it.
Sir, please give me the liberty of answering this question as a periodontist. That is, dental plaque formation takes 12 hours, right? And obviously, that's why you should be brushing twice in a day. Some patients will come and ask you, should I brush after every meal? I brush 3 times in a day. I brush 4 times in a day. You must tell them that too much love is also not good for your tooth, right? And the theoretical explanation for it will be that plaque takes 12 hours to form on your tooth, so obviously twice brushing is required. I think that answers your question, ma'am. Sir, I have a question, sir.
Yep.
Now, 20 years back when I was, or should I say 25 years back, when I was a BDS student, there was a question fixed, that is role of fluorides in dental caries, 5 marks or 10 marks, right? But sir, now, nearly after 25 years, or for last few years, we hear toothpastes which are coming are specifically marked non-fluoridated. European countries, many places don't consider, or should I say, consider fluoride as a necessary evil.
Yes.
So, isn't that concept going against your concept of bioactive glass with fluoride? So I just want your illumination, idea on it.
I would say no, right? Because when you have a normal fluoride, most of that fluoride from that toothpaste is egested or spat out. What you want to do is use a lower amount of fluoride, but use it effectively. And the Biomin, I probably should have said this earlier, the Biomin F glass, when it's dissolved completely, equates to 540 ppm fluoride. So it's giving you about half your fluoride level that you would get with a toothpaste in India.
Right.
But because you're delivering it with calcium and phosphate, and at the same time you're pushing the pH up. So when the glass dissolves, it raises the pH. So you can make much more effective use of that fluoride.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions?
Hi, sir. A wonderful presentation on the sensitivity, which is our main headache for us general practitioners.
Yeah.
I have a question you said about potassium nitrate washes off.
Yes.
And the biomine stays, occludes the dental
Yes.
tubules. Now, how long should we keep using biomine? Is it for long? Is it specific? What would be the how to use the toothpaste basically?
Right. You will get you'll get an effect on the dentine hypersensitivity pretty quickly, right? But you may have occluded the tubules, but you may not have built up that level of occlusion. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yes.
Right. So the pain may have gone away because you've occluded the tubules, but you may still lose some of that occlusion if you don't maintain the use of the biomine F.
So
now, one of the problems, one of the reasons we have is that when people have dentine hypersensitivity, they will buy the biomine. Then it will go away, and they stop using it, and it comes back again.
Correct.
But the biomine F is also very good for preventing caries, preventing acid erosion as well.
So we can use it for a very long amount.
No, I use it
any
every day.
side effects?
No.
To the system, to our body, anything?
No. I mean, the fluoride level is half that of an Indian toothpaste, and it's about a third that of a European toothpaste.
Okay.
And I do think there is a very strong move against fluoride at the moment.
Yes.
Largely coming out of the USA.
Yes.
And there's a lot of the Minister for Health is making some, and the Trump administration making some really crazy claims. So I don't think we want to be driven
They make
by
claims for everything nowadays.
I don't think we want to be driven by that.
Sir, for a sensitive tooth, is there any study how long I should apply the fluoride toothpaste or the toothpaste with biomine component?
How many times?
How long? How long should I use? How long a patient should apply?
You will probably see an effect with it in less than an hour.
Pardon?
Less than an hour.
How long? How many days?
You will see, if you look at the clinical data on sensitivity, there's an effect in certainly under 24 hours in all the trials.
24, okay.
Yeah.
Sir, I have one question. Sir, do we need the regular toothpaste along with these dentifrices when using the tooth sensitivity or hypersensitivity cases?
No, I mean, the biomine F is marketed primarily for dentine hypersensitivity, and that's where it's best. But it is probably, in terms of remineralization, for example, it is apart from Reynolds' study, it comes out better than tooth mousse.
So when we will ask our patients to switch over to normal dentifrices after using this, when it will immediately stop the sensitivity or beyond that?
I wouldn't normally. I mean, if you had a very poor patient, right, then I think the biomine F, there is a price issue. And you say, all right, they're very poor,
Factor of economy is there also.
Yeah.
Any other question from?
Sir.
Oh, sir.
Sir, what is your opinion regarding application of potassium nitrate crystals rubbing over the sensitive tooth with the ball varnish?
Ooh, okay. I mean, potassium nitrate is very soluble, so I don't think crystals will last very long in the mouth.
In place of application of the toothpaste, if I apply crystals, potassium nitrate crystals, and rub it over the surface with the ball varnisher, the sensitivity stops.
Yes.
So why do I go for that costly paste? I'll apply that crystals.
Right, because potassium nitrate works, potassium ions work by nerve deactivation.
Pardon?
Potassium ions work by nerve deactivation. Right? So for potassium
My
to-
question is, do you recommend?
Pardon?
My question is, do you recommend potassium nitrate crystals for application instead of the pest, what you are telling?
Yeah, I mean, potassium nitrate works by nerve deactivation. It switches the potassium-sodium balance, and that deactivates the nerves. But to do that, the potassium ions have got to get down the dentinal tubule, right, to get to the pulp chamber. And one of the issues with doing that is there's a pulpal flow outwards.
Pardon?
There's a pulpal flow outwards. So the flow within the dentinal tubule is from the pulp chamber outwards. So the potassium ions have got to diffuse against the current.
Against?
They've got to diffuse against the current. So it's like a river, and you've got to swim against the flow, right?
Okay.
So that's one of the problems with potassium. Can you get it down the tubules to the nerves,
Is it?
where it will deactivate?
Is there any study like this? Application of potassium nitrate, application of potassium nitrate through burnish, vis-a-vis the effect on the dentinal tubule or the pulp. Can you cite any study like this?
There is a study by it was on,
Okay, sir, thank
on cats in Malaysia. Yeah, yeah.
So, I will invite one question from the young peoples only. Is there anyone? Two question? One question
Anyone from here? Any questions?
from young generation. Yeah, thank you. See, this is a very nice session where you can get the chance to ask this person who is the authority from the material only.
So, sir, as you said, the solubility is very low in this case.
Yeah.
So, can you say, like, if the solubility is that low, like, can we say, like, brushing once with this Biomin F is okay for, like, daily usage?
The solubility of fluorapatite is you know, it will start to dissolve below
Yes,
pH
like,
4.5. So whilst it's the most acid durable of the phases we have, it is not completely acid durable.
but like we showed the datas and all,
Yeah.
like we've still like seen the 24-hour mark, and it is still like very good.
Yes.
So
But,
li-
but it's, if you have pHs, you can have pHs of 2 in the mouth.
Hmm.
Under those conditions, even fluorapatite will dissolve.
Okay.
Now, if you've got pH of 2 in the mouth for any reasonable period, you're going to have lots of acid erosion anyway.
-2 is a very, very low pH.
Yeah.
So that's not the usual case, right? But -2 is a very, it's a very low pH, right?
Yeah, 2 is
So-
very low pH.
Huh. So it's
But
not
you-
the usual case for
No.
like, so I'm saying like for the general patients,
Yeah.
like this Biomin F can be used only once a day, and it's gonna be great.
I'm not sure you're going to be used once.
Once a day, like it's
No, well, I wouldn't, no, I'd use it twice a day.
okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, thank you. Actually, the condition dentinal hypersensitivity or hypersensitivity of the tooth is a condition. But the long days, the old people who are facing this problem didn't get any specific medicine or specific product which will stop that problem. Or the young generation who are facing or who are starting their practice now, they are also facing the same thing. I hope this product will do well and will bring such a conditions when the dentist will say, okay, you use this and you will get rid of this hypersensitivity reaction. Thank you very much. Yet to get it,
Yeah.
but I hope so.
Yeah.
So thank you very much for your nice presentations and the nice interactive session. So,
Thank you, sir. I request our chairperson, sir, Dr. Ashit Kumar Pal, to please felicitate our speaker.
Thank you. Cheers.
A big round of applause, please.
Cheers. Oh, thank you.
I request Dr. Anuranjan Das sir to please come up on dais to felicitate our chairperson, Dr. Ashit Kumar Pal.
Should we take this? Okay. Take this off. Yeah. And you want her on, where are we?
Thank you to all the dignitaries on the dais. The next session is of futuristic importance to all the undergraduate students over here. The reason for that is forensic odontology is being considered by the DCI to be a separate subject in the future. So, if you want to pass in forensic odontology, information about it will be provided by our next speaker, Dr. J.P. Pillai. To introduce him, I request Dr. Anup Bose to please come up on the dais. Connector? Yeah, he's doing. Keep it, he'll do it.
Good afternoon. It's my proud privilege to introduce Dr. Jayashankar Pillai. Dr. Pillai has graduated BDS from Mahatma Gandhi Postgraduate Institute of Dental Science, Pondicherry in 1997, working as a faculty for the last 28 years at Government Dental College and Hospital, Ahmedabad. He teaches dental anatomy, oral histology, oral pathology, and forensic odontology to the dental students, whom I am talking to. Underwent fellowship training in forensic odontology from the Indian Board of Forensic Odontology, IBFO, in 2015. Completed his master degree in forensic odontology with gold medal from GFSU Gandhinagar. He is currently PhD scholar. I think he has completed, he got his PhD now from NFSU, National Forensic Science University, Gandhinagar. He handled more than 500 medical legal cases for age estimation and investigated several skeletal remains cases for age estimation and sex.
Hello.
Pardon? Sorry. Sex identification and bite mark cases referred from Forensic Medicine Department of BJ Medical College, Ahmedabad. Appeared as expert witness in age estimation cases under POCSO Act 2012 in Session Court in Gujarat. published several original research articles in national and international journal like Forensic Science International Reports, Medical Legal Journal, Egyptian Journal of Forensic Science, Indian Journal of Dental Research, Journal of Forensic Radiology and Imaging, and in the Specialty Journal of Oral Medicine and Oral Pathology. He is member of ISDA, IADA, IAFO, Indian Association of Forensic Odontology, and one of the board director in Association of Forensic Odontology for Human Rights, AFOHR, an Italy-based international organization. He is currently the Honorary Secretary of Indian Association of Forensic Odontology, recipient of Fellowship Award from Indian Society for Dental Research in 2007 for his contribution to dental research. Also, he is a recipient of a Founder President Award for Excellence in Dental Research by ISDR 2010. Recipient of Forensic Odontologist of the Year 2023 Award and Excellence in Forensic Science Award from IASN New Delhi 2024. He was invited for guest lectures and hands-on workshop on several national and international organizations, was instrumental in establishing a separate unit of Forensic Odontology and Dental Anthropology at Government Dental College, Ahmedabad. Dr. Pillai has played an important role in identification of victim of Air India 171 plane crash in Ahmedabad. He is external examiner for Forensic Odontology curriculum at JSS Mysuru University and Savita Dental College, Chennai. With this introduction, I would like to invite Dr. Pillai.
Arjun is my best friend. Arjun. Yes,
Please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anup, for this kind introduction. It's the third time I'm coming to Kolkata in a short span of time to deliver a talk or lecture in forensic odontology. Thanks to Kolkata, first of all. So kind hearts here to invite me often on this particular topic. So greetings from Gujarat. So this is a place from where I come from, a state which is very rich in culture, heritage, wildlife, and festivals. The Government Dental College and Hospital, where I work, is one of the few government dental institutes which got the NAC accreditation on the first go with A+ grading and a CGP of 3.44 in the first attempt. So it's one of the few government dental colleges. The uniqueness of this institute is that we have a separate unit for forensic odontology, as highlighted by Dr. Bose in my introduction, that after finishing my post-graduation in forensic odontology, I was given the responsibility of establishing a forensic odontology and a dental anthropology unit, which was unique at that point of time, because as a government institute, we are handling the age estimation cases and also some of the forensic cases which are referred from the medical colleges nearby and also from some national government, non-governmental organizations and Sports Authority of India for age estimations. And also we have a central repository of the dental anthropology data, which was a part of my PhD study, where we collected the dental non-metric traits data so that we can understand the peopling of India in a better way using the tooth morphology. See, this is the other side of the coin. We teach tooth morphology to the students with a clinical perspective, but studying tooth morphology with an anthropological perspective, this is where we were the first to handle those cases, and we were having a repository of nearly 2,25,000 teeth data of non-metric traits. So So that's the uniqueness of this institute. And also, we deal with teaching the forensic science as well as the forensic odontology students of the National Forensic Sciences University, Gandhinagar, where we give the practical training, not the theoretical. Theoretical training are given in NFSU, but the practical trainings batch-wise we conduct at GDCH Ahmedabad. So these are snaps of all the, few of the training sessions which we organize at GDCH Ahmedabad. So today I'm here thanks to the invitation by the IDA West Bengal branch. My special thanks to Dr. Raju Biswas for this invitation and his entire team. And happy to see my friends, Dr. Anup Bose, Dr. Rakshit, Dr. Vinit Nair. So all of them are here. Again, we are happily, enjoying this conference. And now let me enter into the real session. That is the topic of my presentation. And it is nothing but the integration of the forensic science in dental science in forensic investigation. See, this is an IDA conference. It is not a forensic odontology conference where the participants are majority are forensic science or forensic odontologists, aspirants. But here, I expected there are a lot of young minds with a dream to become a good dentist with their clinical practice. But this is, as I mentioned already, it's the other side of the coin, where the dental science has its own application in the legal system. That is what we define as a forensic odontology. But still, there are certain lacunae. Still, the integration is not yet so much bonded. So we need to address all those gaps, and we need to generate a roadmap for the future, like how to carry on with the integration of dental science, or in fact the application of dental science in forensic investigation. So this is my topic I have selected for this particular conference. As I will be dealing with some of the clinical cases, forensic cases which we handle, I request you all not to take photographs of those slides whenever I show those particular images. So this is just to give due dignity to those deceased who have lost their lives. Even after they are dead, they are teaching us. And using them, I am teaching you all. So it's due dignity to them that we do not circulate those images for advertisement or some social media. So kindly abide by this particular disclaimer. It is just for educational purpose only. First part of my presentation today will be like what clinical dentistry and what forensic dentistry is. See, I'll be synonymously using the word forensic dentistry and forensic odontology. Both means the same. So here, clinical dentistry and forensic dentistry, we all are aware. When I was a BDS student 30 years back, I was also dreaming this, that I'll become a good clinician, do a good, excellent practice. Okay, so like, those days the implants were not so much popular. So started learning implants in the late 90s. So now, this is what clinical dentistry, and much more beyond this also. These are some of the areas where clinical dentistries are focused, mainly, like for example, the aesthetic dentistry, the implant dentistry, the restorative dentistry, the rehabilitative dentistry, something like that. So, but what we are going to talk today is how to integrate all these into forensic investigations. For that, we need to know what forensic dentistry is. So this is for the students who, whenever the questions are asked, what is forensic odontology or dentistry? This is the definition given by FDI. And we all know what's the role of FDA in our dental profession. It's a governing body, international body. So there, they themselves have defined this forensic dentistry as a branch of dentistry, but still some of us are not able to absorb that. We still don't know whether we belong to a branch of forensic dentist, we belong to dentistry or forensic science. So actually FDA itself has defined this as a branch of dentistry, though it is not recognized in our country. So what it does, it deals with the interest of justice, not for the patients. This is where we deal with the live as well as the dead patients, dead persons, for identity. So here we do the proper handling. examination of dental evidence. It can be a single part of a tooth to a full dentition or a full jaw. That is dental evidence. Or even sometimes a patterned injury created on a body or an inanimate object also comes under a dental evidence. And evaluation and presentation of those evidence in the court of law. So this is where the definition of forensic dentistry is, and this is what actually the forensic odontologists actually do in their practice. Why dentistry has to fit into forensics? Some of my colleagues were asking. Why dentistry is a different branch and forensics is a different branch? How come dentistry fits into forensic science discipline? Now the answer to them is here. Because in forensics, any branch of science is governed by certain principles, isn't it? We also know that when we do a filling, we are bound by some principles, G.V. Black's principles. So forensic science also is bound to certain principles, like for example, principle of individuality. In any forensics, this is the first principle of individuality. Are we not fitting into this? Like every dentition are same? No, they are unique in the dentition. And the pattern of the teeth, the treatment provided, the alignment of the teeth, so there is certain morphology of the teeth, so there are certain uniqueness. So individuality principle is applicable for the teeth also. Principle of exchange, we call it as Locard's principle. So when we see that even when bite mark investigation, if you see there is some exchange of material. If I just keep my hand here, I'm just putting my sweat here and I'm taking the dust here. So that indicates that there is a exchange of material taking place. So that principle also for dentistry fits in. Like that, there are all these principles the dental field is fitting in. I'm not able to give examples of all these things, but the most important are the principles of individuality and the principle of exchange. Law of progressive change, the classical example what we can give is that age changes in the teeth. As age advances, the dental pattern changes, the dentition morphology changes, and also the pulp chamber also reduces in size. So using all those progressive changes, we applied for age estimation. So these are the principles of forensic science, where dental principle also fits in. So that is why there should be a branch for dentistry called forensic odontology. Then why teeth in forensics? Another important reason is stability. We are handling the most robust structure of the body, the hardest structure in our body. So they are stable, they are durable, they are unique and also accessible. The most important part is accessible. That means the records, the availability of dental records. The accessibility of the oral cavity in the disease is very important, very easy to access the oral cavity than an abdomen while doing an autopsy. So these are the reasons why teeth are held in forensics. Apart from that, we can also say that no two teeth are alike, two mouths are alike, and we rely on radiographs, and also we can see the accessibility and easy reproducibility. So these are the reasons why teeth are important. Now, when we talk about the main domains, the most important domain of forensic dentistry is human identification, especially in the disaster victim identification. So how the teeth are going to play a very important role in identifying a charred body, I'll be showing some examples. The second most important, and in fact the most widely adopted domain in India is the age estimation. So sex identification, because we may be 50% through that case if you can identify the sex of a deceased using the teeth. So 98% we are sure if you can get the pelvis bone, and if you are getting only the cranium or the mandible, only that, so the probability reduces, the percentage reduces. But however, we can use the odontometric as well as the osteometric principles to identify the sex. Bite mark investigation is a controversial topic, but however, after the Nirbhaya's case verdict, this has helped in linking the perpetrator of the crime to the victim or the crime scene. So it's still, there is a controversy prevailing in the Western countries about the use of bite marks in forensic investigations. But yes, it all depends on the evidentiary role of that bite mark. Not all bite marks can be useful in investigations. So depends on the, there's a, that star is applied, condition applied, depends on the evidentiary role of those bite marks. Other domains are also there. We are not going into much of that. There's also one more domain which I don't want to address, that is the, we can also talk about the cases where forensic odontologists handles, especially in the, when they deal with the malpractice cases. So that I have not addressed here. Contributions to forensic odontology, almost all branches are involved. We get contributions from all the science of dental science to forensic odontology. But here, the bridge, what I can say, between clinical dentistry and forensic dentistry is the dental records. They play a very pivotal role in clubbing the clinical as well as the forensic. This is the bridge between, I can say, these two branches of dentistry, the dental records, especially when it comes to the human identification cases. And dental evidence per se also, remember these three things, we use those dental evidence for human identification. Then second is to link the perpetrator of the crime with that crime scene or with that particular victim. Or we can also use this dental evidence as a corroborative evidence in other understanding the manner of death. For example, the pink tooth phenomena, what we see is most common with the strangulation or hypoxial cases, asphyxial cases, sorry. So we can at least give some inputs to the forensic team whether that person was murdered and then put into a water body or he died because of drowning in that water body. So that pink tooth phenomena may provide some inputs. Still a lot of research need to be addressed on this. So what is that pink tooth? I'm not going to elaborate here, but it can give some corroborative evidence in addressing these issues. So these are the three legs where the dental evidence can play an important role in the forensic investigations. Now we address what are the current status and gap analysis. We know we have been teaching this forensic odontology. We know where it is applied, theoretically where it is applied, practically few are applying, but still there are certain gaps. So we are going to analyze all those gaps. So we know that scientifically it is validated. Yes, our age estimation report, when I give it to a court of law, they accept it. They call us whenever they have a doubt, they summon me. So when we go to that court of law, we have to clear it out. Like what method I applied, how I got that particular age. So for their confusion to be cleared, we are summoned. So scientifically it is validated and legally also it is accepted. However, the integration into forensic investigation is still inconsistent, especially when it comes to human identification. Age estimation we have seen, bite marks we have seen that how the court accepted the Nirbhaya's investigation. Court has accepted it. Forensic odontologist role played a very important role there. But still in human identification cases, there need to be some integration which has to be tightened. Because we know that the Indian population, how many dentists are there? Around 3 lakhs. It would have increased now. And approximately 300 are qualified having some degree or some fellowship in forensic odontology. So it's only 0.1% of the dentists who are there. And in that 300, a few only are handling the real life cases. So this is the current scenario of the population, the dentist, and the forensic dentists in India. Majority of forensic odontology is in course form only. I mean to say course form. It is in courses. The colleges teach as an add-on course under NAC, as a value-added course if you want to increase the timing. Certificate and diploma course where there is some qualified person in a college, they start with the certificate course. I also recommend that we should start. Fellowship training, some universities level, if you see, they are conducting some fellowship training. Even I am proud to say that our own Indian Association of Forensic Odontology, we have an Indian Board of Forensic Odontology. We offer fellowship to the IAFO members. So it is 25,000 rupees per year fellowship, 1 year. We send the study materials. You have to study online, and for 10 days or 1 week, you have to come to MAIDS, New Delhi, Maulana Azad Institute of Dental Science, where we are providing the hands-on training to the fellows. So after that, 1 year after, you will be conferred with a fellowship degree. So fellowship trainings are also available. Now here I would suggest that nowadays, when I did my fellowship in 2015, majority of the fellows were fresh BDS graduates. Now we are seeing a change in the trend. Now there are a lot of MDS postgraduates, those who are working in institutes, professors, they are also getting enrolled for our IBFO fellowship. So there is a change is there now. And lastly, the degree course, MSc, because we still don't have MDS in forensic odontology. So the only option which was meant for a person like me is to get the permission from the government, go on a study leave, do a 2 years full-time master degree course that is meant for BDS. Here I recommend the MDS not to venture into this, because you already have a master's degree. So you have to go for a post-graduation or a certificate or a diploma course in fellowship training or something like that, not to go again for a master's degree. So this is my advice. And clinically, so that was for the course. Case works also. We are facing a lot of cases in day-to-day basis also. New cases are coming where odontologist's role is involved. So few government institutes who have access to, or are approached by the investigating authorities, they are dealing with this type of cases. So these are some of the few institutes who are dealing. There are also others, but I could not put everyone here. But what is the current situation here now? Even though we are dealing with good courses for the students, for the MDS, BDS, we are handling a lot of cases, government institutes, but still the lacunae here is where we belong to. The forensic odontology branch belongs where? Is it the branch of forensic science? No, the FSL people say, no, we don't recruit forensic odontologists, so we are not there. Forensic medicine, they don't consider us at all as a forensic expert. They think that we are meant to relieve the tooth pain only and beautify the smile. Don't enter into forensics. So that is their perception. Dental science, again the question mark is, are we belonging to this? Still we didn't get any recognition from the Dental Council of India. So that is why this is a question mark, like where the forensic odontology branch belongs. So this is the biggest lacunae. We're not having the recognition. And whenever any investigation comes, these are the people who are, they join hands and deal with those cases. Forensic dentists, even though available, around 300, experts are available. Person having some basic knowledge about forensic odontology are available in the country, but their expertise are less utilized. So again, that is a lacunae because it is detached from the rest of the investigating team. So we need to, include this in this particular sphere. Now, coming to the disaster site, where the role is very, very crucial. Because as I said already, the teeth play a very important role because they are robust. They are not even destroyed by fire till certain degree. They don't undergo what you call decomposition, or they do not undergo the taphonomic changes are, they are resistant to those things. So in disaster site, if you see, the main role of forensic dentistry is human identification, correct identification of the dead body. Because legal implication, forensic implication, as well as ethical implications are bound there. So the body has to be correctly identified. So for that, our role is very, very important. So that's the disaster side of the Ahmedabad air crash, which I shot when on 12th June, when I visited this disaster site. But what is the scenario now? In disaster site and humanitarian grounds only people are moving. A person having a forensic science knowledge, forensic odontology knowledge may not be legally or officially deployed to a disaster site. So here, there is one forensic science discipline called as humanitarian forensics. So on humanitarian grounds, like when a forensic dentist, he goes and approaches the forensic medicine experts, join hands with them, and how he helps the team to carry out the investigations, to carry out the, so this is actually a lacunae, even though it is not a lacunae, but getting an official deployment is a big issue. So that we need to address in future. The roadmap is still, we are there. Now, in a disaster site involving fire, why the dentist should go? Because these are the reasons. Because he may handle the fragmentary remains, he may be useful to identify the dental crown, dental bridge, dentures which are scattered in that disaster site, okay, and also to stabilize the tooth when it is completely charred. So these are all the applications where the forensic dentist can be used. Not me. It's not a person who is having a forensic odontology interest is telling this. This is by the Interpol, the International Police Organization. They have given the 3 identifiers which are primary identifiers. The first one is the fingerprint. Yes, we agree to that. We have given all our fingers in Aadhaar so that we have the, identity. The second is the dental. And the third is the DNA. Now, what actually happens now here is people get confused between dental and DNA. Now, getting a DNA sample from tooth is not dental identification. This I want to be very clear on this. This is a big misconception happened in many of the tragic incidents. We do consider that DNA from tooth is dental identification. No, it is actually a DNA identification. The source of DNA was from tooth. So dental identification, what the Interpol mentions is something different. What is that? Yeah, now teeth has joined this thing. Earlier we saw 2, teeth has joined. Now, what is the dental identification? And why dental identification is important? Because we all know that the probability. You see that? Now, having 32 teeth and 160 surfaces, now just imagine if I say 10 teeth are missing in a person. Now, what is that probability? What are those 10 teeth missing? You see that? And another is if I say 10 surfaces are filled. Now, what are those 10 surfaces filled? Probability, you just try to put it. It's more than the world population of 7 billion. So that discriminatory power the dental identification has got. So, and especially when we have antemortem data. Now that is the clause here. Availability of antemortem data is the clause here. Now that if it is available and if you have a postmortem dental data to compare it with the antemortem, there is a better chance of identification. And also a quickest form of identification, because DNA, of course, it takes 1 week or 10 days to get the result. Till that time, the body has to be stored in a cold storage. So better to go for a dental identification. And as I mentioned earlier in my slide, the Interpol says that if a positive match is found using dental identification, it can be trusted as a standalone identifier. So why to bypass the dental identification and jump directly into DNA? So that is my question. So in case if you are not getting the dental identification possible, then yes, DNA is the gold standard. But that I'm not ignoring, but not to bypass the dental identification, that is my point of view. I'll give one example. Just consider there is a fire accident. And the victim's relative came and told that this person who died, charred completely, underwent a dental treatment some 10 days back. Now, he gave the details of the dentist who treated that person. Now, when I contacted, suppose I contact the dentist and I'm getting the ante-mortem record, because 10 days back he was treated, so I contact the dentist and collect the ante-mortem detail. Now, he had provided these 2 X-rays. These are the antemortem radiographs taken during that treatment. That particular person underwent root canal treatment in 17 and 27, and he had some zirconia crowns in 17 and 27. And you can see 18 is badly carried, yes, and 24 is also having mesiocclusal caries. So this is what I call it as the antemortem dental findings. Now, 10 days back only, after that he has not gone to any dentist. Now he died of charring, completely charred. For example, it's a flight accident, air crash. There were some 200 members on board. Now all the 200 bodies were lying in the postmortem room. This is an example I am giving. Now you just imagine, as a forensic dentist, if I am there in that scene, what I will look for. And he is a male. The first thing we do is the triaging. Separate male and female, triaging, what we call it as a triaging, by age. And in that 200, if there are 70 male, the remaining female. So in that 70 male, I just need to get the incision done and just open the mouth and look for these crowns only. Now you tell me, out of that 200 persons on board, how many will be having this combination? Only one, that person only. So this is what is called as dental identification. Now we need to sensitize this to many stakeholders of forensic identification. They think that remove one molar, send it for DNA, that DNA will come after 10 days and you close the case. This, on the same day we can close that case. That this is what we need to highlight as a dentist, that this is our role. Just need to sensitize those people who are not considering dental identification. Other lacunae we know at the disaster site, fragmented remains is one of the challenges we need to handle. Practically I have experienced that. Alteration of dental tissues due to extreme fire, shortage of trained forensic odontologists. That is why institute should come up with some fellowship or certificate or diploma courses using the trained forensic odontologists. Limited access to digital dentistry and 3D imaging, and non-availability. This is a very important thing. The non-availability or incomplete access to dental record. So it is now mandatory that all dentists should maintain a dental record. Now I'll come to the other part of the story later on. Within dentistry itself, there are lacunae. Lack of proper recognition, so this is the biggest gap we need to address. Poor recording and maintenance of dental records by our own fellows. Academic curriculum for BDS and MDS need to be strengthened. Lack of coordination and support from fellow dentists and antemortem dental records are required. The word forensic itself is an alarming word to many. The word court, the word legal, these are some of the words which is frightening to some. So here for forensic human identification, these need to be addressed. And of course, lack of practical training and mortuary visits. World Trade Center attack, we all know that. It happened. And you see, majority of the people were identified by DNA, 57, but dental X-ray also contributed to nearly 26% of identifications were done using dental X-rays alone. And of course, combination also it provided, but this is the scenario where in USA, because they had a very good dental record maintenance system, this was possible. The air crash, what happened, so this is how our team was working. You can see that, the entire night of that, don't take photos, madam, please, don't take. The entire night of that 12th June, we were there in the postmortem, and I'm very proud to say that at one point of time, the dentists were outnumbering the medicine people, forensic medicine people. We were more in, on humanitarian grounds only. So we were helping the forensic team in extracting. You can see that someone is sitting down and extracting the tooth and collecting it in a box. So this is how, we worked on that entire night. And of course, there was a huge hype based on the media that, but what they did here, you can see that. The extracting DNA from teeth, that is why I am addressing this today. Our role was not to extract DNA. We didn't do the DNA extraction. The problem here is, for DNA also we use the word extraction, for tooth also we use the word extraction. Now, we did the extraction of tooth for the DNA purpose. So, our team didn't do the dental extraction, DNA extraction. That was done by forensic medicine. That was their job. They did a great job there. But we actually were involved only in the extracting of the tooth. And yes, for 135 patients, victims, we did a dental charting so that we could try to identify them at the earliest. Few of them were having dentures also. One of the case you can see very clearly the characteristic dental finding here in this particular female was charred. The lateral, the rotation of the lateral, the fracture of that. So if that tooth survived the fire, this simple selfie photo is enough to prove the identity. That is why we need to address that everyone should go for their own photograph, the teeth photographs. I'll address that at the end also, that I've got a copyright also on that. The dental remains. This is a very, in fact, has taught me also during this disaster. It is not only the identification that dentists can do, the triaging. If it is commingled with several bodies, and if the particular victim's body, there are a lot of age range in that, to separate the bodies according to age, dentists played a very important role. Because when we see the number of teeth, no need even to take the x-rays at that point of time. I will show you in one of the cases how it helped in identifying that particular person as a child. So that is why dental remains may also help determine the approximate age of a person. So that will help in fact, a misidentification, help in avoiding this misidentification. So that is why age is also important. This case, you can see if this is the case and if any medicine people sees or any forensic science people, they look at this case, they will not have the vision what we are having as a dentist. We know that where the teeth are, where the bone is, where the milk teeth and where the permanent teeth are. So you can see very well that that day we could easily make out this is D, this is E, so 4 and 5 are below, 6 has erupted, 7 is still undergoing formation, mineralization. So 6 has erupted and 5 is about to erupt and crown completion has taken place. So immediately there is an atlas. This is the London Atlas. You can compare it with the London Atlas. At least you can tell this particular body, the age of this person is around 7 years, less than 12 years. So that someone is coming and claiming my father's body, de do mujhe. So you cannot give this body to that person. So in that way it has helped, the age estimation helps in avoiding the misidentification or mishandling the bodies. But this is also one of the things which even I learned in this particular tragic incident. So go for age estimation also in such cases. Dentures, now August gathering, I can address that. The prosthodontist, the general dentist should, welcome or should suggest use of denture labeling, denture markers. Incorporate either their Aadhaar card or some number in their dentures, so that such cases can be on the spot identified. Westerners, they are using RFID tags. We can at least use our Aadhaar number, no? Just encryption of Aadhaar number space. There are several methods available. You can search. So we should put up this to the Prosthodontic Society or even to our IDA platform like this, that make it mandatory in India that every complete dentures should have denture labeling. So this is, you people are very prominent in IDA, Indian Dental Association and Dental Council. Raju Biswas sir is there. So they can take this and make it compulsory or mandatory to advocate this thing. We, in 2020 itself, long back, we have addressed this issue. Like in India, we still don't have the guidelines we still don't have a team for disaster victim identification. So that is why in 2020 we published in a journal, and to my surprise, this particular article was cited by NDMA in the framing the guidelines in the recent times. So you can see that the Indian relevant authorities can upgrade best practice in human identification through the involvement of forensic odontology expert in DVI procedures. So gap analysis, that was the current scenario. We need to address this gap, institutional gaps, educational and training gaps, technological and infrastructural gaps, and operational or implementation gaps. Institutional gap, if you see, we need to form a, regularize this forensic odontology, come out with some protocols, guidelines from the government, and also we should include some forensic odontology should be included in forensic science frameworks. Educational, we are doing it at par with other institutes, at par with other countries, conducting lot of courses, but what we lack here is the recognition from the council. Technological, yeah, with the availability of data, dental records should be digitalized so that easy accessibility is there, and proper maintenance of dental records also is one important gap we need to address. Operational, we need to use the methodologies which are often followed in Western countries, frame our own Indian constitution or guidelines we need to make, and also we need to address this very important gap, the delayed involvement of forensic odontologists in investigations. So early deployment is the need of the hour. Dental records, I am not going much detail because you all know that, but where we can safeguard ourselves when we have a good dental record is against malpractice litigations. It will be a very good boon to us when we are able to safeguard ourselves. Disaster victim identification is what we need to focus, and of course some criminal investigations and also human identification of decomposed bodies. The guidelines, IDA has given guidelines. You can go to this website, download, there is a form is there, how to maintain the dental records. You can customize it to your practice, make it digital. So these are the guidelines which are available. Register in this National Dental Register is there under Ayushman Bharat Digital Health Mission. So every dentist practitioner can register under this, under Government of India, so that there is a good networking, or they can go and access any registered dentist for at times of need. This, the one which I was talking about, we should advocate that every individual should have their own frontal smile photo and also the occlusal photo. So this was the idea. I came out with the identity card, your dental identity, which was copyrighted recently. I got this copyright on 30th December last year. And what I meant here is everyone should have a card like this, where they should have the other details, demographic details will be there. Apart from that, try to have this type of, this is my own setup. The occlusal view also can be, here in this case, not only the treatment details, if any, or the alignment, even the dental traits also can be very useful. If I am seeing a body having a very big cusp of Carabelli, okay, upper first molar, and if someone, suppose this became a success, everyone is having this identity card. And if someone, the next of kin is coming with this card and claiming that body, in that photograph, there is no cusp of Carabelli at all. See this, I'm just giving one example. So will that not be useful in avoiding the misidentification? Yes. So that is why not only the treatment, not only the alignment form, okay, even the traits also can contribute for this type of. So that is why this got copyrighted, and we are in the process of upgrading it to other level also. Now, with all these gaps analysis done, we conducted a conference, IAFO, at NFSU Gandhinagar, where we had a panel discussion involving the stakeholders, forensic human identification in one platform, united all of them in one platform. That panel discussion was held in September, and in November 7th, last year, the NDMA called us to give a presentation in Delhi. The team from NFSU and myself, we went to NDMA's Bhavan in New Delhi. This is under the Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India. So where we presented how the tooth plays an important role in human identification. This address to the Secretary IAS, Manish Bhardwaj sir IAS, in front of him, we addressed this. A core committee was formed, expert committee was formed following this particular meeting, and now we have a guidelines released last week. Last Monday, we released this guideline. It just took 2 months to completely frame a guidelines. So far, we were not having these guidelines. Now, in this particular National Disaster Management Guidelines on Comprehensive Victim Identification and Management, a separate chapter on odontology is written by our team. So we have published this, how we can use this at times of need. Now this is at central level. Now this has to infiltrate into state level, into district level for a proper implementation. So whenever in your district or in your place, whenever you happen to address any disaster cases, try to sensitize the local authorities, administrative authorities about the availability of this guideline so that it is implemented. We also addressed this in a consultative forum which was held in AIIMS, New Delhi, where the forensic medicine experts from all over AIIMS, all over India, we met, and there also we presented how odontology can be very useful in mass disaster victim identification. So in that guidelines we have mentioned about what ante-mortem dental records you can collect from the patients. I'll just run a audio, guys. Audio, so. No. This video was released by NDMA last Monday. Why the audio is not there? Highlighting the importance of teeth, and also planning to have a dental data registry, where every individual's dental data will be having a central repository at NFSU Gandhinagar. So at times of need, they may be utilized. So that is the need of the hour. So that is how it was framed. So this was released just last Monday. I mean, this week's Monday only. Roadmap for future, the last part of my presentation now, how we can go ahead with the future roadmap. Of course, we have identified the gaps. Now, where to fill, how to fill is the point of discussion now. Now we need to unite together along with the law enforcement, judiciary, forensic fraternity, including forensic medicine, forensic pathology, forensic science, FSLs, disaster management authorities, and policymakers, because ultimately it goes there only. The policymakers are the final authority to say yes, give a green signal like how it happened in the guidelines. So this we have to join. So based on this plan only, the panel discussion was held on September 2025 at NFSU, and based on that panel discussion, we could come to this particular platform, that is release of these guidelines. So formal recognition, the first and foremost, the Dental Council of India should recognize this degree, or should start with an MDS degree in forensic odontology, or come up with the new NDC curriculum that forensic odontology is one of the core subjects and will be taught by the expert forensics who are having additional degrees in forensic odontology. Development of national guidelines with the Interpol. Yes, we have achieved this. Last Monday we achieved this. We framed the guideline. So when we want to talk about the roadmap, so we are yet to achieve the first one. But yeah, second one we have achieved. These guidelines pertaining to DVI only. There are similar guidelines we need to frame, like for example, age estimation, for sex identification, like that there are several domains. How to give the compensation in dental trauma cases, no guidelines. How we judge how much compensation should be given, there's no guidelines. So again, there is slight lacuna we need to address. But pertaining to DVI, yes, we have achieved this. Establishment of dedicated forensic odontologists, yes, slowly gaining pace. The first dental college to have its own dedicated forensic odontology department was SDM Dharwad, and still maintaining. Following that, there are several institutes who are coming up with establishment of at least a unit under the aegis of either oral medicine or oral pathology, or collaboratively. But they should deal with forensic cases, deal with forensic odontology research, and also deal with the academic training. Inclusion in disaster management and law enforcement frameworks yet to be implemented, because this, I will put a tick mark, and based on the guidelines, if some authorities give deployment to a forensic dentist in that particular area. Now in that guidelines, I have clearly mentioned that at times of need, the NDMA will contact the IAFO office. Then IAFO office will have a list of all the fellows who have trained under IAFO, under IBFO. Now their names, if suppose somewhere in Assam, some flood has happened and there is a disaster, and we need to have a deployment of forensic dentists there. So we will look into the database where these, how many forensic odontologists are there in Assam. So their names and contact details will be sent to them. So that still we have not yet framed that. So again, this is a pending. So the roadmap has to be done. Yes, one academic we have already gone through, but yet to get the notification that NDC is formed. NDC is including as a 15th subject as a forensic odontology and toxicology, forensic medicine. So this is there. Training of police officers, law enforcement agencies, that also is the need of the hour. So regularly conduct training, workshop, sensitize these people so that they approach the forensic dentist here. The last technological, when there is a much hype on AI, so how AI can be integrated into forensics also is a new domain of interest, so that also can be addressed here. Yeah, this again, so international collaboration. We have international organizations, so Indian government or the organizations or associations in India need to have collaborations with them. Future perspective, with appropriate policy support, again I mean to say the policy makers play a very important role. The policy support, education and technology, forensic odontology can evolve into a mainstream, reliable and indispensable pillar for forensic science. And conclusion may, I say that dental science offers unparalleled reliability in forensic investigation. Many cases we have seen. But bridging the existing gaps through structural reforms will ensure its effective integration into forensic investigation, strengthening the justice delivery and the disaster preparedness. So again, what are all those gaps we need to address and to prepare a roadmap? And with this, I finish my talk, and I always put the tag truth through tooth. So because the tooth always reveals the truth. So thank you very much for your silent listening. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dr. Pillai. As usual, it was a rocking presentation. But for the platform like IDA, some point we will discuss later on, because all people are, I think, hypoglycemic appetites too. Regarding political involvement In India, nothing happens without political will. Whatever judiciary, whatever administrative people do, political will. Not only in West Bengal, you are laughing. For the Balasore train accident, triple train accident, I approached, I ran post and pillar for pro bono service for the identification. 43 people were lying there. Not even a single email reply came to me. A phone call came, we are going for DNA analysis. 19 days after, they came with the DNA reports. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Pillai. Really an eye-opener. Last time I missed your presentation because of some preoccupied. That's why I made it a point today that I should sit and listen to all. Because actually our knowledge about this area is really zero. We want to upgrade ourselves. Anyway, the stepping stone was today. Thank you. I request our chairperson to please felicitate our speaker, Dr. J.P. Pillai. A big round of applause, please.
Just take one, please. One of my pleasure to have from one of our own IAFO members and a good friend, Dr. Anup Bose. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I request Dr. Sanjay Prasad to please felicitate our chairperson, Dr. Anup Bose. Our next session is a symposium on prosthodontics, which will begin shortly.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll.
Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello.
Good afternoon, everybody. After a sumptuous lunch, I think you didn't have your lunch? I think you must have enjoyed the lunch. Yeah. So, it's again time to back for some more learning sessions. So, we'll be having a symposium of some learned speakers from the Department of Prosthodontia. The symposium is From Diagnosis to Prognosis, Solving Everyday Clinical Problems in Removable Prosthodontics, RPD and CD. The moderator for the session is Dr. Saurabh Banerjee. I request him to please come up on the dais. The speakers themselves are clapping for the moderator. Thank you. So you got the hint. I request the other speakers, Dr. Sanjay Prasad, Dr. Samiran Das, Dr. Dolanjapa Dasgupta, Dr. Arindam Kormakar, and Dr. Shomitra Ghosh to please come up on the dais. Dr. Saurabh, please take forward the symposium and give us a rocking session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vineet, for the introduction. At the outset, I thank IDA West Bengal State Branch and IDA North 24 Banga District Branch for organizing this symposium and inviting us as speakers and moderators. So today's symposium is about from diagnosis to prognosis, solve everyday clinical problems in removable prosthodontics. So we will speak more of the RPDs today. So if we see the data, so data is we see a prevalence of complete edentulosism among the elderly population of India, aged 65 years of old is correctly 19 to 32%. So around 19 to 32% of population are basically edentulous. They don't have any teeth. So which basically needs that for us, for prosthodontists, to replace the teeth. Again, another data is there. Sorry for this study has been done to see the overall prevalence of edentulism in India was around 16.3. So we have 16.3 of people who doesn't have any teeth. China has less 9%, Mexico has 21%, Russia has 18%. So we have this burden of patients who are coming to our clinics or colleges for replacement of teeth as dentures or fixed or removable dentures. So we have two types of options. One is a removable denture, one is a fixed denture. So removable dentures are basically because we are speaking on removable dentures, we'll speak about the advantages, which are basically economical, cost is less, conservative, easy to maintain and modify, suitable for extensive tooth loss and ideal for medically compromised patient. So these are the removable dentures. We have complete dentures, like conventional and complete dentures. We have over dentures that can be tooth supported over dentures, that can be implant supported over dentures. We have removable partial dentures, which are basically acrylic RPDs, cast metal RPDs, the cast partial RPDs, and flexible dentures. So today's speakers will focus more about these topics, those problems you encounter in your everyday life or in your practices. So Dr. Professor Das will more or less encourage us or elaborate us on the diagnosis and treatment planning for removable dentures. Professor Dolanjapa Dasgupta will speak on the impression procedures. Professor Samiran Ghosh will speak about the design, insertion, and chair side adjustments. Professor Prasad will speak on the bite registration and occlusion. And lastly, Professor Kormakar will speak on the problems, patient satisfaction, denture maintenance, tips and tricks and everything. So I hand over the podium to Professor Samiran Das, who will evaluate us on the diagnosis and treatment planning for removable dentures.
Hello. Good afternoon. It's an honor to be here in front of you for removable partial dentures. As the saying goes by Divan, that meet the mind of the patient before meeting the mouth of the patient. That is, whenever the patient walks into your clinic or the office, the first thing is to take a proper history. See, in clinical practice, it is actually difficult to take the history, but some mental notes has to be made so that you know what kind of patient is coming to you. If you see the classification that has been given by House, there are 4 different types of patients, but this is a nightmare. If a hysterical patient comes to you and seeks treatment from you, and if you have not diagnosed this patient as a hysterical patient, you will be in a deep soup. So these type of patients, what happens is, they are actually not motivated enough. They come to your practice because of the pressure from their peers, because of the pressure from their friends or relatives, and these type of patients will generally have a lot of systemic disorders as well as psychiatric disorders. So whenever you see this type of patients, it is must that you refer this patient to a psychologist or a psychiatrist, take their opinion, and then proceed further for the next treatment plan. Now, if you see the problems that you generally encounter in day-to-day practice, it is mostly because of the CO-CR mismatch. Centric occlusion is lost. Whenever teeth are lost, the proprioceptors, the nociceptors, all are lost. So if your CO doesn't match with CR, what happens is, you'll see that the mandible shifts in the CO repeatedly, and the patient tries to close the mouth. Whenever he or she tries to close the mouth, what you will find that the elevator muscles are your masseter, your temporalis, and medial pterygoid. Leave medial pterygoid aside, but you will see that in these patients, the elevator muscles, that is externally, you can feel that masseter as well as your temporalis are taut. They are not relaxed. So easily you can make out. Now, there can be 2 different types of situations in your clinic. One is a patient is an old denture wearer. He or she is wearing the dentures from the last, say, 5 to 7 years or so, and a new denture wearer. If an old denture wearer comes to you, then it becomes a relatively easier task for you. You know the history, you can see the denture, and you can make a mental diagnosis. What is the hygiene condition of the denture? What is the occlusion? If the patient is eating from one side, you'll see that there is a lot of attrition on a particular side. So these issues can be broadly classified into 4 different types. The first one is tissue related. You'll see that the patient comes to you with loose dentures, because of residual ridge desorption, loss of vertical dimension. Inflammatory conditions can be your denture stomatitis, Epulis fissuratum, traumatic ulcers, or there can be flabby ridge formation. Most of these conditions can be handled. You need not make a new set of dentures. You can modify the denture. You can increase the vertical dimension in case the occlusion is proper by relining or rebasing. And these inflammatory conditions, you can surgically excise some, give some rest, and go for the same kind of processes. But in case the patient comes with these problems, that is denture related problems, on occlusal surfaces, loss of retention and stability, fractured or repeatedly repaired dentures, and poor aesthetics, then you have to change the denture. Your fractured or repeatedly repaired denture, stability is compromised of this laptop, like in our complete dentures. So in case you see a fractured or repeatedly repaired dentures, you will note that this particular patient has some neuromuscular issues or some psychiatric issues by which he is actually dropping the denture again and again. Now there can be functional issues like reduced chewing efficiency, clicking or instability during function, speech difficulties, there can be psychological problems like over-dependence, resistance to accepting new dentures, and difficulty adapting to new dentures after long-term use. In most of these cases, you will have to fabricate a new set of dentures. Now, if a patient comes to you, there are certain contraindications, where you should not touch the patient. There are relative contraindications and there are absolute contraindications. Now, in case you have this absolute contraindications, there are certain cases like autoimmune disease, where you have pemphigus vulgaris, where there are bullae that are present inside the mouth, you should not touch them. There can be necrosis of the bone, there can be traumatic ulcers. These ulcerations can be because of cancerous conditions. Please do not touch. And there is another condition, that is your acrylic allergy. In 1.3% of the population, we see that patients have acrylic allergy. So if the patient has acrylic allergy, shift to newer materials, shift to polyamides or some other materials. Now there are contraindications which are relative in nature. If the condition improves, you can go in fabricating a set of dentures, that is complete denture or a partial denture. The first one is your weak or mobile supporting teeth. So in these cases, improve the oral hygiene, splint the teeth, and then you can start fabricating a new prosthesis. Medically compromised, the diabetes has to be controlled. Bleeding disorders can give you nightmare, as well as bruxism. There are different types of bruxism, which I will not be elaborating here on. There are certain critical areas in complete dentures. In the maxillary areas, the most critical area is the posterior palatal seal area, which is the area between your anterior and posterior vibrating line. Now, if you get a class 1 complete denture, the horizontal area that you get, that is much more, which is around 5 millimeter to 1.2 millimeter. If you get class 3, the horizontal area that is present in these cases are very, very less. So your compressibility is more over here. You have to apply lot more green stick or fluid wax or some other material by which you are taking the impression and compress the tissues before you fabricate a denture. Now, if I see the troubleshooting and the solution to these problems, the first one is an overextension. The patient will come to you saying that he is having painful and chewing difficulty, that is painful and difficulty in swallowing. So what you do is selectively relieve this particular area, cut that particular tissues, area of prosthesis. If there is an underextension, there will be loss of retention. You will have to make, add a palatal seal to that particular area. Under post damming, that is, we are talking about the depth of the posterior palatal seal. You have to retake the impression. You have to remake the prosthesis. Over post damming, the dentures will fall from the patient's mouth. You have to trim those areas and give relief to the areas. We also see problems related to the frenal attachments. Either you relieve these areas by a straight fissure burr or a pear-shaped burr, or you go for frenectomy in these cases. Most of the problems that we generally see is mostly in the mandibular arch. So this mandibular arch is because of the relation that changes between the maxilla and the mandible. It is because of the resorption, that is, you see centripetal resorption in case of maxilla, the maxilla becomes small. You see centrifugal resorption, where the direction of resorption is outward and downward, so the mandible becomes larger. These are common cases where you generally see, which is known as witch skin or chin ptosis. Sometimes it is said that the chin can touch the nose. Okay? So this is another diagram or photograph showing the amount of resorption that can take place in mandible. So what are the critical areas over here? The most critical area over here is the retromylohyoid curtain. In case you get class 1, that the amount of depth is more, you can easily stabilize this particular denture if there is gross residual rich resorption. Now the second critical area is the tongue, the size and shape of the tongue. In case you get class 1 type of tongue, that is, the tongue is resting on the side, on the lingual flange, and it is sitting on the cingulum area of the lower incisors. That means the tongue is not giving enough pressure so that the denture is dislodged. If you get class 2, it is sitting on the cingulum of the lower teeth, but it is exerting too much of pressure, okay, so that the denture is not stabilized inside the patient's mouth. The tongue class 3, it is not touching the incisors, neither it is giving any kind of pressure on the denture. So here, what becomes important is the neutral zone or neutral zone centric approach, so that the denture is stable. So which, if you see the differences between the mechanical denture, where the primary reliance is on the surface area and seal, but here functional muscle balance is more important. It is mostly indicated for extremely reserved ridges. Now this is, I'll not be discussing about this particular part, but you make a matrix and you make sure that the forces are neutralized or set. Let us skip this. Now, another slide I wanted to add is we come upon patients who has this gagging problem. Okay? So the impression making is different, the process is making is also different. So what we generally do is we do distraction techniques. That is, we pass the leg to be lifted, we put salt over here, but you have taken the impression. What about the processes that you are giving? The patient will not wear the processes. So what you can do is, you can make a denture like the training denture that is mentioned over here, as well as you can put few of the teeth. Once the patient accepts, you can modify this particular denture and go in for another set of dentures. You can take the impression with, modify the impression tray with wax so that alginate or some other material, it doesn't flow overboard and the patient feels more gagging, or you can give a conventional palateless denture. Thank you. That is from my side.
ডাবল স্টিকিং টেপটা নেবে আছে ল্যাপটপটা দাঁড়া এটা পড়ে যাচ্ছে পারবে না এইভাবে ডাবল স্টিকিং টেপ চেঞ্জার এখানে আছে কি বলছো ওরে দেবো না কোনো কিছু মনে হচ্ছে
ঠিক আছে স্লাইড চেঞ্জ কোথায় ছিল স্টার্ট করি স্যার শোনা যাচ্ছে So I'll be discussing the next important aspect of fabrication of denture, which ensures the clinical success, that is making of impression. Now as you can see, these are two finished complete denture, the tissue surface, and this is the impression. Can't say fully ideal, but okay, it's a good impression we can say. And this is the denture.
Why I have kept this photograph for you is that whenever you are evaluating an impression which you have recorded, you know what is the denture border thickness, right? We know that how my ultimate product is going to be. So this actually mimics here, okay? So if my denture is going to be like this, my impression should look like this. If I want a denture like this, the impression, the tissue surface exactly look like this. Then only I can ensure that I am going to have a good clinically workable denture. Otherwise, it is either it will be underextended or it will be overextended. What we do, if we deliver a overextended denture, it is coming out. What we do, we trim, right? The moment we trim the border area, actually we are creating some artificial border. It is not exactly the replica of the anatomy of the what is there in the mouth. The anatomy of the mouth, inside the mouth, can only be duplicated or made by a proper impression technique, not by trimming. Joto bhaloi trim kori na keno, that is an artificial border we are giving. That is not the exact scenario in patient's mouth. So creating a successful complete denture starts with an accurate impression once my diagnosis and history part is supporting my treatment plan. So I would like to discuss how impression is going to affect the final outcome under this heading. I think all of us know, right? The first question we have to actually remember korte hoy porikkar jonno. Viva question, theory question, principles of impression making. What are the objectives? First is preservation of the alveolar ridge, right? Mone ache? Preservation of the alveolar ridge. What does that mean? Now, if you get a patient of suppose 50 years with no bone resorption, I think I don't need any photograph. We can imagine what kind of ridge we are going to get, right? Good bulky ridge. Now we are getting a patient, Didima, coming to clinic, 20 years of edentulousness, right? Mukta dekhi bole di, ei case ta PG clinic e please transfer karo. We are not going to do that denture, right? Because we are expecting that we are going to get a resolved ridge. Now the whole concept of preservation of alveolar ridge is, what is prosthesis? Prosthesis is replacement of, prosthodontics is totally replacement of missing part. But if we have a patient where suppose ridge height is this, definitely initially the ridge height was this big. Preservation of ridge doesn't mean that I am going to give a prosthesis where I am going to gather this height. Again, this is not preservation of the ridge. এটার জন্য একটা খুব ভালো কোট আছে, that preserve what is there rather to gain what was there. তা সিচুয়েশন আছে, আমি সেইটা নিয়ে কাজ করব. If I have a resolved ridge, I have to, my impression, my treatment plan should be such that I preserve that resolved ridge. I am not going to overload that ridge by trying to do something. Of course, in the day of implantology, we do bone graft and all. That is a total whole different scenario. We are not going to discuss that. কিভাবে প্রিজার্ভ করব? Has a morphology, mandible has a trajectory, maxilla has a trajectory through which force acts on the bone, and the underlying bone, the morphology of the bone is also different in different area, right? সেই জন্য আমরা পড়েছিলাম some area are supporting area, some area are relief area, right? So we have to understand that anatomy, and we have to only provide stress where stress can be tolerated, not an area where stress cannot be tolerated. So treatment plan where we are going to impression technique. We all know that selective pressure impression technique, right? So that is how we preserve alveolar ridge. Next is support. Support mane যে ফোর্স এখানে হচ্ছে, we are not going to discuss the definition of support. Support মানে এখানে সোজা বাংলায় হচ্ছে আমার যা টিস্যু অ্যাভেলেবল আছে সেখানে পার স্কোয়ার এরিয়া যেন আমার ফোর্স কনসেন্ট্রেশন কম হয়। তার মানে আমি এখানে যদি ফোর্স দিই, সেম ফোর্স will be, if I apply the same force over this surface area, per square area, whatever may be the digit or the unit, the per area, the stress will be less. So our motto is by impression technique to ensure that the support is well distributed. The support is well distributed, kind of snowshoe effect, having a bigger shoe so that we don't fall. যখন বরফের ওপর দিয়ে হাঁটছি পুরোটা ছড়িয়ে প্রেসার পড়ছে, কোনো একটা জায়গায় পড়ছে না. So that is the second concept. Sorry. Third is retention. We all know what retention is. Denture e kotha theke retention ashe? What is the main factors for retention? Anatomic factor and some physical physiologic factor. Impression er sathe direct relate korte gele amra bolte pari anatomic factor, a main factor for retention of denture is the surrounding muscle, right? Muscle has a functional area. Muscle kono bhabe ei je hath move korchi, it is acting in this way. Now if I put something here, definitely it is causing an hindrance, right? So if I want my hand to function properly, if I am putting something there, there are plenty UG students, sorry taderke bolchi, you have given a denture and see, you ask the patient to say, oh, the denture is coming out. That means here it is actually ki korche, obstruct korche the muscle movement, right? A bulky denture, patient je muhurte mukh khulche ba jibta ekটু নড়ছে, denture নড়ে যাচ্ছে, right? So same muscle can be utilized for retentive force, and if you don't take care of it, the same muscle can destabilize the denture as well. So for retention, we have to record how muscles are. We have to have a concavity in the lingual side of the denture so that tongue rests. We have to have a concavity on the buccal side so that buccinator rests on the denture, right? It starts with impression. Muscle trimming. What is muscle trimming? The another name of border molding, right? So that is how we ensure that this factor is taken care of while impression making. Stability. Stability is we ensure that the occlusal surface is in the neutral zone, the occlusal surface is in the proper level. My next senior colleague will discuss all that. So all these factor actually starts with impression. And sorry, definitely the last part is aesthetics. How? I'll show you with an interesting picture. So this is the alveolar ridge. Suppose we have this kind of a ridge. As sir said, this area is very critical. So if we have a denture, believe me, there is no rocket science that can act in a resolved ridge that you are not doing in a regular ridge. The same principles of impression making has to be followed for the resolved ridge as well. Just you have to be religious, parameters are followed properly. In that region, you cannot have an overextended denture and expect your denture to be stable, right? Your impression should actually record what is the denture bearing area here. Definitely it is different from a well developed ridge. This area, this sulcus is very critical. If you can make this area proper with your impression, you can predict যে ডেঞ্চার মুখে যে ভালো থাকবে তার অর্ধেক কাজ আমার ইমপ্রেশন স্টেজেই করা হয়ে গেল। Now selective pressure impression আমরা কিভাবে নিই? We apply spacer, different spacer design, taking care of the relieving of the relief area like incisive papilla. We know that, right? I will just discuss few clinical tips. See this impression, right? Do you think this is correct? This is also selective pressure impression technique. কেন? যখন আমি bottom molding করেছি, we applied pressure. আর এটা কি করেছি? With a low viscosity material, we have recorded impression. So it is a selective pressure technique. But as you can see, the green stick is coming over here, right? As you can see, the green stick is coming over here. That is the most common mistake, at least I find in the UG clinics. These are the area, the slope of the ridge. সেখানে যদি I wanted to record impression with no pressure technique, but if I don't remove the green stick from here, ultimately we are creating pressure in that area. No matter what material, light body, plaster, we used to use plaster, sir, right, in first year যখন আমরা ছিলাম, but যে material use করি না কেন, this area will create pressure. So ought to have this kind of a mistake. Okay, so support we have already I have discussed. Now see this area, as I told you that those areas are very critical. So কি হলো এখানে impression নেওয়া হয়েছে. Do you think this impression is correct? No. Why? Because see this, you can see the tray border here, right? You can see the tray border here and the impression is here. Here somehow the extension is not proper and here it is developed again with the green stick compound. This should not be done, right? Why? Because if my extension, coming to that point, if the extension of the primary impression is not proper, what is the next step? We are going to fabricate the custom tray. That means we have a sulcus depth of 6 millimeter. My tray is going only 3 millimeter or 4 millimeter. Then the rest of the thing in the bottom molding technique we have to build up only with the green stick compound. And whoever has, do you think this is easily possible? The moment you heat it, it will come out, right? It will be shortened. So extension of the primary impression is very, very important, as well as the moment you see your border and tray border is somewhere else, please discard the impression and remake it. Now retentive factor, some undercuts are desirable undercut. For that we have to choose proper impression material. We have to choose proper impression material so that it is easily, the impression is retrievable without tearing. If we have an undercut and we are using suppose some material, maybe alginate or maybe something which is not going to hold that, ছিঁড়ে গেল impression বার করার পর, ট্রেতে নিয়ে দেখলাম এই পার্টটা খুলে গেছে, then it is not possible to have tear with it. And the muscular factor, for that, yeah, this photograph is very important. This book is easily freely available in internet, you can download that. And here we have nicely, the author has written, shown all the muscle which is related to the complete denture, each surface. And here even the coronoid process, okay, even the coronoid process. That is why অনেক সময় হয় আমরা আপার ইমপ্রেশন যখন নিচ্ছি পেশেন্টকে বলি বড় করে হাঁ করুন, রাইট? বড় করে হাঁ করুন মানে করোনয়েড অন্ডি নিচে নেমে চলে এলো, তাই তো? এইবার if you try to open your mouth, see if the coronoid process is coming down, your mandible is coming down, actually that vestibule has become very narrow. So do you think your impression material will pass through that area? So you have to ask the patient to make the mouth opening little short. Then insert the tray without the influence of coronoid, then you secure in the distobuccal surface of the upper arch the impression material with hand. Then you ask the patient to move the jaw side to side so that you can determine the depth and height of the denture bearing area in that area. Same way, each and every muscle, what is acting where, you should have an idea, then only you will understand that why molding the tissue or the bottom molding muscle trimming, how this handling is actually so critical for success of a good impression, okay. Now coming to the stability, as I told you, for stability we need to have a good denture base, good stable occlusion, that will be discussed later. শুধু ইমপ্রেশনের সাথে রিলেশন করতে গেলে stability, we can say that we need to have a stable tissue. It is very simple, we don't have to put our brain into it, right? We need to know that whether the tissue or the underlying tissue or the morphology that can withstand pressure or not. Now if we are having this much of flabby tissue which actually moves, do you think this is a very stable denture base? No, right? So the ideal option is either you go for a surgical correction of that tissue and if patient is not agreeing, or maybe for very severe resorb ridge you are reducing the denture pressure, thermally it becomes ultimately kind of a relief area. So the impression theory we will be using, that we have to plan that even if it is the anterior ridge region, we have to create relief for that area. How we are going to do that? Very simple. You can use double thickness spacer, you can use window technique for impression technique, right? So not that because it is a CD, it is a final impression, or it is a primary impression, you have to follow the same age-old technique. You have to modify your technique depending on the patient's anatomy. Now coming to aesthetics. Yes, aesthetics is not only related to the setting of teeth, selection of tooth mold and everything. It starts with impression, right? Suppose this is this patient, right? Here you can see the profile, right? We know that by denture we can improve the aesthetics, right? So my impression, then it starts with the impression. If we don't have a proper impression, if we don't have a proper record base and the ream, everything, then we are losing it. We cannot give the proper aesthetics, then we are losing it. We cannot give the proper aesthetics to the patient. This is easy. But suppose the patient is like this. Already see there is hardly any changes, right? Very, very subtle changes, right? So my impression should start keeping in mind that I can only afford to do this kind of a change, right? If I give a bulky denture, he will probably look like a humanoid or Hanumanji. Now what can go wrong if we don't make a good impression? There can be poor retention, instability and discomfort. Discomfort can be related to anything, any pathological changes related to overextended denture, underextended denture, not so proper impression, not relieving that proper area, everything can come under discomfort, okay? And what can be the cause? Improper tray selection. Actually, I should have included how the patient is seated for the impression, how the operator should stand for the impression. You cannot record a lower impression but by standing, at the 12 o'clock position, right? These are there in the book for a reason, right? You cannot make your patient that level and going down, and everything is there because it has been proved that your position, patient position, should have certain mechanical advantages. And please use that. Use proper positioning of the patient, use proper operator position while making impression. Next is improper tray can lead to all these complications. Material contamination. Kono material we know the mouth has to be dry. Kono material we know that saliva should be wiped. Or, depending on what material you are using, you just open the book. Please check the prerequisite and then you make the impression. And also preparation of the tissue. If the patient is a denture wearer or you see there is an abused tissue, definitely the mouth should be healthy before the patient is ready to make an impression, right? If there is any ulceration, this should be cured. If there is any abused tissue, this should be treated. Before you make the impression, make sure the mouth is healthy. Inadequate border molding, yes, another reason for this. Overextended flange, yes, another reason for all this. And insufficient tissue detail. Final impression niyecho, tissue detail bhalo asheni, okay, that can be. So the failure can be related to tray, patient position, operator position, can be related to tray, can be related to material, can be related to the primary impression, can be related to the final impression, okay. Every stage you can make mistakes, right. Now how you are going to select the tray? It's very easy, it is there in the book, right. You measure any 2 point and then transfer it to the tray and you select the tray for primary impression, and definitely you are going to make a very good primary impression. If needed, please adjust the tray. It can be molded, it can be added, it can be reduced, okay. If necessary, please customize the stock tray as well if you feel it is necessary before making primary impression. Okay. Now coming to how we are going to select the tray. First is that, second is you can see this fold, right? You can see this fold of tissue, you can see this fold of tissue. Don't retract too much, it will transfer the sulcus to some another level. Okay. Functional level, you retract the tissue and you can see this fold. Okay. Now your tray should end here, right? মনে আছে তো আমরা যখন ওই ড্র করতাম কতটা স্পেসার হবে, কতটা ট্রে হবে, right? So all this marking is necessary. Please try to understand, right? So you have to judge the extension of the tray, especially for the final impression. If your custom tray is not properly trimmed, if you cannot see at least half of this sulcus, please don't start doing border molding. You are going to end up having double border or overextended border, right? And definitely if it is underextended, it is better to build up with acrylic again rather than depending on your border molding material. So as well as if you are choosing your impression material alginate, the clearance of the tray should be different. If you are choosing impression compound, clearance of the tray should be different. So all this material, knowledge of the dental material should be there back of the mind. Okay. So incorrect extension, can you see this? Where it is going and where is the tray? Do you think it is going to make a good impression? No, better you discard it, because ultimately if you make a 5% error in this, final impression it will be 10%, next level, finally you will land up into a 50% error level. Now see the condition of the material. Probably the material is outdated or the mixing is not proper. See, only one tissue stop is exposed. That means if one tissue stop is exposed like this, that means there is a discrimination of the pressure. যেই তাই হলো, actually you are changing the ridge anatomy. তারপর যত ভালো করে cast pour করো না কেন, the impression surface is different. You are making a different cast, what is there, different from what is there in the patient's mouth. Now this area is very, very important, posterior palatal seal. Sir has discussed. Please try to understand. This area is the main area of retention for upper denture. So spatially you should be more cautious if you are using either making impression for a resorbed ridge. Posterior palatal seal has to be absolutely perfect and you should follow all the method of recording PPS. তার মানে কি border molding করলাম, আবার fluid wax করলাম, দরকার হলে cast scraping করলাম, so that I ensure that my PPS is 100% correct. Now see this impression. This is alginate impression. What tray you are going to use? Are you going to use a non-perforated tray for this? No, then it will not be a proper impression, okay? But look at the border. This is very thick, right? Look at this. Do you think this kind of impression you actually can replicate the oral tissue properly, right? We are creating something else, not what is there in patient's mouth. So please believe me, error starts with impression. একবার দুবার নিলে অনেক সময় মনে হয় যে হ্যাঁ হয়ে গেছে ছেড়ে দিই আর দরকার নেই. Please don't do that. As I told you, you will start with 5% error level and end up with probably 50 or 60%. So my take home message is, please consider primary impression is the foundation of making denture. Border molding is ensure that you will have a suction. Suction bolchi bote, that means you ensure the retention, you ensure the peripheral seal, okay? And third is final impression, gives you all the detail which is necessary, okay? Yeah, so that's it from my side, and I think my next presenter will be discussing the next topic.
Hello, am I audible? Right. So, dignitaries on and off the dais, a very good afternoon to all of you. A lot of prosthodontist principals are sitting over here. Principal from GNIDSR, principal from RADC, and ex-principal from Holdia Institute of Dental Sciences. All of them are prosthodontists, and here with my symposium partners, all 5 renowned prosthodontists. So, from the beginning I am little unstable. So, I will be telling you about the design, insertion and chair side adjustments. A stitch in time saves 9. So, if you are having some problem in initial steps, then do rectify it in the beginning, otherwise it will add up and will result in failure of your dentures. Right. So, my previous speakers have already told you about the anatomy and the primary impressions, and if you are not doing something wrong in those steps, then you will move up to the bite and trial of your dentures. So, I will go to the basics of these 2 steps. So, initially I will start with the complete denture. Now, what are these 2 things in my left? These are the base plates adapted, right? We generally know the select base plate adaptation, and this can be the another one by sprinkle on method. If you go by this type of base plate adaptation, your stability will be better in your trial and bite stage. Now, do you know what is this? You can recollect. This is an equipment which we generally use in our clinics, prosthodontic clinics. In final year, we have all have used this one. This is a Fox plane, right? What does it do? We generally orient the maxillary occlusal rim, the plane, with the interpupillary line as well as the alatragal line. Now, why do we orient? If you don't orient it to those lines, you are not keeping the proper occlusal plane in a single plane or in a single planar situation. So, if that is not happening, then you are inviting instability of denture from the beginning. So, do rectify it and make it parallel to these 2 lines. Now, this is the interpupillary line, and this is the frontal plane, which should merge with or be parallel with the interpupillary line, and this is the alatragal line. The posterior part of your occlusal maxillary plane should be parallel to that one. If you do that, you are creating a single occlusal plane, and that is the right thing. Now, in the bite, we generally do, you have to do actually what are the types of failure what can be there in the denture. It can be failure in retention, it can be failure in stability, and there can be a aesthetic failure also. If you are doing some aesthetic failure and patient is not accepting the denture, then that is also a failure. So, for excluding that one, you have to do some marking in your bite rims. So, this is the midline marking. Then you have to mark the canine line in your corner of the mouth to choose the width of the anterior teeth. If it is less, then number of teeth will appear more during the smile or talking of the patient, and if it is more, then the teeth will appear large, and both are aesthetic failure. So, you have to avoid it, and you have to mark the low lip line, you have to mark the high lip line also, that I will come later. Now, after bite rim fixation, how it looks like? It looks like this one, right? So, a midline marking will be there, canine point will be there, and what is this one? This is glass plate, right? We all have used in preclinical work as well as our during clinical setting in the final year. So, if it is all right, all the parts of the occlusal rim split, right? So, you are maintaining single plane till now. These are the lines which you should mark on your bite rim. So, this is the occlusal plane, then high lip line. Why we make the high lip line? Because that is the height of the teeth, that dictates the height of the teeth. If it is more than that, then during smile, the teeth will be visible. And if it is less than that, if your height of the teeth is less than this line, the upper line, then the patient will have gummy smile with your denture. So that is also a aesthetic failure. Midline, the canine line, as well as the low lip line and high lip line. High lip line dictates you the smile, and low lip line means there is a line which remains over this area. So when the patient parts his lip apart, the teeth will be visible. If it is not visible, then there will be a appearance of edentulosism on the patient. So this is also a aesthetic failure. Now it should look like this. After you finish your bite trim, and you will get a setting of this, like this thing, it will look like this. To get that, you have to incorporate some basic points into your bite. So in complete denture cases, we try to achieve centric relation, centric occlusion, maximum intercuspation position. ছোটবেলায় আমরা এগুলো তো সব ভালো, এরকম 3-4 বার বলার পর টোটালটাই যখন ফেলিয়ার হয়ে যেত, মাথা নিচু করে ভাইভা টেবিল থেকে উঠে আমরা বেরিয়ে যেতাম। বাট মাথা নিচু করে ক্লিনিক থেকে তো বেরোলে হবে না, ডেঞ্চারটা দেওয়ার পর ইট শুড বি সাকসেসফুল। আদারওয়াইজ ওই পেশেন্টটা কি রোজ তুমি উইকেন্ডে দেখতে পাবে অ্যাডজাস্টমেন্টের জন্য আসছে, অ্যান্ড ইউ ডোন্ট হ্যাভ এনি অ্যান্সার টু হোয়াট আই উইল টেল টু দ্য পেশেন্ট অ্যান্ড হোয়াট আই উইল ডু টুডে অ্যান্ড নেক্সট ডে। তাহলে সেটাকে অ্যাভয়েড করার জন্যে কিছু জিনিস মোর ইজি ওয়েতে আমাদের শিখতে হবে। Dr. Dolanchev has already said, and Dr. Das said, that centric relation and centric occlusion does not match in our natural dentition, right? Kintu ete kono instability ashe na, because the teeth are fixed in our jaw. But if it doesn't match in your denture, then there will be a slide in centric. Patient ta daanta bondho korar por slide patient ta asbe. And if it is more than 1 millimeter, up to 1 millimeter, it can be okay. But if it is more than 1 millimeter, then it will incorporate instability in your denture. So try to avoid slide in centric in your denture. আবার সেই পুরনো জিনিসগুলো, এগুলো আমরা ছোটোবেলায় পড়েছি, কার্ভ অফ স্পি, কম্পেনসেটিং কার্ভ, নানা রকম ফেলিওরের। আমাদের আমার সময় যারা পাস করেছে ইন দ্য mid-90s, তখন আমরা প্রথমে প্রস্থেটিক্সে ঢুকে দুটো বই দেখতাম, এটা হচ্ছে বাউচার আর আরপিডিতে ম্যাকরাকেন। এই দুটো বই যদি কেউ আগে দেখিয়ে দিত ডেন্টিস্ট্রি ঢোকার আগে, তাহলে হয়তো ডেন্টিস্ট্রিতেই ঢুকতাম না আমি, কারণ এত শক্ত করে একটা সাবজেক্ট লেখা যায়, তখন পড়ে বুঝতে পারতাম না সত্যি। আপনারা ফেস করেছেন কিনা জানি না, আমি তো ফেস করেছি। সো দিস ইজ দ্য সেটিং অফ ইয়োর maxillary teeth. I will prefer setting of maxillary teeth first in case of denture, and that will dictate the setting of the mandibular teeth. Now, this is the setting of the maxillary teeth. Can you recollect? First premolar, the buccal cusp touches the plate. আমি কেন বলছি আমি পরে আসছি। Are you doing these things in your practice? টেকনিশিয়ান যখন ডেঞ্চারটা নিয়ে আসে, আপনারা কি এগুলো দেখেন, চেক করেন? If not, you're inviting trouble. এটা কেন করি পরে বলছি। There are compensating curvatures, আমরা ছোটবেলায় পড়েছি। There are compensating curvatures, anteroposterior lines হয় and lateral lines হয়, right? Compensating curvature. If you introduce these things, what will happen? So first হচ্ছে curve of P. If we can recollect, there is a spear touching from tip of the canine to the posterior teeth, buccal cusp, all should remain in touch of this spear. সেটা করলে কি হয়? So more or less the setting will be like that one. The first premolar will touch, buccal cusp will touch, palatal will miss. In second premolar both touches, and in case of molars the mesiopalatal cusp touches, right? Why I am going to the basics. Now if you do that, you are introducing this curve of P in your denture, right? This is a anteroposterior curve, and now you are introducing this curve in your denture if you do the class plate relation right. এটা করলে কি হবে? There is this is the compensating curvature. So we are set, if you are setting in glass plate relation, this will automatically come in your denture. And another thing, there is a, আমরা জানি তো হোয়াট ইজ, মানে একটা নাম শুনেছি, মনসন কার্ভ। ছোটবেলায় পড়েছিলাম গ্ল্যাবেলায় একটা সেন্টার থাকে and there is a 8-inch sphere and the tips of the lower মানে cusp tips will touch in the border of the spheres. So these two are the antero-posterior curves, and if you introduce these two things in your denture, then you are avoiding the Christensen's phenomena in your denture. Christensen's phenomena mone ache? If we bring our natural teeth edge to edge, what happens? There is a gap in the posterior. So this is Christensen's phenomena, and if this natural teeth eta kono problem nahi, but if you introduce this thing in your denture, what will happen? That the denture will pop up from the back side. The upper one will come down and the lower will move up. So to avoid this, we generally introduce these compensating curves. If these two compensating curves you are introducing in your setting, then you are avoiding the Christensen's phenomena, and thereby the denture will remain stable if the patient is bringing his anterior teeth edge to edge. These are antero-posterior curves, and there are some lateral curves. Lateral curves ta ki kore ashe? Now you are setting the, suppose the first premolar, the buccal cusp is touching, palatal is missing, and on the other side again the buccal cusp is touching, the palatal is missing. If you touch all these lines, then what will happen? You will get a curve which is convex upward. Similarly, that will be convex downward in case of the molar. The mesiopalatal cusps are touching and the buccal cusps are missing. So if you introduce these two things, you are introducing the lateral balance in your denture. So when the patient is chewing, anterior, lateral, all movements will happen, and if you are introducing these compensating curvatures in your denture, then your denture will remain stable, right? So this is the trial stage. What we see, the midline coincides, centric occlusion is okay. Then we check for the retention of the denture. If you pull the denture with your finger on the palatal side and try to bring it down, if it is coming out, then there is a problem in your PPS. Your scraping of PPS is not right. So check for the PPS. Or if you hold both with your thumb and the index finger and try to pull out, if it is coming down easily, then your borders are not okay, either overextended or underextended. So check for that one. Now how do we check the borders? It is for the upper, outward, downward and inward. If it is coming down, mark with a pencil. Don't do trimming arbitrarily. Mark with a pencil and trim it until you get that you are rolling and the denture is not coming out. Till that point you have to do the trimming. Now another thing, neutral zone. নিউট্রাল জোনে আমরা কি সেট করি, আর সেট করলে কি হবে? নিউট্রাল জোন মিন্স অনেকটা গাল ভরা নাম, অনেকটা জিনিস, বিশাল শক্ত, এরকম কিচ্ছু না। আমরা যখন টেকনিশিয়ানে কাস্ট নিয়ে আসছে, ট্রায়াল ডেঞ্চার নিয়ে আসছে, জাস্ট চেক ওয়ান থিং, ইউ ক্যান ড্র দ্য রেট্রোমোলার প্যাড অন ইয়োর ম্যান্ডিবুলার আর্চ, রাইট? It's a pier-sepid one that lies behind the extracted tooth region, right? আমি 7 এর পরে পাবো রেট্রোমোলার প্যাড মার্কিংটা করা যায়। And your canine point, tip of the canine, if you now draw a line between the midpoint of the retromolar pad and the canine tip, that will go just over the crest of the ridge. And at that point, all the forces from the muscles, that is the cheek, tongue, all the soft tissue muscles, the forces comes to zero at that point. If you keep your lower teeth on that line, then you are getting a denture which is stable, and there will be no resorption of teeth during chewing. If you are setting on the outside buccal, instability as well as resorption of the buccal bone. And if you are setting it on the lingual to it, tongue bite, instability as well as resorption of your lingual bone. So try to avoid it. It is very easy to locate the neutral zone, keep it there, and you will have a stable denture again. Now the denture insertion. If you are doing right on the bite and the trial stage, then you are going to get a stable denture in your patient's mouth. Now travel suiting. As I have already said, you have to check, you have already done it in the patient's trial denture, pulling it, whether it is okay or not. Now, if you tap this denture like this way on the both side, if it is not coming out, then you can be assured that during chewing it will also remain in position. Otherwise, if you are doing tapping and other side is coming out, then what is the problem? The problem lies on the non-setting of denture or the posterior teeth on the neutral zone. If it is out of your arch or the neutral zone, or buccally or lingually, then if you tap one side, the other side will come out. So, it should be stable like that way. If you are tapping both sides and if it is not coming out, then you have set your teeth in your neutral zone area. So, during chewing, the denture is not going to come out or it will not be unstable. Now, after checking the denture, if it is already, you have already, my previous lecture, prosthodontist have said, if you have shortening of borders, you have to add some wax, border molded it, and you have to go for relining. And if the retromolar pad, the same thing, if you haven't record it after delivery, reline it and add it, because if you are missing the retromolar pad, then you are missing some surface area of retention. So, extraoral occlusal adjustment, that can be laboratory remounting, clinical remounting or selective grinding. If you do that, you have to do less amount of adjustment on your patient's mouth. And in intraoral occlusal adjustment, you can do it with articulating paper. We are all are doing it. Bite jodi gondogol thake amra patient ke boli kambre dekhun je jayga gulo spot charidike nil asche majkhane futo asche, those areas you have to trim. So this is laboratory remounting. এই নচেস গুলো আমরা প্রিক্লিনিক্যালে বানাতাম, those things if you can preserve it, you can remount the cast in the lab after finishing of your denture, and you can check the occlusion there before delivering it to the patient's mouth. আর clinical remounting হলে যদি কোনো problem থাকে, you have to go for the selective grinding with the bite papers. So little bit amount of removable partial denture. We already know these are the designs. Basically, all of the RPD coming to your denture belongs to this classification, and these are the areas where the movement occurs. That means if it is a horizontal plane, the axis will be vertical. Sagittal plane means the movement is occurring in transverse axis, and if it is frontal plane, the movement is occurring in sagittal axis. So you have to identify the movement of the denture. These are the areas from where the denture moves. I am not going in details of this one. So, একটা আমির খানের একটা ফেমাস সিনেমা আছে 3 Idiots, তাতে একটা গান আছে, তার থেকে আমি একটা দুটো লাইন শুধু বলতে চাই। মুরগি क्या जाने अपने अंडे का क्या होगा। এইটা পারলে আমার ভালো হতো, ওখানে মানে আনস্টেবল আছে ব্যাপারটা আর কি। মুরগি क्या जाने अपने अंडे का क्या होगा, लाइफ मिलेगी या तावे पे ফ্রাই होगा, রাইট। এবার যদি আমি এটা মুরগির জন্য চলতে পারে, এবার যদি আমি এটাকে ডেন্টিস্ট্রিতে নিয়ে আসি, ডেন্টিস্ট क्या जाने अपने डेंचर का क्या होगा, is it acceptable? No. So stick to the basics, go back to the basics when you are preparing your denture, ask your technicians 2 times, 3 times to redo it. After 2-3 times he will do the correct one and it won't let you down again. So thank you, and then over to my senior prosthodontist, Dr. Sanjay Prasad. You carry on, sir.
Please also welcome Dr. Rathin Das, who has come from Mumbai, and Madam also. Please a round of applause for him.
প্রেজেন্টেশনটা উড়ে গেছে,
প্রেজেন্টেশন নেই,
দেখে না মুখে বলে দেবো না, ঠিক আছে।
already, no? You can continue.
You just continue. Huh? I don't hear it. Well, I know everyone is feeling sleepy. I don't have a mic. Okay, I think everybody can hear. Although I think
5 minutes is good.
okay, so I think everybody is sleepy. So I'll just go in between. So if patient comes to it, right, in your clinic, we find the missing tooth, maybe all the teeth are missing, and he or she needs a denture. Also with some kind of expectation, right? Expectation is the thing that say he or she can chew properly, he or she can talk properly, or he or she can present him or herself properly. That is aesthetic, right? These are the main concerns of any patient who comes to your clinic for dentures, right? And what you are providing? You are providing two big foreign bodies, forcing them to be inside the mouth, which will be floating in the saliva surrounded by the soft and delicate tissues. And you expect the patient to have some kind of superhuman power to put them or keep them in place when he or she is chewing. Under the loads of mastication, lot of stresses of mastication, the patient has to keep itself in the mouth, right? This is what we are expecting from the patient. But do you think that is enough for the dentures to resist that kind of force? Or the patient is very happy to have it? A small amount of food stuck in our mouth, and so much of irritation to the tissues, lot of salivation, the patient is, or we ourselves feel uncomfortable because of that, right? So this is what the patient comes with, and next is the patient wants to be satisfied by what we will be giving. For that, we will be fabricating a denture, but before fabrication, the most important thing is basically how to talk to the patient, how to know his demand. A lot of demands can take place. In the first speaker was talking about basically patient, types of patient, right? Houses classification, etc. But I classify patients into two types, either cooperative or non-cooperative, right? Either the patient demands are realistic or the patient demands are idealistic, right? If it is realistic, it will be easy for you to fabricate, it will be easy for you to satisfy. It's okay, it's done.
Done. We both can speak, no problem.
No, you want to continue, you can.
No, you do.
No, you start. I'll do at the end.
Sorry, this is a real life problem. My PowerPoint is not working, and it is good. You know why? Because you should be independent in life. You should be independently to deliver your denture, either CD or RPD. Don't be dependent on your technician. Be dependent on yourself. And it's my honor to speak in front of this renowned prosthodontist, Dr. Giri, Dr. Sen, and guest of honor, Dr. Das, and my senior and junior prosthodontist. So, many of you have heard the name of a book called Atomic Habits. Have you heard the name? So it is a very good book. If you have not read, please go and read. So I will give a simple analogy that suppose you wake up half an hour early every day. So in 365 days, you will get 160 hours. That means 7 days a year you will gain in your life. So I will give some atomic habits for RPD and CD, which will make your life easy. I will not teach that what are the factors of balanced occlusion, what are the requisite properties for a good impression. I will just share some of my clinical knowledge which I've gained in my 25 years of practice, whatever knowledge, that how I overcome the problem. Now you see this map. Dr. Dolan has said that if you incorporate 5% error in a problem, what will happen? Now suppose a aircraft flies from Kolkata to Mumbai, Dr. Das, and the pilot incorporates a 5% error. What will happen? The flight will land in Pune, not in Mumbai, because it will land 100 kilometers apart from Mumbai. So that is the beauty of compound. So you know in retirement you do compound interest. Suppose you say 1,000 rupees, after 30 years you get 1 crore. How? Because that is the beauty of compound interest. So that is the beauty of compound error. If you incorporate 5% error in your impression, that will lead to failure of your CD or RPD. So be particular that you do each and every steps as it is prescribed. When you do, inherently you will incorporate 0.5% error or 1% error, but that is acceptable. Now let's comes to RPD. My slides is not working. There was lots of clinical pictures. So I am just point number 1. না ও তো এদিক ওদিক হয়ে গেছে সব না ওয়ার্কিং করছে না আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে আচ্ছা এইটা দিয়ে আচ্ছা জাস্ট সি দিস পিকচার now we are here in a closed door we are speaking just speak honestly just tell me that how many times you do mouth preparation before taking impression these types of case when it comes to clinic how many times we do mouth preparation to a patient before fabricating a RPD if a patient comes like this? I will say if you are not a prosthodontist, 70 to 80% time we just take the impression and just fabricate the RPD. We don't do mouth preparation. That's my take. Why? Because we just want to do. So what will be the problem if you don't do the mouth preparation in this case? The most important thing is that the plane of occlusion, that is not achieved. If the plane of occlusion is not achieved, again you are incorporating lots of error initially and it will lead to failure. Now another thing for RPDs, how many times when we do an RPD we ask our technician that has he articulated the cast? Just these are the simple things. You will get the answer 70 to 80% of time the technician don't articulate the cast. They just make the RPD, whether it is 3-unit RPD or 5-unit RPDs or 7-unit RPDs, and they will deliver to you. And it will cause problem in the insertion of that RPD. Third point, how many times in our clinics we keep these 2 types of articulating paper? We just have one articulating paper, most probably that one in the left side where it is, that is the DPI, and we don't even try to know that what is the thickness of that articulating paper. It costs very less. Suppose you take a Bose articulator, it will cost you 800 or 1200. What is the price, Dr. Das? Around like that. So there is, for the gross occlusion modification, use this articulating paper. The DPI, it costs around 50 rupees or 60 rupees. But don't try to the finer adjustment with this. Try to invest some money in the articulating paper. That will save lots of problem. There is a technique called bullseye. You know, for gross, you use this blue articulating paper, and same patient you use that finer. And you see where there is an intersection between the blue and red, and you adjust only the red one, not the blue one. Next important thing is that whenever you using an articulating paper, try to use some Vaseline or petroleum jelly on the articulating paper. It gives a clear marking. Okay, so these are the simple things. Number 1, do a mouth preparation for a RPD. Number 2, ask your technician that please articulate, do a proper articulation and fabricate the RPD. Third, when he gives you an RPD, use these 2 types of articulating paper. One for gross adjustment and another is for finer adjustment. Next, the types of bars which we use to adjust in our clinics. We take any types of bar, whether it is stone or whatever stone, and we try to adjust. Forget about good articulating paper. So you use a multi-fluted finishing carbide bar, it gives a smooth finish. Then we have to use a finer stone for adjusting the occlusion. This will in the long run give good satisfaction to the patient, and it will save lots of problem to you. Now, for CD, the most common problem in occlusion, how many times when a technician delivers, most probably 80 to 90% times we don't make our own occlusal ring. The occlusal rings are made by the technicians. How many times we check that what is the height of the maxillary occlusal rim, what is the height of mandibular occlusal rim, whether they follow the anatomical landmarks. We don't check. Whatever the technician do and arbitrarily we do. Just do that one, that will make your taking the bite registration very easy. And next, most important point in taking bite registration in complete denture, that is phonation. Suppose you don't have any scale in your clinics or you are going somewhere. So can phonation be used by an aid to take a vertical dimension? Can it be used to check whether the vertical dimension is correct or not? Dr. Das will be speaking tomorrow. So phonation plays, and even Dr. Giri in the class, he used to tell that phonation is one of the most important parameters that will aid in helping you to record your jaw registration in complete denture. Just simple things, that is closest speaking space. Many of you have done that. What is 66? What is that importance? When you say 66, the lower occlusal rim just comes close to the upper occlusal rim, but it doesn't touches. Now there can be three things. Either it touches, that means your vertical dimension of occlusion is more, or the gap is too much, that means the vertical dimension of occlusion is less, or it is just about to touch, but it is not touching. That is the correct parameter. So use the phonation as an aid to vertical dimension recording. Next is the centric relation. Now put your hand in your chest and tell how many of you use Gothic arch, intraoral or extraoral. Nobody does. Only the true prosthodontists who are there, they will do. But how many the general dentist or general clinician who does a complete denture use Gothic arch? So that is not practically feasible. So do what is practical feasible. That hand-pin method of recording centric relation, do that one. Next important thing, what I have seen, that if the jaw relation is in the centric relation, if you place the two finger in the temporal region, you will feel a tautness. So that is another indication that the jaw is in the centric position. Okay, so centric relation, vertical relation. And last, balanced occlusion. There are many things of balanced occlusion, but just two important things, that when the patient is biting in the centric occlusion, the posterior tooth contacts and there is very light contact or no contact in the anterior tooth. Do that with simple bite paper or zinc stock, and you have got adequate overbite and overjet. And in the balanced occlusion, when the patient moves in eccentric position, centric and eccentric, there is no contact in the balancing side. That is the most important thing. These two things will help in stabilizing your denture. And at last, as a general dentist, how many of you train your patient that what should be the position of the tongue? How many of you train? We don't train our patient that what is the role of tongue in the success of complete denture function. So train your patient that what is the role, how to speak and how to chew. So these simple tips will help you in avoiding a big problem. Thank you.
Vineet, how much time do I have? Earlier the better. Five minutes? 5 minutes. Okay, lot has been told till now. I'll just highlight a few things. First and foremost point is, we all say a patient coming to you again and again after denture delivery for some kind of adjustment with complaints of here, pain there, pain somewhere else. How many of you have encountered a patient coming to you 4 to 5 times or more after denture delivery? Anybody? A patient has, you have given a denture and the patient has visited your clinic more than 4 5 for some kind of problem. Many. I have faced lot of times. And what I feel is that if the patient comes for 1 or 2 times for denture management after delivery, we call it a good patient. And whenever he comes for more visits, we call him a psychiatric patient, right? Hysterical patient, right? And what studies have shown, 99% of problems the patient comes with after denture delivery are real. It's not hysterical. Okay, but we classify it into a hysterical thing. The patient is bad, the patient is uncooperative, the patient doesn't listen to me, and you do trimming every time he comes, like giz, every time you do that, right? So this is the one thing I like to mention to you, that 99% and more of problems is basically real. Okay. Next is border molding or not. Yes, you should always do border molding, right? Because we need to record the sulcus, both the height of the sulcus and the thickness of the sulcus. Two things are important. It is not only the height, how deep you go into the sulcus doesn't matter, also the thickness. Because the thickness is that which will contour your soft tissue that is there, the cheek and the lips which are there according to the denture borders, right? So border molding is a must, but one case where you should not do border molding, one case. Can anybody tell where you don't do border molding? It is a case of OSMF, oral submucous fibrosis. If the patient is having and he has come for a complete denture, we don't do border molding. Why? You know the tissue consistency, you know the consistency of the tissue is highly fibrous, it's very difficult to border mold. And it's better not to mold. The borders of the trays are, the denture are always narrower or thin. Okay, this is another point. Third point is, a patient comes to you with a complaint, আমি যখন কথা বলি ডেঞ্চার বেরিয়ে যাচ্ছে, very common complaint, everybody faces every day. Whenever I talk or speak, the upper denture comes out. So what's the problem? The problem is in the retention. Retention due to what? Everybody says when you are making an impression, I am getting a chuck sound. My student says I am getting a chuck sound. That means it is retentive. Is it retentive? You have you have made a primary impression with a stock tray. You know a primary impression with impression compound is always overextended, and when you try to retrieve the tray with the impression compound which is set from the mouth, what do you see? You see the chuck sound, you can hear a chuck sound, but it is also retention, right? But it is overextended. So whenever a patient complains to you that I am having a denture and it is coming down the moment I am trying to talk or I am opening my mouth, that means your denture is overextended, mostly in the distobuccal aspect. There is another kind of retention issue when the patient will complain you that whenever I bite, the denture becomes loose. And that is a problem due to your occlusion. If the occlusion is not proper, then definitely you will encounter cases that the patient cannot bite. The moment he or she tries to bite, the denture comes out. Okay, these are all well said and done. I will just say two things. One is flexible denture. How many of you are making flexible denture in your clinic? Flexible dentures, right? A lot of you are using. Do you think the flexible denture is ideal replacement for PMMA or the acrylic denture? Is it the ideal way of replacing a PMMA or acrylic denture? No. It is indication, you know why the indication is? It is basically indicated for patients who are allergic to PMMA, who has a mouth opening problem, who has some aesthetic issues with some kind of clasp. But why we are giving this thing flexible denture? Because sometimes the patient is comfortable because of the resiliency effect. Whenever he or she chews, the amount of force which is getting transmitted to the bone is less than the amount which will be transmitted by a rigid denture, right? This is the main reason. And the next reason, money. Money. It is a marketing strategy. This denture is bad. I'll give you a better denture, flexible denture. Paisa बढ़ा लो, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, doesn't matter, right? Okay. The next thing I'll be talking about a little bit about denture adhesives. How many of you are using denture adhesives? Me as a prosthodontist also can use denture adhesive, doesn't matter. It's nothing harm. Denture adhesives are very good. It keeps the denture retentive and stable for a long, long time, especially when you are chewing, right? Denture adhesives, two important advantages is that it keeps the denture stable because of the retentive effect, and the next is it doesn't allow the food to get inside the denture and between the denture surface and the tissue surface, right? That is also one advantage. But the problem with denture adhesives is that always be careful about the constituent present in the denture adhesives. Some are zinc based, and some are sodium based. In America, there are a lot of denture adhesives which are sodium based, and those dentures, the adhesive, if the patient is using for a long, long time, especially in hypertensive patients, it is better to avoid. And zinc, as you know, it has got neurotoxicity, so better to avoid zinc based denture adhesives. If you are using an adhesive, have you ever seen that it's very difficult to remove the adhesive from the tissue surface as well as from the under surface of the denture? Very difficult to clean. Have you seen that? Now, how do you clean that? Simply brushing doesn't remove everything. So what you tell the patient is that from the mouth, if you want to remove, give some warm water in the patient. Tell the patient to keep some warm water in the mouth, keep it for a few minutes, maybe 30 seconds, 40 seconds, 50 seconds, keep it over there, and then brush out. You'll see it will easily come out. Even for the denture also, if it is in slightly lukewarm water, if you place it and then brush it immediately, then you will see that the denture adhesive comes out easily. This is another tip I am giving you. And the other, I have written something I think over there. I don't have slides, I'm sorry. Disinfectants, yes. Denture disinfectants. This is very important topic. You know very little about denture disinfectants. You have seen a lot of tablets available, some powders available. Powders, I don't name the company because they are not sponsoring me. So there are some powders available, there are some paste available, some tablets available. Basically, all these things contain some kind of chemicals. Number one is some chemicals which will reduce the surface tension of the denture, right? Some chemicals which will produce some kind of nascent oxygen, which will inhibit the growth of the bacteria and fungus, and some chemicals which will kill the bacteria, right? Most common chemicals which are there are, ho gaya, 2 minutes. Most common chemicals are hypochlorite based, peroxide based, and some are detergents, and some antibacterial agents also along with that. The best one is of course hypochlorite, but you know that the moment you use hypochlorite, it changes the texture of the denture. The denture surface is very, very important. Anything which changes the texture of the denture surface will allow more biofilm to get attached to the surface of the denture. Biofilm means plaque, stains, and calculus. And it has to be removed daily from the denture surface. If it is not removed, this will keep the oral hygiene very poor, and it will induce some kind of denture stomatitis. Denture stomatitis doesn't occur only from occlusal aspect or occlusal problems, but it can happen because of the presence of microorganisms. And the most notorious microorganisms are what? Basically the fungi. The fungi. This is more notorious in nature, and it's very difficult to remove them. So this is another aspect. With this, I would like to end my presentation. I would like to thank all the organizing committee of this conference, and I'm sorry I didn't have any kind of what? Vineet is so happy that I am doing the thing. Anyway, thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I've got Dr. Uttam Kumar Seth, sir, our director. Our principal, sir, is over there. So he is feeling sleepy, I think. Being an orthodontist, he is not interested about dentures. Anyway, thank you. And Tapan Giri, sir, is also there. Thank you so much. And my moderator, sir, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, all of you. I'm sorry for rushing you all through. I would have loved to hear you, Dr. Arindam Karmakar, but some other day.
Some other time.
Thank you. Thank you to all the speakers for your valuable experience notes. I'm sure for the students it will be a great take-home message. May I request Dr. Rotin Das sir to please come up on stage to felicitate our speakers. Helping hands are rule,
Come.
I request Dr. Das to please felicitate our speaker, Dr. Sanjay Das. Sanjay Prasad. Sir. Dr. Shomiran Das. Check it. Before opening, check it.
Don't worry, we can see.
Dr. Dolan Choppa Dasgupta. I can't hear the hands. It's post-lunch. We have a lot of energy now. Dr. Orindam Kormakar.
I'm feeling lucky. He is my college alumni. He's from GDC Bombay. Thank you.
Dr. Shomitra Ghosh.
Sourav at the end.
And last but not the least, the moderator of the session, Dr. Shourabh Banerjee.
Hey, we'll have a picture with the moderator.
Once again, thank you to all of you all.
Hey, moderator, so that
We start for the last session of the day before we go to the inauguration. It's a session by Dr. Saidul Islam and Dr. Shourabh Dotto. I request Dr. Shomiran Ghosh, the chairperson for the session, to please come up on the dais.
सब लोग सब
Good afternoon, everybody. A warm welcome to IDS State Conference. Now we are coming to the afternoon session on oral oncology. Among with us, we have two eminent speakers, stalwarts and legends of the field of the oral cancer and oral oncology. Thus, to start the session, we have the two part of this session. One is the surgical management of the oral cancer, and the second is the reconstructive part. So I will request Dr. Saurabh Datta to start with the surgical oncology part, management of the oral cancer. Dr. Saurabh Datta is graduated from Inilatun Sarkar Medical College and got his post-graduation in ENT in JJ Medical College, and he have the fellowship of head and neck oncology from Tata Memorial Hospital under Dr. Pankaj Chaturvedi in 2014, and for 12-13 years he is strictly doing the head and neck oncosurgery, and he is giving the impetus to many of the young budding surgeons to his institute as observer to see, and he is a very good friend of our dental fraternity, IDA, and the maxillofacial surgeon. Over to you, Saurabh.
Hello. Good afternoon. Thank you, organizers, thank you, Sovereign sir, for your wonderful introduction, and thank you, organizers, especially Raju, for inviting us. And I will not take much time because I know Sachin Tendulkar is sitting here, so everybody is eager to listen Saidul sir. So I will, and also when we work, so I'm really privileged to work with him. Every day we work together, and the way we are, we will, means once there was a time sir used to do everything, but now he is, though he is means more enthusiastic than us for every reason, but still we have only stopped that you cannot do one go resection and in this your age with all of his health problem happened. So we do like this way only. We do the resection part and sir then does the reconstruction part in almost every day. So this is our routine. We have another plastic surgeon also, but so it is a teamwork, and so today's talk is also like that. I will talk first on the resection part, and then sir will talk about the reconstruction. So if we go to the treatment of oral cancer, surgery is the mainstay of treatment. Radiotherapy also plays a pivotal role. Role of chemotherapy and nowadays targeted therapy, mainly the immunotherapy, they have definitely some role, but it is limited. So if we see the treatment of early disease, T1, T2 disease, what is early disease? That is stage 1, stage 2. What are those? T1 and T2 cancer with no nodal metastasis or no distant metastasis. The gold standard is surgery. If the patient is not willing for surgery or not fit for surgery, then only radiotherapy is considered. In advanced tumor, the T3, T4 disease or any T disease with nodal metastasis, we need multimodality treatment. And in multimodality also the primary treatment is surgery, followed by radiotherapy or chemoradiotherapy. That I will tell where to give chemoradiotherapy. Only in very selected cases where the morbidity of the surgery doesn't matches the outcome, then we go for non-surgical treatment. That is hardly 10-15% where we offer them chemoradiotherapy. And in very advanced tumor, when surgery is not feasible, because a lot of, if we want to do the surgery, we have to probably resect the carotid, we have to go to the skull, brain, skull base, the disease is reaching to skull base. If this is the situation, then surgery is not an option. Then we go for radiotherapy or chemotherapy in palliative intent. Now today my talk is on surgery for oral cancer. So when we go for surgery, the primary aim as an oncosurgeon is to increase the survival. We have to cure the disease. That means adding years to the life. The patient should live longer life. However, just adding years to the life is not good enough. We have to add
life to the ears. That means patient is alive, but we have removed his tongue, we have removed his jawbone, he's not been able to speak, he's not been able to swallow, he has not been able to breathe from nose or mouth, he is tracheostomy dependent, then it is not a acceptable quality of life. And we cannot afford to do this. And that's where comes the role of restitution, structural and functional, and then this is the job of reconstructive surgeon. So, when we go for surgery for oral cancer, there are three things. One is address to the primary tumor, and this time the most important thing is surgical margin. Address to the neck, and we have to know when to address the neck and what type of neck dissection we have to do, and reconstruction. That part will be covered by Sir. So, margin. Every time the oncosurgeon, they are paranoid about margin. Margin is one thing where a oncosurgeon cannot compromise, that I will come. But before knowing that, we have to know what is margin. We have actually three types of margin in oral cancer: mucosal, soft tissue, and bony. So mucosal margin, if you see, this is the tumor, I don't have the marker, pointer. So anyway, if this is the tumor and the parallel level is mucosal margin, and the deep thing is soft tissue or deep margin. And this is the bony margin. If it is the tumor, this is the bony margin. Now, what is margin status? ঠিক আছে, point. Marker. Anyway, so So if we see, this is a tumor, the blue thing is the tumor, and surrounding white thing is the normal tissue. When we operate, we can go in three ways. The first one is, we have removed the major part of the disease. However, a significant amount we have retained in the body. And that means we have gone through the tumor. And this is called positive margin. Next is, we have removed the entire tissue, that is removed, the lower part. However, if you see, the distance between the edge of the tumor and my cut is not a large one, it is a small one, and that is called close margin. And the third one is, we went far away from the edge of the tumor and we have removed the entire tissue, and that is called adequate margin. So if you see the literature, this is one study which shows that mortality becomes almost double when the margin is positive. And this is just one study. If you just Google, importance of Google Scholar or PubMed, you will just find surgical margin oral cancer. You will find thousands of articles. And if you see, I am just, we have a few of them, majority of this article, they show that almost all, that it actually means locoregional control and overall survival, both are compromised or lower in margin positive cases. So this is the important. Now, how much important is, there are lots of prognostic factor. How much important is surgical margin? If you see, what are the main prognostic factor? When we talk about any tumor, we say what is the stage? Now stage depend on tumor stage, nodal stage, and distant metastasis. These are TNM. Other than that, there are lots of other soft factors like tumor grade, extracapsular spread, perineural invasion, lymphovascular emboli, tumor thickness. If you see all these, say it TNM, say it's grade, ECS, or lymphovascular emboli. These all parameters are tumor dependent. So whoever, if the surgeon is a biggest name like Saidul Islam, he cannot have any control on this. This is patient specific. No surgeon, no clinician has any control on these parameters. If these are bad, these are bad. If these are good, these are good. We don't have any control over them. There is only one prognostic factor that is directly remains under the control of the surgeon, is surgical margin status. Now there are lots of prognostic factor. How important is surgical margin? If you see, in 2004, 2 studies were published in New England Journal of Medicine, which is the Bible for any medical profession. Both, one from America, one from Europe. And both these studies, they wanted to look that after, in advanced head and neck cancer, after surgery, whether radiotherapy is good enough or giving chemotherapy in addition to radiotherapy improves survival. And both these studies found that concurrent chemoradiotherapy is better than radiotherapy in advanced cancer. However, the parameter for advanced cancer was different in 2 studies. And you know, chemoradiation is one of the biggest side effect treatment. Means they have lots of side effects. So they wanted to cut short. They just means giving chemoradiotherapy to every patient actually doesn't help. So they just wanted to know whether in every patient it helps or whether or কিভাবে করব এবার দেখিয়ে দাও So they wanted to see what is the actual factors when giving chemotherapy along with radiotherapy, it will help. So they did a combined meta-analysis of these 2 studies. Individual patient data were included. And they found that only 2 factors, if there, then only chemoradiotherapy is helpful. What were those 2 factors? One was extracapsular spread of disease. That is when the disease is in the lymph node and it has come, means it has ruptured the capsule of the lymph node and come to the soft tissue. Then it is called extracapsular spread of the disease. And second factor was surgical margin positivity. If the margin was positive, then every patient will require chemoradiotherapy, whatever is the other indication. So now you can understand that how important it is. And what is the adequate margin? There are lots of study, there are controversies. I don't want to confuse you by saying all this, but the adequate margin definition is it has to be microscopically 5 millimeter or more all around the tumor. Then it is adequate. If it is less than 5, then it is inadequate. If it is close, then greater than 1, but less than 5. If it is involved, then it is less than 1. So this is, now, during surgery, when we will resect the skin or bone, that also, the concept of resection of skin or bone also on the basis of surgical margin. Now, when we will resect the skin, if this is a tumor, we have to resect, and we have to resect a large part, not just the red part. We have to resect a large part taking the margin. And here the skin is grossly involved. But there are situations when the skin is not involved. Here you can see there is no ulcer in the skin. And there is a high chance that the final pathology report may come as skin is negative. But still, you see my marking, how much I have marked, because just to get that 3rd dimensional margin, which is the skin. If we don't remove the skin, then my third dimension will be closed. So we have to remove the skin. Similarly, the resection of bone, it depends on the resection of bone not only for involvement of the bone, but also to get an adequate margin. Like when we will do marginal mandibulectomy, if there is superficial cortical erosion, then, but in a lot of cases, when the disease is not involving the bone, it is just reaching the GB sulcus, just to get adequate margin, we have to remove the bone. So these are, I will not cover this. Similarly, when we remove the entire part of the bone, one is if the disease is grossly involved. But in second case, there is a disease you can see in the buccal mucosa which has come to the skin. And the CT scan and MRI report shows that there is no bony erosion. Still, we have to remove the entire segment of the bone and we have to reconstruct with fibula flap. Why? Because if we don't remove the bone, then how we will get the third dimension of the margin? Just to get the margin, we have to remove the entire segment of the mandible, and this is called paramandibular involvement. In case of paramandibular involvement, you have no choice. Even if the entire bone is free of tumor, you have to resect the bone to just get a margin. Now, how to achieve tumor-free surgical margin? How will you understand? There was a survey in among the American Head Neck Society surgeon, and 99% of them they saw that they use intraoperative frozen section to assess the margin, and the interpretation accuracy was 100% in different study. However, we did when I was in Tata, it was my favorite topic, we did a lot of publication on frozen section, and if you see actually the detection rate of positive margin by frozen section, it is hardly 33%, 30 to 33%. That is only 1/3 of the positive margin can be detected by frozen section. Now, what is the difference between interpretation accuracy and detection rate? That is a complicated. Just I am saying, interpretation accuracy means when under a microscope, if the margin is saying that frozen is saying that the margin is involved, in final pathology, same report says. However, in a lot of time, due to sampling error, they cannot assess the exact point of margin where the tumor is close or involved. So overall detection rate is very poor, and a frozen section has a very poor cost benefit and ratio. Multiple studies, among them one study was ours also, we have shown. So we did a study when I was in Tata Memorial, it was my so we did and you know, a lot of you are doing oral cancer surgery, and most of the center, they don't have frozen section. Then what to do? Because today's world is a medico-legal era. People may say that my margin is positive, you didn't use frozen section. Why did you do? So we did this study, and we have shown that taking margin 7 months after resection, if grossly all margins are 7 millimeter or more, then you don't have to do frozen section. The same study, it was a prospective study. The same study, randomized control trial, Tata Memorial is doing. On the basis of this study, accrual is almost complete, and the final result will come soon, and then it will make a level 1 evidence that probably frozen section is absolutely not required for oral cancer surgery. Now, nodal metastasis, again, directly it becomes stage 3 or 4, and survival decreases by 50%. So there is a big controversy in small early oral cancer T1, T2. If there is no palpable neck node, CT MRI says there is no metastatic neck node, then what to do? Whether just resection of the tumor is good enough. Because we all, a lot of us, we do, that there is a small tumor. Okay, a very small, I will remove in the OT and I will take stitches. But this is a completely wrong approach. This was the study done in Tata Memorial Hospital. 10 years was the study duration, and it was published in New England Journal of Medicine, I think in 2015, where they have shown in oral cancer, if you don't do neck dissection, then the survival is 12.5% lower, and it is overall survival, and if you would say disease-free survival, then it is 23.5% lower. So actually not doing neck dissection is absolutely not an aim, and this study shows that doing neck dissection prevents death in 1 out of 8 patients, and it means reduces the chance of recurrence in 1 out of 4 patients. And similar data was from another SAINT study. It was from UK. They have shown the same result, and they have shown even for T1, very small tumor, neck dissection is mandatory. So management of neck, to cut short, any oral cancer, whatever smallest, you have to do a neck dissection. Otherwise, it is an incomplete surgery in today's world. After 2015, this is the evidence, and there is no other option. Before that, there are lots of observation, but after 2015, this is the only option. Selective neck dissection, that is level 1 to 3 or 1 to 4, and if it is clinically N+, then you have to do modified radical neck dissection or radical, that is removal of level 1 to 5. So after dissection, these are the specimen. You see a large specimen compared to much larger amount of tissue we remove to get adequate margin. And these are the defect. And then in that situation, we hand over to Shahidul sir to do rest of the work. So the take-home message is surgery is the mainstay of treatment for oral cancer. Achievement of adequate margin is a minimum criteria for oral cancer surgery, that is microscopically 5 millimeter. And to get a microscopically 5 millimeter, you cannot aim just I will remove 5 millimeter during surgery. You have to remove 1 to 1.5 centimeter because there will be shrinkage of the margin. There may be microscopic spread. So it is necessary. Neck dissection is an integral part of the oral cancer surgery. For clinically N0 neck, selective neck dissection, and for clinically N+ neck, modified radical neck dissection is recommended, and appropriate reconstruction is an equally important part of oral cancer surgery. This is our team. You can see Shahidul sir. This is the team, oncology team of our hospital, that is Manipal EM bypass. And thank you all for your patience.
Thank you, Dr. Dotto, for your excellent, crisp, evidence-based presentation. It is for all dental surgeons and practicing dental surgeons. And you just explained the importance of the adequate surgery. It is a mainstay of the survival of the patients. Thank you. Thank you for your insights. Thank you. Now, it is my privilege to invite Dr. Shahidul Islam sir. Sir is not of the stalwart, sir is the legend, and in a proper way, Saurav has told, there is the Sachin Tendulkar. Because, you know, we associated with sir from, sir is the first MDS of the first batch of the Dr. R. Ahmed Dental College in 1992. And since then, after just completion, he is directly into the oncosurgery, and more specifically on the microvascular reconstruction. That it is, and this because I have the luck to work with sir in numerous OTs, then for 12 to 14 hours, because sir is doing everything in a single-handedly. Now the team concept is there. And one more word, sir is basically one artist, because I closely watch sir. Sir is a fantastic digital artist, and every surgery, starting from the dissection and the reconstruction, is the sign of the sense of art sir is imbibing within. So now the stage for Dr. Shahidul Islam sir.
ওখানে কপি করা আছে।
হ্যাঁ ঠিক আছে। না ওটা না, মনে হচ্ছে গন্ডগোল আছে কিছু। ওপেন হচ্ছে না? দেখি। আচ্ছা ওটা প্রথম সাইড নয়। ঠিক আছে ঠিক আছে এটাই। স্যার এটা ফুল কপি হয়নি। এই দেখুন এটা তাহলে স্যার এটা রাখলেই তো হয়। এটা দিয়ে ওটা সরিয়ে দিন, এই ল্যাপটপটা সরিয়ে দিয়ে। এটা স্যার উইন্ডোজ তো না অ্যাপল? উইন্ডোজ। তাহলে তো এটা দিয়ে হয়ে যাবে, তাহলে আর কনভার্টার লাগবে না। ঠিক আছে এটা লাগবে। যাই না। স্ক্রিনটা ঠিক আছে। Very good afternoon. I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to the organizer for giving me this opportunity to share my experience in reconstruction of oral cancer defect. My previous speaker, Dr. Saurabh, has clearly explained the role of margin. And surgery is the mainstay of oral cancer treatment. It's not working. So this is the defect following excision of the oral cancer with adequate margin of microscopically 5 millimeter. It's okay. And then a suitable tissue, a soft tissue flap transferred to the surgical defect, and we get this result. A number of local and regional tissue or flaps available for reconstruction of the oral surgical defect, but we all know the limitation. It is the advanced carcinoma of the buccal mucosa fungating to the neck, so we need to go a surgical oncological clearance, three-dimensionally, and that leaves behind a huge surgical defect, very much challenging for reconstruction. Here we need at least one lining and one covering if we go for reconstruction with a regional flap with conventional technique. Here a deltopectoral flap is used to provide the outer covering. This is the deltopectoral flap, and this is the pectoralis major myocutinous flap. The pectoralis major myocutinous flap will provide the adequate lining of the oral defect, and this deltopectoral flap, this one will go to provide tissue for resurfacing or for reconstruction of the outer defect. Now, the patient needs to be taken to the theater after 3 weeks because we need to go for detachment of this pedicle of this flap. This is the pedicle flap. In So the patient needs to stay in the hospital for at least 3 weeks because we need to go for detachment after 3 weeks. But it is similar, but more advanced, better to say more advanced tumor of the buccal mucosa fungating on the cheek skin. And this is the surgical defect following resection. This is surgical specimen following resection. But here we can do a one-stage immediate reconstruction with the microvascular technique. Here, the soft tissue had been totally detached from its bed. This is the vascular pedicle. In the previous example, we have shown that the tissue was attached to its origin. This is the pedicle flap, but here the tissue is completely detached from its origin. The tissue transferred to the surgical defect, but will this survive? Not at all. This will die because of lack of blood supply. So what to do? We need to reestablish its blood supply immediately with microvascular technique. We need to anastomose or join the blood vessels, one artery of the flap to a recipient artery of the neck, and one vein of the flap to a recipient vein of the neck under operating microscope. And this is the result. The patient can be, this is just an surgical example, doing a marginal mandibulectomy, infrastructure maxillectomy, and composite resection of the cheek skin. So there is a three-dimensional oncological defect, a radial foramen flap, a soft tissue flap taken from the forearm, now transferred to the surgical defect. Now going to establish this vascular lifeline. Internal jugular vein, making a window on the wall of the vein, internal jugular vein, and then end to site anastomosis or joining with 90 monofilament. This is done under operating microscope. And once the venous anastomosis is completed, now the arterial anastomosis. This is the facial artery is now being anastomosed with the radial artery with end-to-end anastomosis technique using 80 monofilament, 80 prolin usually. Is the simple interrupted suture. We can do also continuous suture. This is very technique sensitive. If we have to handle all the blood vessels very carefully. If adventitia comes into the lumen, it will undergo thrombosis. Once the clamp is released, you can appreciate the immediate pulsation of the artery. That means blood supply has been established. Now, the inserting of the flap. Advanced carcinoma of the buccal mucosa, the flap transferred, and this is the end result. So, for microvascular reconstruction, we need two elements, two things. First of all, we need appropriate flap from a distant site, and then microvascular reconstruct microanastomosis technique. When a loco-regional flap is used, we can use only a flap from the forehead flap, Buckham-Gian or pectoralis major microvenous flap. But when with the microvascular technique, our whole body is at donor site, with potential donor site. We can just harvest an appropriate tissue from any part of the body. So the most commonly used flap for oral cavity defect is radial foramen flap. The anterolateral thigh flap can be used from the thigh. The thigh flap with two vascular pedicle, with two cutaneous pedal based on two perforators. We can use the rectus abdominis free flap. We can use the scapular flap from the scapular region, or from the deltoid region. This is the latissimus dorsi microvenous free flap. Fibula is the gold standard for bony reconstruction of the maxilla and mandible. They're based on the peroneal artery and the vein. The fibula is the straight bone, so you need to do multiple carpentry work, a lot of osteotomy to get the exact shape of the resected mandible. So we need to get two bends, one at the angle region and one the parasympathesis region, to get the exact shape of the resected mandible. Now, this is to say that fibula accepts osseointegrated dental implant very well. There is the squamous cell carcinoma buccal mucosa fungating the skin, so there is the composite defect. So you need a bilobed radial front flap, transfer to the defect, and this is the result. Sometimes you can use the anterolateral thigh flap. Total lower lip reconstruction with radial front flap with the palmaris longus tendon. And this is the result. Carcinoma of the tongue. Tongue reconstructed with the anterolateral thigh flap. Carcinoma of the lower alveolus. From condyle to the opposite angle, resection has been done. End result. Sometimes a composite defect. So we need 3 elements, one lining, one outer covering, cutaneous covering, and one bone. So based on these 2 perforators, we can use 2 cutaneous lobes or 2 lobes. So one will go for the lining, one go for outer covering, and the bone for the defect. Sometimes it's very difficult to achieve composite dissection with fibula only. So you need 2 free flaps, double free flap, say 1 fibula and 1 anterolateral thigh flap. So this is the plan for dissection. This is a huge composite defect. So first a fibula transfer to the defect, then a anterolateral thigh flap transfer to the surgical defect. So you need 1 stage immediate reconstruction. That's the post-op. After a maxillectomy, a denture is more than, obturator is more than enough. In many, now free fibula with cutaneous pedal. Transfer to the surgical defect. And the fibula osteosynthesis is done with the remaining part of the maxilla with a mini bone element for the oral mucosa. Now the establishment of the vascular lifeline by microanastomosis. Anastomosis completed here. This is X-ray, OPG showing the bone fibula. This is the maxillectomy defect reconstruct the fibula osteocutaneous flap. Even patient can go for a implant. Now, young patients with a recurrence, previously operated for squamous cell carcinoma buccal mucosa, previously a deltopectoral flap and PMMC flap used for reconstruction, but there is now nothing to go for loco-regional reconstruction. So our only option is the microvascular reconstruction. So this is the plan of excision, huge defect. So with a single fibula, this piece for this part of the fibula for maxillary reconstruction, this is for the ramus and this is for the body. So first fibula transfer, then anterolateral thigh flap, and we get 1 stage immediate reconstruction. This is the recurrent ossifying fibroma. She was operated almost 13 times before coming to me because the reconstruction was a huge challenge. First a mandible was resected and reconstructed, then a craniofacial dissection done, and after that this is a craniofacial dissection. This huge tumor. The temporalis muscle from the both sides to give support to the orbit or glove, then a pre-fibula for mid-face reconstruction. So in conclusion, I can say that quality of life is very important. Just cure of the disease is not the only factor, only thing, only consideration. So how the patient should survive for the rest of the life, with which quality of life. Good reconstruction or reconstruction is synonymous with good quality of life. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your excellent presentation with the fantastic videos showing the intimate details of the surgical structures and the anastomosis. And definitely the quality of life, one of the mainstay of the patient's benefit that we will also taking into mind, and so the teamwork is very important for doing a proper oncosurgery. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Saurabh Datta and Dr. Shahidul Islam, for your session. And
a big thank you to both the speakers, sir, to show how reconstruction of the jaws are being done after such a difficult phase through which the patients have gone. I would request a chairperson, sir, to please felicitate our speakers. Dr. Shahidul Islam, sir, please. Dr. Saurabh Datta, sir, please come on the dais. A round of applause, please. On the I request Dr. Ronin Poddar, sir, to please come up on the dais and felicitate our chairperson. Thank you, sir. We'll be shortly starting with our inauguration ceremony, so please stay back in the hall.
এখানেই থাকে এখানে এখন একটা চেয়ার লাগবে আর এখানে দুটো দিয়ে দেবো হয়ে যাবে আরে এই কাঁচটা টেরা আছে ठीक है तीन कर देना तीन कर देना
জিজ্ঞেস করো আমি ছিলাম এখানে আমি তো রাহুলকে রেখে গেলাম অমনি তো ওখানে গেছে মনে হয়।
Good evening and a very warm welcome to one and all. Respected dignitaries, esteemed seniors, dear colleagues, invited guests, and my fellow members of dental fraternity. It is indeed a matter of immense pride and privilege to welcome you all to the 57th ITA West Bengal State Conference, being held amidst the elegant surroundings of Boidik village. On behalf of Indian Dental Association West Bengal State Branch, in association with Indian Dental Association North Chobbish Pargona District Branch, I, Dr. P. Ali Dotto, want to extend my heartfelt welcome to each one of you to this prestigious academic and professional congregation. Indian Dental Association in West Bengal has stood as a pillar of professional excellence, academic enrichment, ethical practice, and service to the society. We are thrilled to have you join us for these 2 days, as the 57th IDA West Bengal State Conference is merely an academic event. It is a celebration of our shared commitment to advancing dental sciences, strengthening professional unity, and shaping the future of dentistry in our state and beyond. First and foremost, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to our keynote speakers, panelists, for sharing their expertise and insights with us. Your contributions are invaluable, and we are honored to have you with us today. Before we begin, I'd like to acknowledge the efforts of the organizing committee who have worked tirelessly to bring the event together. For the delay, I'd like to call on the stage Dr. Shreya Roy, Arundhati Bhattacharya, Devanjan Das, and Ushmik Sharnal, who are the third year students of Kusum Devi Dental College and Hospital, for the inaugural song.
Hello.
Thank you so much. So to start our inauguration ceremony, I consider it a great honor to welcome our respected dignitaries on the dais. Firstly, I would like to call the President of IDA West Bengal State Branch, Dr. Amol Kumar Chakraborty sir. Sir, please come on the dais, and a big round of applause for him. Thank you so much, sir. I would like to request Dr. Uttam Kumar Sen sir, Chairman Reception Committee of this conference, to make his gracious presence on the dais. And I would like to request a big round of applause for sir. Thank you so much, sir. I would like to call Dr. R.T. Rekhre sir, Organizing Chairman as well as our immediate past President of West Bengal State Branch. Plus, sir, please come on the dais and a big round of applause for him. Thank you so much, sir. It is now my proud privilege to extend a very warm and respectful welcome to a leader who has been guiding the Indian Dental Association with clarity, commitment, and quite strength over the past years. We are deeply honored to have with us Dr. Shubhra Nandi sir, President of Indian Dental Association Head Office, and also the inaugurator of this auspicious event. Sir, over the last 1 year as a President, you have provided steady and inclusive leadership to the association and strengthening the professional unity, upholding ethical values and encouraging academic and organizational growth across the country. Your election as a President of Head Office from West Bengal after a long gap of 65 years has brought immense pride, joy, and rare honor for the members of West Bengal IDA of West Bengal. Sir, a big round of applause for him. Now it is a profound privilege to welcome our chief guest, Sri Nrishingho Prasad Bhaduri, a towering intellectual, celebrated Indologist, and one of the foremost authorities of Indian epics. As a prolific author, his deep dives into the Purans and great Indian epics have bridged the gap between ancient wisdom and contemporary throughout all generation of readers. Beyond his academic accolades, he is the visionary mind behind Nrishingho Prasad Bhaduri Encyclopedia of the Puranas, a monumental project that preserves the cultural heartbeat of India. We are truly fortunate to have his scholarly insight and grace with us today in this conference. Thank you so much, sir, for coming. Now it is a great honor for us that among us there is our guest of honor, Dr. Saurabh Datta sir. He's a Director Oncology of Department in Manipal Hospital, and he's also the Chairman of State Level Grievance Redressal Cells and Committee. Thank you, sir, for coming. It is now my distinct honor to call upon stage the backbone of our state branch, the leader dedicated to the continuous progress of our fraternity. Please welcome the Honorary State Secretary of IDA West Bengal State Branch as well as the Conference Secretary Dr. Raju Bishwas. A huge round of applause for the man who is the solution of our every crisis. Now I would like to call upon stage Dr. Shumit Kumar Saha, Organizing Secretary 57th IDA West Bengal State Conference. Sir, please be on the dais. I have the distinct honor to call the person whose remarkable dedication and commitment for conducting scientific sessions throughout the year have set a new benchmark for scientific advancement and kept our calendars vibrant and our skills sharp. She is none other than the scientific convener of the conference as well as the chairman of Continuing Dental Education, IDA West Bengal State Branch, Dr. Sudarshana Mukherjee ma'am. Ma'am, please come on the dais and join the dignitaries. A big round of applause. Now I request Dr. Anandpal Singh sir, Treasurer, 57th IDA West Bengal State Conference as well as the Treasurer of IDA West Bengal State Branch, to come on the dais and join the dignitaries. A huge round of applause for the man who always remains behind the curtain yet performs a Herculean task for every year for all of us. Last but not the least, I'd like to request the chairman of Continuing Dental Health, IDA West Bengal State Branch, the driving force behind our statewide oral health awareness missions and community dental camps, Dr. Debshankar Ballabh, to join the dignitaries on the dais. And I'd like to request the audience to welcome him with a big round of applause. It is now time to commence our inaugural program by lighting the lamp of knowledge and wisdom, which is a symbolic moment that signifies the dispelling of darkness and ignites the thought and enlightenment. It is our honor to invite all the dignitaries on the dais to please kindly join the hands for lighting the lamp. Thank you so much. Now I would like to request Dr. R.T. Rekre sir, organizing chairman, to deliver his welcome address to the gatherings.
Thank you, Piali, and a very good evening to all of you. The 57th Conference of the Indian Dental Association, West Bengal State Branch, is being held at this beautiful venue, the Vedic Village. I welcome you all. A conference is a mixture of, should I say, emotions. We meet old friends. We try to learn new things, sometimes. And we try to learn new things, and we make new friends. The students get to mingle with the teachers, and the seniors again see the juniors after a long time. So I wish all of you have a good time here for the next 2 days, for the 2 days that we are here, and I hope this conference is a huge success. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Dr. Saurabh Datta sir, our guest of honor, to address the gathering.
Good evening. Respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, a lot of students I am seeing, to you all. So I would first like to thank the organizing team, and especially I told Raju, who is like my brother for last almost 20 years, and for inviting me. Though I don't directly belong from dental community, but I think I'm more involved to IDEA than any other association. So I'm almost part of this, and my job is also, so as being a head and neck surgeon, mainly I do oral cancer, and it's like I am part of this fraternity also. I don't think I'm outside this fraternity. And I think a lot of you, the number of IDEA meeting you attend, I don't attend less than one. So every IDEA meeting I come for any of the reason, and that is thanks to Raju. Indian Dental Association, for last few years, I'm seeing very closely, and they are doing continuously from CDE to a lot of programs. And you know, sir was saying that, okay, we know that in 2 days you will not be able to run everything in your professional life. But this platform is also to make friends, which sir has mentioned. And this is not lesser than any medical education. You know, in our fraternity, there is so much of pressure. Now I work as a grievance redressal cell chairman, and I'm really sorry to say that not only from outside the fraternity, we have enough enemy inside the fraternity as well. And if we are not, if you are not together, if you are not have a fellow feeling, then it is really difficult to survive in today's world. So I will not extend my speech here. You are here to learn, to enjoy, and do both as much as possible. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir, for such encouraging words. Now I would like to request our President, sir, and Secretary, sir, to please felicitate Dr. Saurabh Datta, sir. Now I would like to request Dr. Shubhra Nandi sir, President IDA Head Office, Dr. Raju Vishwas sir to please felicitate our chief guest Sri Nishingho Prasad Bhaduri sir. I like to request Dr. Debaroti, please come on the dais, and I request Dr. Sudarshana Mukherjee ma'am to please felicitate Dr. Nishingho Prasad Bhaduri sir. Thank you so much, sir. Now I like to request Dr. Shubhra Nandi sir to please come forward, and I request Dr. Raju Vishwas sir, Dr. Sudarshana ma'am, Dr. R.D. Rekhati sir, Dr. Amol Chakraborty sir, sir please felicitate Dr. Uttam Sen sir, please come and felicitate our President of Head Office, Dr. Shubhra Nandi sir. Thank you so much, sir. As we all, it's a great honor that today among us, Sri Nishingho Prasad Bhaduri is among us. Sir, please come on the dais and please address our gatherings with few words.
Nomiddate bhrabapushe taridambaraya gunjavatam saparipicchala sanmukhaya vannasraje kavalavetra vishana venur lakshmasriye mridupade পশুপাঙ্গজায়। আমার এই প্রাণারাম দেবতা, যিনি একবার হাসলে পরে সমস্ত বৃন্দাবনের ব্রজগোপিনীদের মুখে হাসি ঝরে পড়ত, তিনি তাঁর আশীর্বাদ আপনারা গ্রহণ করুন সকলে, যারা এখানে উদ্যোক্তা, যারা এখানে ছাত্রছাত্রী আছেন, এবং অনন্ত এই চিকিৎসক কুল, তাঁদের উপর বর্ষিত হোক আমার দেবতার আশীর্বাদ। আমি নিজে এটা ইংরেজিতে অ্যাড্রেস করতে পারলাম না, কারণ আমি অতটা ভালো ইংরেজি বলে ফাম্বল না করে পেরে উঠব না। আর আজকে প্রায় 40 বছর ধরে, 50 বছর ধরে, প্রায় 50 বছর নয়, যদিও 40 বছর তো বটেই, বাংলায় লিখে লিখে আর বাংলা চর্চা করে করে আর সংস্কৃত চর্চা করে করে এমন অবস্থা হয়েছে যে ইংরেজিতে এখন ফাম্বল করি। তো আমি বাংলা আপনাদের বোঝাচ্ছি। সেটা হলো, দেখুন আমি আজকে যাদের ডাকে এখানে এসেছি তারা দন্ত চিকিৎসক, এবং তাদের যা বিশাল কর্মযজ্ঞের কাহিনী শুনলাম, যেটা বোধহয় পশ্চিমবঙ্গের সর্বত্র প্রসারিত হয়েছে, তাদের অঙ্গুলি সংকেত, যাতে করে অন্তত দাঁতের দিক দিয়ে অনেকেই ভালো আছেন এবং বেশ আছেন। কিন্তু আমি যে সময়ে আমার জার্নি আরম্ভ করেছিলাম এবং আমার দাঁতের জার্নি আরম্ভ করেছিলাম, সেটা খুব একটা ক্রিটিক্যাল সময়, যখন রাসবিহারী এই যে যাচ্ছেন জায়গাটা, রাসবিহারী মোড় অনেকেই চেনা থাকবে, কালীঘাটের পরের যে স্টপেজটা, ওইখানে 2 টাকায় দাঁত তোলা যেত। একটা দোতলায় ছোট্ট একটা ঘর, সেখানে দোতলায় 2 টাকা দিলে পরে, 2 টাকা তখনকার দিনে খুব কম নয়, 1967 পার করেছি শুধু, এবং সেখানে ওই হায়ার সেকেন্ডারি পরীক্ষার পর প্রথম দাঁত তোলাতে যাই। এবং আমার বাবা ইংরেজির লোক ছিলেন, তার সব কিছুই তো ওর মধ্যেই সাহিত্য টেনে। আমার দাঁতের ব্যথা হয়েছে শুনে তিনি বললেন যে, শেক্সপিয়ার থেকে বললেন যে, ইভেন দ্য গ্রেটেস্ট ফিলসফার কুড নট ফরগেট দেয়ার টুথ এক। ফিলসফাররা সাধারণত সব ভুলে পৃথিবী তাদের কাছে ভাসে, তো অনেক বড় বড় চিন্তা করেন, সেই অনেক বড় বড় চিন্তার মধ্যেও তারা দাঁতের ব্যথাটা কিন্তু ভুলতে পারেন না। তো সেই রকম একটা জায়গায় গিয়ে ওই দাঁত প্রথম আমাকে তোলাতে হয়েছিল হায়ার সেকেন্ডারি পরীক্ষার পর, এবং তখন বহু লোকে আমাকে প্রচুর পরিমাণ গালাগালি বর্ষণ করেছেন যে ভালো করে দাঁত মাজেনি ছোটবেলা থেকে, ইত্যাদি ইত্যাদি, যেটা আমার স্ত্রীর কাছেও প্রায়ই শুনতে হয়, হ্যাঁ, যে ভালো করে দাঁত মাজেনি, অমুক তমুক হয়েছে ইত্যাদি, দাঁতের যত্ন নেয়নি ইত্যাদি ইত্যাদি। মানে কি শিখিয়েছে বলে যে মা বা কীরকম ছিলেন, এরকম প্রশ্ন উঠেছে, যে তিনি ভালো করে দাঁত মাজানো পর্যন্ত শেখাননি। তা আমার মা অত্যন্ত স্নেহাতুর ছিলেন, এবং অনেকেই বলেছেন, আরে যারা গ্রাম্য লোক তারা অনেকেই বলেছেন যে দেখো তোমার মায়ের জন্যই তোমার মায়ের দুগ্ধ বহুদিন পান করেছো, তুমি মাতৃস্তন্য পান করেছো, তার ফলে তোমার এই ঘটনাটা ঘটেছে। অনেক দিন মায়ের দুধ খেলে কিন্তু এই রকম দাঁতের এইরকম সমস্যা তৈরি হয়। আমি তাতে অখুশি হইনি যে মায়ের উপরে দোষটা চেপে গেছিল, যে মায়ের জন্যই আমার এরকম হয়েছে। অন্তত বহুদিন মাতৃস্তন্য পান করেছি, এটা ঘটনা। তো এই তো দাঁতের জার্নি শুরু। তারপরে দেখুন আজকে যে অ্যাসোসিয়েশনে এসছি তাতে আমার ভালো ভালো করার কথা। আমার পার্সোনাল কথাটা এই জন্য বললাম যে খুব গম্ভীর বিষয়ের আগে একটু চটুল কথাটা বলাই তো উচিত। আমি নিজে যেটাকে বুঝি, আমি সব জায়গাতেই তো ওই আমার বাবার মতোই সব জায়গাতেই সাহিত্য দেখি। তো আমার বারবার দেখেছি আমি যেটা জীবনে যখন সাহিত্য চর্চা করেছি, সেখানে আমার প্রধান চর্চার বিষয় সংস্কৃত সাহিত্য। সেখানেই যখন প্রথম, সেটা আমার কোন সময় হবে, যখন আমি বিএ অনার্স পড়ছি সেই সব সময় খুব ছড়িয়ে পড়তে হতো আমাদের। এখনকার দিনে ডট কিংবা ওয়েমার শিট পরীক্ষা দেওয়ার মতো ছিল না অবস্থা, ফলত যা কিছুই পড়তে হতো বেশিরভাগটাই আউট অফ সিলেবাস, তাই না? ফলে সেই আউট অফ সিলেবাস পড়তে পড়তে আজকেও আমার সেই অবস্থা হয়েছে যে সর্বত্রই আমি অপ্রসঙ্গে চলে যাই। একটা প্রসঙ্গে দিয়ে আরম্ভ করি বটে, তারপরে আস্তে আস্তে অপ্রসঙ্গে চলে যাই, কারণ অপ্রসঙ্গই হচ্ছে একমাত্র বস্তু যেটাতে মানুষ সবচেয়ে আনন্দ পায়। কারণ আপনি যদি প্রসঙ্গ শুধুমাত্র টু দ্য পয়েন্ট অ্যান্সার করেন, সেটা সাহিত্য হয় না। সাহিত্য মানেই অতিশয়োক্তি, বেশি কথা বলা, বেশি কথা, অর্থাৎ প্রচুর পরিমাণ আপনি অন্য কথা বলছেন। আমি একজন আমাকে বললেন যে এরকম বেশি কথা বলাটা সাহিত্য হয় কি করে? বললাম যে দেখুন, আপনি যদি আপনার যার সঙ্গে প্রেম করছেন আপনি তাকে আপনি বলেন তোমার মুখখানা একেবারে চাঁদের মতো, চাঁদ চুয়ানো মুখ, এরকম তো কত সাহিত্য আছে। সবারই মুখ কি চাঁদের মতো? তা তো হয় না। কিন্তু আপনি মিথ্যা কথা বলছেন তো, অতিশয়োক্তি করছেন তো। তাহলে অতিশয়োক্তি ছাড়া তো কোনো, এই তো প্রথম আরম্ভ সাহিত্যের, তাই না? যে তোমার মুখখানা ঠিক চাঁদের মতো, কিংবা তোমার মুখখানা অমুক অমুক তমুকের মতো, এটা দিয়েই তো সাহিত্য আরম্ভ হয়। কাজে অতিশয়োক্তি ছাড়া কোনো জিনিস তো হয় না। সেই অতিশয়ের জায়গায় আমার বারবার মনে হচ্ছে আজকে বহুদিন আমি এই কথাটা বলতে চেয়েছি সব জায়গায়, কিন্তু বলতে পারিনি, বেশি অপ্রসঙ্গ হয়ে যাবে বলে। কিন্তু আজকে বড় জায়গা পেয়েছি যেটা বলার জন্যে, যে আমাদের কবি সাহিত্যিকরা কিন্তু ভীষণভাবে পরিষ্কার একটা দাঁতের কথা চিন্তা করতেন, সেটা মুখের প্রসন্নতার জন্য। যে মুখখানা কত সুন্দর লাগে যার দাঁতখানা সুন্দর আছে। কালিদাসের কুমার সম্ভবের মতো ওই রকম একটা কাব্য, যেখানে পার্বতীর রূপ বর্ণনা হচ্ছে। প্রথমে পার্বতীর ফ্রম টো টু টপ, তার পার্বতীর রূপ বর্ণনা হচ্ছে, কোন জায়গা কত রকম হতে পারে, কত সুন্দর হতে পারে। আর কালিদাসের মতো বর্ণনার ভঙ্গি, তিনি এতটাই বেশি কথা বলছেন এখানে, বলছেন একটা অলংকার ব্যবহার করছেন, বলছেন যদি এইরকম হতো, যদি এরকম হতো, তাহলে উমা মুখের সঙ্গে, উমা মানে পার্বতীর মুখের সঙ্গে তার তুলনা হতো। বলছেন নবপ্রবালোপহিতং যদি স্যাৎ মুক্তা ফলং বা স্ফুট বিদ্রুমস্থম। বলছে এমন যদি হতো, নবপ্রবাল মানে হচ্ছে নতুন যে কচি পাতা, যেটা লাল থাকে, তাই না? অলমোস্ট লাল থাকে, তাম্র বর্ণ হয়। অর্থাৎ কিনা আপনারা যদি অশ্বত্থ গাছের কচি পাতা দেখেন, আমের যে কচি পাতা, লালচে কচি পাতাটা দেখেন, বলছেন এইরকম একটা পাতার উপরে যদি হতো, এরকম একটা পাতার উপরে, নতুন কচি পাতার উপরে। আসলে পার্বতীর ঠোঁটকে মিন করছেন এখানে, যেটা রক্তাভ, তাম্রাভ। নবপ্রবালোপহিতং যদি স্যাৎ, নতুন কচি পাতার উপরে মুক্তা ফলং বা স্ফুট বিদ্রুমস্থম, যদি অনেকগুলি মুক্ত সারি সারি বসানো থাকতো, যদি এরকম হতো। বিশদস্য তস্যা স্তাম্রোষ্ঠ পর্যস্তরুচ স্মিতেন। তাহলেই পার্বতীর যে স্মিত হাসিটুকু, স্মিত হাসি কাকে বলে জানেন? আমাদের সংস্কৃত সাহিত্যে অন্তত 8 রকমের হাসি আছে। ভরতের নাট্যশাস্ত্রে যখন নাটক লিখছেন, তিনি কার কিরকম হাসি হবে সেরকম বলছেন, সেখানে 8 রকমের হাসি হতে পারে। তার প্রথমটা হচ্ছে স্মিত। স্মিত মানে দাঁত একটু বেরোবে, পুরো বেরোবে না, সামান্য একটু বেরোবে, হ্যাঁ, অথচ মুখখানা হাসি হাসি হবে, ঠোঁটখানা হাসি হাসি হবে। বলছেন যদি এরকম হতো, যে মুক্তা ফলগুলি, অর্থাৎ কিনা মুক্ত যদি অনেকগুলো সারি সারি বসানো থাকতো নতুন কচি পাতার উপরে, যদি এমন হতো, তাহলে পার্বতীর এই স্মিত হাসিটির সঙ্গে তার তুলনা করা যেত। কিন্তু এরকমটা সামনে দেখাই যাবে না বলে আমি এইরকম একটা অতিলৌকিক উপমার আশ্রয় নিলাম, যে যদি এমন হতো তাহলেই পার্বতীর স্মিত হাসির সঙ্গে তা মিলত। ঘটনা হচ্ছে এইরকম জায়গা একটা নয়, একটা, দুটো, তিনটে, চারটে, অন্তত 100টা উদাহরণ দিতে পারতাম যদি আমি টুকে টুকে আনতে পারতাম। আশ্চর্য লাগবে শুনলে যে ভগবান কৃষ্ণের কথা বললাম, যে যার হাসিটুকু একবার দেখলে পরে মনমোহিনী হয়ে যেত সেটা সমস্ত ব্রজ গোপিনীর। সেখানে একটা জায়গায় অদ্ভুত একটা শব্দ আছে, বলছেন কৃষ্ণ কথা আরম্ভ করছেন কিরকম, দ্বিজাবলী ব্যাজনিশা করাংশুহি শুচিস্মিতাং বাচম অবোচদচ্যুত। অচ্যুত মানে কৃষ্ণ, তিনি কথা বলতে আরম্ভ করলেন কিরকম, দ্বিজাবলী ব্যাজ। দ্বিজ মানে আপনারা সকলে জানেন, দয় বয় হ্রস্বইকার বর্গীয় জ। আপনারা জানেন কি দ্বিজ মানে কি? ব্রাহ্মণ তো সকলে তো তাই জানেন। দ্বিজ মানে দুবার জন্মায়, দাঁতও কিন্তু দুবার জন্মায়। সেই জন্য দাঁতের একটা ফ্যাক্টর, একটা নাম হচ্ছে, একটা পর্যায়বাচক সিনোনিম হচ্ছে দ্বিজ। তার মানে ব্রাহ্মণের সঙ্গে প্রায় একাকার হয়ে গেলেন এক অর্থে। আর এক অর্থে যদি স্পেশালি বলি, দাঁত দুবার জন্মায়। অচ্যুত কৃষ্ণের কথা বলছেন, বলছেন দ্বিজাবলী ব্যাজ নিশাকরাংশহি। দ্বিজ মানে আর কি হয়? চাঁদ। চাঁদও দুবার জন্মায়। একটা মাসের মধ্যে একবার অমাবস্যা হয় আর একবার, তাহলে দ্বিজ। দ্বিজাবলী ব্যাজ, যেন অনেকগুলি চাঁদ, মানে চাঁদকেই কিন্তু দাঁতের সঙ্গে তুলনা করা হচ্ছে, যে অনেকগুলি চাঁদ, তার মধ্যে থেকে যেন আমাদের কৃষ্ণচন্দ্র কথা বলছেন। শুচিস্মিতাং, অত্যন্ত শুচি শুদ্ধ শব্দ, এই জন্যে যে দাঁতটা ঠিকঠাক আছে বলে। যদি দাঁত ঠিকঠাক না থাকে তাহলে দন্ত বর্ণগুলো উচ্চারণ হবে না তো, তাই না? দাঁতের যে শব্দ, দাঁত বর্ণ উচ্চারণ করতে গেলে, হ্যাঁ, টুথ ইজ আ নেসেসিটি। ঠিকঠাক যদি উচ্চারণ করতে হয় তাহলে টুথ ইজ আ নেসেসারি কন্ডিশন ফর স্পিকিং ওয়েল, তাই না? তাহলে সেটা যদি হয় তাহলে দ্বিজাবলী ব্যাজ নিশাকরাংশহি শুচিস্মিতাং বাচম অবোচত, বললেন অচ্যুত কৃষ্ণ। এই যে কথাগুলো না, এরকম একটা পর একটা এখানে সাজিয়ে দেওয়া যেত, কিন্তু এইখানে ব্যাপারটা হচ্ছে, আমি তো কি করলাম জানেন তো? সেই যে আমি একটাই রচনা জানতাম, তারপরে আমাকে নিয়ে যাওয়া হয়েছে যেখানে নদীর ধারে, সেখানে আমি গরুর রচনা লিখতে আরম্ভ করেছি। কারণ অবস্থাটা আমার তো তাই। আমি এখানে এসেও সংস্কৃত শাস্ত্র কাব্য নিয়ে আপনাদের বলে গেলাম, হ্যাঁ, এইটুকু। আর আমি দেখি যতক্ষণ আমি শুনছিলাম এই কর্মযজ্ঞের কথা, আমি সেগুলো অনেক অনেক এখানে বললে পরে যে সেগুলো খুব সার্থক হবে তা নয়। কারণ যা কর্মযজ্ঞ ওরা করেন, এই অ্যাসোসিয়েশন অন্তত তার জন্যই তৈরি হয়েছে, সেগুলো রুটিন মাফিক করার জন্যে। ফলে তো সেটা তো তার থেকে অনেক বেশি যে কাজগুলো করেন সেগুলোর বর্ণনা দেওয়ার কোনো মানে নেই। আমার তো দেখলাম যে রাজু, যার আহ্বানে আমি এসেছি, এবং তার মাধ্যম ছিলেন আমার এক বন্ধু ও আমার আজকালের শুভাশিস, তারই মাধ্যমে চলে এসছি এখানে। কিন্তু রাজুর কাছে যেরকম সময়, রাজু তো একটা বই লিখে ফেলেছে পুরো, যে যাঁদের ব্যাপার ট্যাপারগুলো, মানে দু চার কথা আমি যা জানি বলে একখানা বই লিখে ফেলেছে পুরো। তা সেই বইখানাও বোধহয় আমার মনে হয় এই রকম আমি যেরকমভাবে কথা বলছি চটুল ভঙ্গিতে, সেইভাবে দাঁতের যত্ন নিন, ত্বকের যত্ন নিনের মতো, হ্যাঁ, দাঁতের যত্ন নিন, সেটা বোধহয় ভালো করে স্ফুরণ করে তুলবে। আজকে এই পর্যন্ত, আমার এর থেকে বেশি বলার কিছু নেই। কারণ বলতে গেলে আমি কিন্তু আবার সেই নদীর ধারে চলে যাব, যেখানে গরুর রচনা করতে এসেছিলাম, নদীর কথা বলতে আরম্ভ করব। সকলকে ধন্যবাদ।
থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ স্যার। একটা ছোট্ট কথা বলতে চাই। ছোটবেলা থেকে আমার বাড়ির বইয়ের তাকে আপনার বিভিন্ন বই আমি দেখতাম। তখন হয়তো আপনার নামটাও আমি খুব ভালো করে পড়ে উঠতে পারতাম না। তারপর যখন বড় হলাম, মা বলল, নৃসিংহপ্রসাদ ভাদুরীর লেখা বই কিন্তু অবশ্যই পড়ো। স্যার, আমি যখন জানতে পারলাম যে আপনি আসছেন, আমি এই বইটি আপনার জন্য নিয়ে আসলাম, যদি একটু সই করে দেন। Thank you so much, sir. So throughout the year, the colleges, different colleges of West Bengal have extended their hands to the IDA. for different CDE and CDH programs. So among them, I would like to request two colleges principals. Firstly, I would like to request Professor Dr. Jayanta Bhattacharya sir to please come on the dais, and I request our chief guest Sri Nrsimha Prasad Bhaduri sir and our Shubhra Nandi sir, President IDA Head Office, to please come and felicitate our college, Guru Nanak Institute of Dental Sciences and Research. A big round of applause for Guru Nanak Institute of Dental Sciences and Research. Next, I would like to call the principal. As he is not present due to different causes, he is not present today, but on behalf of him, I would like to request Dr. Dolon Chapa Dasgupta ma'am to come on the dais and take the felicitation for Kusum Devi Sundarlal Duggar Jain Dental College and Hospital. A big round of applause for the college. I'd like to request Dr. Uttam Sen sir to please join them. Now we will proceed to celebrate the journey defined by unwavering dedication. The Lifetime Achievement Award is more than a recognition of years spent in practice. It is a tribute to a pioneer who has shaped the landscape of our profession. Like every year, this year also, IDA West Bengal State Branch is going to felicitate our stalwarts of dentistry. And to introduce them, I'd like to call Dr. Shitangshu Ghosh sir on the dais. For the Achievement Award, I would like to call Dr. Abhijit Mahato sir. Sir, please come on the dais, and I request Hitangshu sir to introduce him.
Good evening. Really, I'm honored by the organizing committee of the, and thereafter started private practice in 1982. He joined Ramakrishna Mission Seva Pratishthan as an outdoor medical officer in the Department of Dentistry in 1983 and gradually promoted to junior consultant and senior consultant. He served as head Department of Dentistry and subsequently established Smile and Profile Dental Treatment Center, the first multi-specialty dental clinic in Kolkata in 1999, presently running a chain of dental clinics. He has also obtained a postgraduate certificate in aesthetic dentistry and implant dentistry from New York University in the year 2005, and a fellowship in immediate loading implantology from International Implant Foundation, Munich, in the year 2014. He is pursuing fellowship in orofacial plane and sleep medicine, Rushman University, USA. He joined IDA West Bengal State Branch as doctor member in the year 1982 and has served as executive committee member, West Bengal State Branch, for a number of years, and also as a representative to the Central Council of IDA from West Bengal State Branch for a number of years again. And also as a president of IDA Kolkata City Branch and served as the chairman, the organizing committee of 66 IDC held in Kolkata at Science City in the year 2013. Now I will request Dr. Piali Dato to do the rest.
Thank you so much, sir. I'd like to request Nrishingho Prasad Bhaduri sir to please come and felicitate sir. And I also request Dr. Shubhro Nandi sir, our President Head Office, to please come and felicitate Dr. Obhijit Mahato sir. Please give a big round of applause for him. Thank you so much, sir. Next, I would like to request.
So, I'll request Dr. Mahata, my brother, please say something I'm very much used to. Carry on, please.
Learned dignitaries on the dais, my professors and friends. It's my proud privilege to be here today to receive this honor from the very branch, IDA West Bengal State Branch, which is the cradle from where I started my professional journey. And after completing about 40 plus years in my practice and having received the honor, I feel I have completed a full circle. I feel blessed that I have been educated from R. Ahmed Dental College, the pioneer institution not only in Kolkata but in this part of the Asia, which was established by illustrious Dr. Rafiuddin Ahmed, who is also eventually the person who envisaged our IDA association and was the first national president. This is a rare honor for me. I wish this association all success. I pray that the present and the future office bearers of this association take this branch of ours to greater heights and greater glory. I wish this conference a great success, and I wish a blessed life to all my fellow colleagues who are present here. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai IDA.
Thank you so much, sir, for this encouraging words. Now I would like to request to come on stage Major General Dr. Arup Kumar Pal, sir, for the Lifetime Achievement Award. And I request Chitangshu, sir, to please introduce him.
Once again, very lucky to call upon Major General Dr. Arup Kumar Pal. And just a brief introduction because he doesn't like to speak much and not too much of introduction. Very short matter is there. He has completed his BDS from Dr. R. Ahmed Dental College and Hospital in the year 1982 and completed his Masters in Oral and Maxillofacial Surgery from AFMC Pune in the year 1992. He was commissioned in Army Dental Corps in the year 1983 and has held various coveted positions, including serving as the United Nations missions to Cambodia in the year 1993, 2 tenures in Jammu and Kashmir in counter-insurgency operations, serving as a postgraduate guide for PG students at Army Dental Center, R&R, serving as a chief instructor in Pune Dental Training for more than 9 years and got superannuated from service in the year 2019. During his service life, he has received several awards and accolades, including the Vijayat Seva Medal on the occasion of Republic Day in the year 2017, and the Chief of Army Staff Commission thrice. So a big round of applause for our all-own Major General Arup Kumar Pal. Dr. Doctor, please.
Thank you so much, and for that, I like to request to please join with the dignitaries, Dr. So please share a few words with us.
Good evening, one and all. I am deeply touched and honored to receive this Lifetime Achievement Award from West Bengal Indian Dental Association in this August gathering. So today I am very nostalgic. So I am meeting all my friends, teachers, say after 40 years. After I completed my BDS, say after 9 months of my house surgeonship, I got a call from Army and joined Army. So my alma mater, Dr. R. Ahmed Dental College, whatever I am today and whatever I have achieved in my life, my salute goes to Dr. R. Ahmed Dental College. Without this grooming and nurturing me to become a good human being so that I can serve the nation, then I joined Army. After that, my second alma mater was Armed Forces Medical College, Pune Dental Department, from where I did my post-graduation in maxillofacial surgery. So my I dedicate this award to my first alma mater, Dr. R. Ahmed Dental College, and my second alma mater, Armed Forces Medical College, Pune. And all my teachers, all my friends, classmates, friends, whom I am seeing today on the dais, except the chief guest, all are my juniors or contemporary. So I am feeling old now. So all these people, they have become stalwarts in promoting the dental education in India. Though I have never served in Bengal per se. So I was posted in Command Hospital for 3 times. Then I interacted with my teachers and dental college. So whenever I went to the college, I feel at home. So this award, I want to dedicate it to my alma mater, Dr. R. Ahmed Dental College, Armed Forces Medical College, Pune, all my colleagues, all my friends, and all my teachers, those who are present here. So I achieved so many medals and awards while serving in Army. And my drawing room is full of mementos, but this memento will find a special place in my drawing room, and I will cherish this moment throughout my life. So now here, I want to, 2 of my classmates, they have become principal, Dr. Jivan and Dr. Madhumita. And greatest of all, Dr. Sajidul Islam is my classmate. We shared the same room in the hostel way back in 1977, when we entered the college with a small bag and a bedding from a remote village of Midnapur. So then one group of students, seniors, they said there is no hostel available, so you can stay here. If you come 12 o'clock in the night, we'll break open the 3rd floor of the hostel room and you can stay there. And we did that, and that became a Jawad Dakhal hostel. We stayed there for, say, 3 years. Now, where is the orthodontia department? That was my room. So we all were staying. Then some movement, something came up. We demanded so many things. Then in third year, finally we got the hostel at the Linton Street. And only 1 year we could stay there in the Linton Street hostel. So many memories in the college. So I am really touched and enjoying these nostalgic moments. Few of my teachers, Dr. Ranjana Sripal, Dr. Tapan Saha, they are here. And so, lastly, I am really honored, and with all humility, I accept this Lifetime Achievement Awards. And this, as I said, this is dedicated to my alma mater, Dental College, Dr. R. Ahmed Dental College, my friends, my teacher, and my second alma mater, Armed Forces Medical College and Indian Army. Jai Hind, and thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So next, we are forwarding to our next award, that is Propagation of Dentistry Award. So for that reason, I would like to request to come on the dais.
So just before calling them, we know every year we always give that Lifetime Achievement Awards. At the same time, we request, we try to find out for a long time, working for the this profession in the periphery areas where hardly anything available since long before, where the supporting structure, investigations, others was not there, where nowadays that even AI has come. So in that way, we try to find out those persons who serve the dentistry as a profession, is not necessarily always with the idea with this profession, and just to respect them, and we used to call them for this award ceremony. First of all, I like to call upon Dr. Ajay Kumar Dhara. Just for the introduction, Dr. Dhara completed his BDS from RMS Dental College and Hospital in the batch of 1982-83, and subsequently joined the West Bengal Dental Service in the year 1984 and retired in 2018. During his tenure, he has rendered his services across the several districts of West Bengal and retired from Bardhan Medical College. He has also delivered free dental treatment and education in dental camps organized by local clubs within Katwa subdivision, Bardhan district. I'll request Dr. Ajay Kumar Dhara on the dais and Dr. Piali do the rest.
Thank you so much, sir. I would like to request Dr. R.D. Rekhade, sir, and Professor Dr. Amol Chakraborty, sir, to please felicitate him, and Dr. Nishingo Prasad Bhaduri, sir. Sir, please come. A big round of applause for him. Next, I would like to request to come on the stage Dr. Gautam Chattopadhyay, sir, for Propagation of Dentistry Award. Sir, please come on the dais.
So, just to introduce Dr. Gautam Chattopadhyay. Dr. Chattopadhyay completed his BDS from RMS Dental College in the year 1975 and subsequently joined the West Bengal Dental Service in the year 1977. He has served in several places spanning the entire state, including Alma Mater, RADCH. He retired from the service in March 2008. During his glorious service life, he has helped to spread dental awareness and served several people across the state.
A big round of applause for him. Next, I would like to request to come on the dais Dr. Shubhendu Roy, sir. Sir, please come on the dais. And I would like to request Dr. Sudarshana Mukherjee ma'am and Dr. Shumit Shah sir to please felicitate him.
So, just to introduce Dr. Shubhendu Roy, who after completion of his BDS from RMS Dental College in the year 1982, Dr. Roy did house surgeonship at SSKM Hospital as well as Dr. RMS Dental College and started his private practice in the year 1985 at Ramarayatala, Howrah, and also at Girish Park, Kolkata, and has been continuing the same till date. He is helped by their two able sons, both of whom are dental surgeons, and runs an aptly named clinic, 32 Pearl Dental Clinic.
A big round of applause for him. Thank you, sir.
আমি শুভেন্দু রায়, আমি কোনোদিন গুড ইভিনিং এভরিওয়ান। আমি কোনোদিন ভাবিনি ডেন্টিস্ট্রি পড়ব, কিন্তু ক্যাজুয়ালি আমি জয়েন্ট দিই এবং ডেন্টাল কলেজ ডক্টর আরএমএ ডেন্টাল কলেজে আমি এসে ভর্তি হই। ডেন্টাল কলেজ সম্বন্ধে আমার অনেক স্মৃতি রয়েছে। ছোট থেকে আমি অনেক প্রাইজ পেয়েছি স্কুলে, কিন্তু এইভাবে সম্মান মানে কোনোদিন আমি পাইনি। কেউ আমার দেখতেও চায়নি আমি কি প্রাইজ পেয়েছি বা কী করেছি, কেউই জানতে চায়নি। কিন্তু আজকে আইডিএ আমাকে সম্মানিত করার জন্য আমি রিয়েলি খুব প্রাউড ফিল করছি। ডেন্টাল কলেজের অনেক স্মৃতি, অনেক সিনিয়র জুনিয়র সবাই মিলে আমরা একসঙ্গে বসে কাজ করতাম, সেই মানে স্মৃতিটা আমার এখনও রয়েছে। আমি কিছুদিন আগে রাজুর একটা বই দেখেছিলাম যে দাঁত সম্বন্ধে দুচর কথা, যেটা আমি জানি। আমারও ইচ্ছে আমি ডেন্টাল কলেজের স্মৃতি নিয়ে আমিও একটা ওই ধরনের বই লিখব। আমি আজকে এই অনুষ্ঠানে আসতে পেরে নিজেকে সত্যিই প্রাউড ফিল করছি। থ্যাংক ইউ IDA, long live IDA.
Now I would like to call Dr. Shivu Prasad Nandi sir to please come on the dais, and for that I request Dr. Anand Pal sir and Dr. Devshankar Vallabh to join Nrsimha Bhaduri sir.
So, by the time they are coming, so I must introduce our Dr. Shiva Prasad Nandi is our dearest Shivuda. Dr. Nandi completed his BDS from RMS Dental College and Hospital in the year 1974 and subsequently obtained his training in oral and maxillofacial surgery from Glasgow, UK in 1990. He started his private practice in Kolkata as well as Krishnanagar in Nadia district. He was also the founder president of Rotary Club Krishnanagar branch and has been actively involved in philanthropic work apart from his dance. Our great Shivuda, Dr. Shiva Prasad Nandi.
আমি 2 মিনিট সময় চেয়ে নিচ্ছি, কারণ আমি এতটা আপ্লুত হয়ে পড়েছি যে এই অ্যাচিভমেন্ট আমার লাইফ টাইম অ্যাচিভমেন্টের মতোই আমি মনে করছি। ধন্যবাদ এই জন্য আইডিএকে আমাকে চুজ করার জন্য। এবং মনে মনে হয়তো কিছুটা প্রস্তুত করতাম যে অনেক দিন হয়ে গেল এই প্র্যাকটিসে, এই আমাদের প্রফেশনে। আমার 50 এবং আমার বয়সও দেখতে দেখতে 75 পার হয়ে গেল। আমার সাময়িক আমার বন্ধু রনেন পোদ্দার, প্রফেসর রনেন পোদ্দার এখানে বসে আছে, আমি তাদের ব্যাচমেট। আমি দুটো কথা বলবো। একটা হচ্ছে তখন নকশাল আন্দোলন চলছে, আমাদের কলেজেও তার ছায়া পড়েছিল। তো সেই সময় 72-73 সালে আমরা আন্দোলন একটু করেছিলাম, সংগঠনে ইউনিয়ন ছিলাম, আমাদের ডেন্টাল ইউনিয়নের, কলেজের ইউনিয়নের আমরা যুক্ত ছিলাম। আমরা তখন যদিও ডক্টর আরামের ডেন্টাল কলেজ সবথেকে পুরনো কলেজ ভারতবর্ষে, তথাপি এখানে এমডিএস ছিল না। এমডিএস পড়তে ছেলেদের যেতে হতো বাইরে। আমরা আন্দোলন করেছিলাম এবং আমরা প্রায় 12 জন আইন অমান্য আন্দোলন করে এই এমডিএস এবং তার সঙ্গে কর্নেলস এমবিবিএসও আমরা যোগ করেছিলাম, যাতে আমরা ডেথ সার্টিফিকেট দিতে পারি। যাই হোক, আমরা আলিপুর সেন্ট্রাল জেলে আমরা 10 দিন ছিলাম, 12 জন আমরা ছাত্র নেতা এবং ছাত্রদের মিলিয়ে। এটা আমার অ্যাচিভমেন্ট বলেই আমার মনে হয়, আমার লাইফ টাইম অ্যাচিভমেন্ট ওটাও। আরেকটা কথা বলছি যে ডেন্টাল কলেজ সম্বন্ধে যুক্ত বলি, 1973 সালে বাংলাদেশ 71 সালে যুদ্ধ হয়, 72 সালে স্বাধীন হয়। 73 সালের 8ই মার্চ আমরা 4 বন্ধু, ডক্টর শুভেন্দু বিকাশ মাইতি, ডক্টর গৌতম দাস এবং অঞ্জিত রয়, আমরা 4 বন্ধু সাইকেলে ডেন্টাল কলেজের গেট থেকে, আমাদের তখনকার প্রিন্সিপাল ডক্টর পিকে বাসু আমাদের পতাকা উত্তোলন করে আমাদের বিদায় সম্বন্ধে জানিয়েছিলেন। আমরা ঢাকায় গিয়েছিলাম সাইকেলে, বাই সাইকেল 4 জন, 4 রাত 5 দিন লেগেছিল। আমরা 13 তারিখ গিয়ে ঢাকা শেখ মুজিবুর রহমানের সঙ্গে দেখা করি। উনি আমাদের আতিথেয়তা অনেকটাই রক্ষা করেছেন এবং পরবর্তীকালে আমাদের ঢাকা মেডিকেল কলেজে আমাদের থাকার ব্যবস্থা করে দিয়ে। তো ওনার সঙ্গে কথোপকথন হয়েছিল, তাতে একটা কথা আমি বলি। সেই কথাটা হচ্ছে, উনি বলেছিলেন যে আমরা যেহেতু ডেন্টাল কলেজ থেকে গিয়েছি, সেই জন্য উনি বলেছেন যে পশ্চিমারা আমাকে দাঁত ভাঙ্গা দিছে। এটা উনি আমাদেরকে বলেছিলেন। মানে পশ্চিমা মানে পাকিস্তানিরা যে বাংলাদেশকে যে করেছিল, যুদ্ধ করেছিল এতদিনে, তারপর যে স্বাধীনতা লাভ করেছিল, সেই জন্যই উনি এই কথাটা বলেছিলেন। এই আর তৃতীয় একটা কথা আমি ডক্টর শুভ্র নন্দীকে একটু ডেকে নেব। আমি ধন্যবাদ, উনি শুভ্র আমার সঙ্গে যোগাযোগ রেখেছে এই ব্যাপারে, হ্যাঁ, তার জন্য ওনাকে অনেক ধন্যবাদ। আরেকটা ধন্যবাদ আছে, একটু দাঁড়াও দিও না। আমি কৃষ্ণনগরে থাকি, সবাই জানেন কৃষ্ণনগরে মৃৎশিল্পের দেশ, ওখানে প্রতিমা হয়, পুতুল হয়। আমিও কিছু কিছু কাজ করেছি নিজের হাতে। এই বুদ্ধ মূর্তিটা নিজের হাতে তৈরি করেছি, সেটা আজকে আমি আইডিয়াকে তুলে দিতে চাইছি শুভ্রানন্দের হাত। নমস্কার।
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to call the Dr. Shubhro Nandi, sir, President, IDA Head Office, to address the gatherings.
তুমি আমাকে সরি বললে কেন? কিছু ভুল ছিল? যাকে আমি দুটো কথা বলে নিই। আমি ওকেই বলছি, সরি বললো, কিছু একটা ভুল বলেছে আর কি, সেটার জন্য। তো হিন্দিতে বলি, গলতি করনা প্রকৃতি হ্যায়, টু আর ইজ হিউম্যান। गलती समझना संस्कृति है एंड गलती सुधारना प्रगति है। सो you need not to be sorry. Very good evening to you all. The speaker is on the dais. The chief guest has left, Dr. Sri-Yukto Nisingho Prasad Bhaduri. Very learned Pandit Manush. Ami boli, he is the creator of encyclopedia on Ramayana and Mahabharata. It is his best creation. ভীষণ পণ্ডিত মানুষকে দেখেছিলাম, পড়েছিলাম বা শুনেছিলাম, কোনোদিন চাক্ষুষ দেখিনি। আর ডক্টর সৌরভ দত্ত গেস্ট অফ অনার ছিল, ও হি ইজ দ্য ফ্রেন্ড অফ স্টেট আইডিএ ফর এ লং পিরিয়ড। অ্যান্ড আদার্স, আওয়ার ডক্টর উত্তম সেন, the director of HIDSAR, my roommate, he was my roommate in Dental College Hospital, the Dental College Hostel. Amolda, Dr. Amol Chakraborty, the president, Dr. Regre, immediate past president, Dr. Raju Vishwas, apni janen, he is a very dynamic state secretary. He works 365 days for the betterment of IDA, particularly in our state. Dr. Sumit Saha, he is one part he is a dental surgeon, another part he is a very good politician. He is now the councillor in the Barasat municipality. Dr. Anandpal Singh, our treasurer, আর একজন বোধহয় নেমে গেল, CDE chairman, Dr. Sudarshana, and junior most Dr. Bollab, our chairman, Council of Dental Health. The luminaries, the eminent and excellence of dental, my teachers, teacher of the teachers, learned speakers, revered principals, seniors, ladies and gentlemen. Please take my salutation as well as from myself and from IDA head office. If I want to speak about IDA, it will take one day even. So আমি অতটার মধ্যে যাচ্ছি না. I am telling you one thing, that in our country only 9 to 10% people are coming, the dental surgeons in the hospitals for dental checkup, dental treatment, or screening procedures. We don't know what's going on. The rest, 90 to 91%, what they are getting, what ailments they are having within their oral cavity. So it is our moral duty. In the same line, I'm telling you, on the opposite side, every year, 22,000 new graduates are coming in the field. Where will get the livelihood? So each and every of our dental surgeons, the principals, the stakeholders, particularly Dental Council of India, we are the responsible person to cover more and more our countrymen, to bring them under the supervision of dentistry, to create more patients for the future generation. And secondly, I'm telling you, after the satisfactory works by more than 350 branches across India of IDA, we are proceeding globally. From this year, we have started fellowship in ICCD. We have created a wing, one educational wing, that is ICCD, International College of Continuing Dental Education. This is the educational wing of APDF, Asia Pacific Dental Federation. This Asia Pacific Dental Federation consists of the dental associations of 29 countries. So Dr. Raju Vishwas is the inductee last year, and in this IDC next week, the second batch will come. So you can join there. And for the junior dental surgeons, I'm telling you, one stream of dental fraternity, that is the sports dentistry, is coming up very fast across the globe. The sports dentistry is practiced and encouraged in UK, in USA, in Australia for the last 3 decades. We are also stayed last 5 years, we are working on sports dentistry. In IDA, we have started Indian Academy of Sports Dentistry. 2 weeks back, we are having a very good event in Odisha in kids. They are having a very good international infrastructure for sports. I'm telling you, almost of 100 injury cases for sports dentistry, 40% of the are in the orofacial region. Out of that 40%, the maximum of the injuries are preventable. Only a nicely fitted mouth guard can give a very good result. And we have started our fellowship in sports dentistry from IDA head office. For the juniors, I am telling you, we can go for that one. Once you will be recognized as the sports dentist, like the persons of sports medicine, the orthopedic surgeons who are telling them as they are specialists in sports medicine. And that is not all. We have already started one educational program, that is the UK ORE Training Center in IDA head office, with the collaboration of the Smile Dental Academy of UK. we are preparing them for the ACS exams and to practice there, practice in UK. So these are the so many things. Accepting these, at least 30 to 35 educational programs are running in IDA head office. So in IDA website, you will get everything, every details are there, and whom to contact for the fellowship and the educational program, to join the educational program you will get there. And with all this, I am grateful to all of you to be here in the inaugural ceremony of this 57th Conference of Indian Dental Association West Bengal State Branch. Thank you all. Jai Hind, long live IDA.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a valuable words. Now I would like to request Dr. Uttam Kumar Sen, sir, Chairman Reception Committee, to share his thoughts with us. And after that, we'll proceed to our next Student Award Ceremony, the very much exciting event of this evening.
সন্ধ্যাবেলায় আমার বাড়িতে আসর বসেছে, সরি মজলিস বসেছে, আসরটা অন্য মানে হতে পারে। তারাপদ রায়ের রসিকতা নিয়ে আলোচনা হচ্ছে, তো আমিও ছিলাম। আমাদের চিফ গেস্ট বলে গেলেন অনেক রকম হাসির কথা, সকলে হাসছে, আমিও হাসলাম কিছু না বুঝে একটা হাসি। তারপর রাতের বেলায় যখন ভাবতে পারলাম কেন হাসছিল সকলে, তখন বুঝলাম কেন হাসছিল, তখন আবার হাসলাম দ্বিতীয় রকমের হাসি। তারপর দিন না বুঝে যে হেসেছিলাম তার জন্য আমরা অট্ট হাসি, সেটা অন এ লাইটার নোট। দিস আর অলসো থ্রি টাইপস অফ হাসি। আমার দৃষ্টতা নেই চিফ গেস্ট স্যার, কিন্তু এটাকেও আমরা রসিকতা বলে তিন রকমের হাসি হিসেবে ধরে থাকি। আর তার বেস্ট এক্সাম্পল হচ্ছে আমাদের ক্যাপ্টেন হালদার। Anyway, my dear All India IDA President Dr. Subro, State IDA President Amol, Organizing Chairman Dr. R.D. Rekhade, Conference Secretary Dr. Raju Bishwas, all other dignitaries, my teachers Dr. Tapan Saha, Dr. Onen Poddar, Dr. R.R. Pal, my seniors, my friends, dental surgeons, and my beloved UG and PG students, a very, very good evening to all of you. I am honored to be present today with all the stalwarts of IDA. Frankly speaking, I am not an active member of IDA, but I appreciate the works they do. Different organize meaningful annual conferences. State branch conducts CD programs and hands-on courses at different places of the state throughout the year. The annual conference, a big, very big informative event, is organized so beautifully and methodically every year. Many undergraduate and postgraduate students participate and present papers and posters, and they are benefited from the lectures and hands-on courses. Exotic cultural program, I think that will be tomorrow, is organized by the different colleges of the dental colleges. All these are possible only because of the hard work of the members of the West Bengal IDA. I know everyone present here, in the morning also I said, everyone present here is not a product of R. Ahmed Dental College. But you like it or you don't like, our profession is West Bengal revolves around Dr. R. Ahmed Dental College. This is my feeling. I request the dynamic Dr. Raju Bishwas, who is also the soul of IDA, and his team, to continue the good work, including all the government and private dental colleges in the state, so that together we can uplift the profession. He is doing it and will be doing it much more in future, I am sure. So a big thumbs up to West Bengal State IDA. For ending, I'll say two things. Number one, this is a beautiful venue. This Vedic village is a beautiful venue. When I came in the morning, I saw the next Gen Z dentists were having a very good time in the nooks and corners of the venue, and the halls were empty. So I request the organizers to please think next time regarding the venue. And another thing, I like to see Dr. Raju Biswas as the next All India President of IDA. All the best. Have a great going state IDA. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Dr. Indra Shri to please come on the dais and proceed our next program, that is the award of the students. Please come, I will hand over this to you.
A very good evening. Thank you, Dr. Piali, Doctor. Now I'll be inviting on stage the prize winners. But before that, I would like to call the prize winner, Dr. Mekhala Divya. She has a flight to catch. So, Dr. T.K. Shaha and Dr. R.
Both are ex-principal of Guru Nanak Institute of Dental Sciences and Research, will be presenting the award to Dr. Mekhala Divya. Sir, please come on the dais. She is receiving the award for Final Professional MDS 2025 for the subject of Pediatric and Preventive Dentistry. Dr. Mekhala Divya. Dr. Mekhala Divya, award for final year MDS for the subject of Pediatric and Preventive Dentistry. Next set of award for first year professional BDS 2024, subject General Human Anatomy including Embryology and Histology, Suchana Rai Chaudhuri, Guru Nanak Institute of Dental Sciences and Research. Orkodeep Gon for General Human Physiology and Biochemistry. Orkodeep Gon, Haldia Institute of Dental Sciences and Research, General Human Physiology and Biochemistry. Pragya Paramita Das, Dental Anatomy, Embryology and Oral Histology and Physiology, North Bengal Dental College and Hospital. Pragya Pratima Das. Next set. Thank you, sir. Dr. T.K. Shaha and Dr. R.R. Pal, thank you so much.
Now I would like to request Professor Dr. R.N. Pudna sir and Dr. H.T. Odikhari sir. Sir, please come on the dais and felicitate and give the award to our award winners.
Second year professional BDS. Shomodeep Divanji, Guru Nanak Institute of Dental Sciences and Research. Next, Tania Chatterjee for General Pathology and Microbiology. Kusum Devi, Sundarlal Dugar Jain Dental College and Hospital. Priyanshu Chakravarti and Antara Rarame Dental College and Hospital for the subject Dental Materials. Priyanshu Chakravarti and Antara Naskar.
A big round of applause.
Dental Material, Antara Nashkar. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, please be seated. Now, next, I would like to request Dr. Rothin Das, sir, scientist and speaker from Mumbai, to come on the dais, and also I request Dr. Shohidul Islam, sir, renowned microvascular surgeon, give the award to our winners.
Next set of award will go for third year professional BDS, Shashwat Mahapatra. From Bardhaman Dental College and Hospital for the subject General Medicine. Swagata Bhattacharya from Dr. R. Ahmed Dental College and Hospital for the subject General Surgery. Again, Swagata Bhattacharya for the subject Oral Pathology and Microbiology from Dr. R. Ahmed Dental College and Hospital. Oral Pathology. Oral Pathology, Dr. Swagata Bhattacharya. Devrupa Basu for fourth year professional BDS for the subject Periodontology from Bardhaman Dental College and Hospital. The award will be given in the name of late Sri Haricharan Pal Memorial Award donated by Dr. T.K. Pal in the memory of his late father. Devrupa Basu, Bardhaman Dental College and Hospital again for the subject Orthodontics and Dentofacial Orthopedics. Bibha Agarwal, Guru Nanak Institute of Dental Sciences and Research for the subject Oral Medicine and Radiology. And Bhumika Agarwal from Kusum Devi Sundarlal Dugar Jain Dental College and Hospital for the subject again Oral Medicine and Radiology.
Big round of applause.
Bhumika Agarwal, please. Medicine and Radiology.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, please be seated off the dais. Now I request Dr. Ashit Pal sir and Dr. Gautam Kundu sir to please come on the dais and please felicitate and give the award to our winners. Both are the ex-president of IDA West Bengal State Branch. A big round of applause for them.
Next award for the subject Oral and Maxillofacial Surgery to Molly Mondol from Guru Nanak Institute of Dental Sciences and Research. It is given by late Dr. Alok Basu Memorial Award donated by Dr. Shomojit Basu in the memory of his father. Ananya Chanda, Bardhaman Dental College and Hospital for the subject Conservative Dentistry and Endodontics. The award is given in the name of late Dr. Nishit Kumar Ghosh Memorial Award donated by Srimati Rajashri Guho in the memory of her late father. Shayani Banerjee, Haldia Institute of Dental Sciences and Research for the subject Prosthodont. Award is given in the name of late Srimati Maya Nandi Memorial Award donated by Dr. Shubhra Nandi current President, Head Office, IDA, in the memory of his late mother. Ankita Ghosh, Dr. R.M.A. Dental College and Hospital, for the subject Pediatric and Preventive Dentistry. The award is given in the name of late Dr. Shubhroto Sarkar Memorial Award, donated by Dr. Roop Sarkar in the memory of his late father. Bibha Agarwal, for the subject Public Health Dentistry, from Guru Nanak Institute of Dental Sciences and Research. Next, I will be announcing the highest marks obtained in the professional BDS examination conducted in the year 2024.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, okay. So please take the seat of the dais. Now I request Captain Dr. Debashish Halda, sir, ex-president of IDA West Bengal State Branch, and I request Professor Dr. Moushumi Pal, ma'am, Head of the Department, Oral Pathology and Microbiology, Guru Nanak Institute of Dental Sciences and Research. Ma'am, please come on the dais.
I'll call on stage Suchana Roy Chaudhuri for securing the first year BDS topper from the college Guru Nanak Institute of Dental Sciences and Research. Second year BDS Apurbo Ghosh from Dr. R.M.A. Dental College and Hospital. Shagata Bhattacharya, again for third year BDS topper from Dr. R.M.A. Dental College and Hospital. Fourth year BDS topper, Ananya Chanda, Bardhaman Dental College and Hospital. Now we'll come to final professional MDS topper 2024, Dr. Nikita Kashyap, for the subject Oral Maxillofacial Pathology and Oral Microbiology from Dr. R.M.A. Dental College and Hospital. Dr. Suchetana Chakrabarti from Haldia Institute of Dental Sciences and Research for the subject Orthodontics and Dentofacial Orthopedics. This award will be given by late Shri Bishnupodo Ghosh Memorial Award, donated by Dr. Siddhanshu Ghosh in the memory of his late father. Dr. Shubhajit Nondi, Dr. R.M.A. Dental College and Hospital for the subject Periodontology. Dr. Nayan Shri, Haldia Institute of Dental Sciences and Research for the subject Pediatric and Preventive Dentistry. Dr. Debushmita Roy from Guru Nanak Institute of Dental Sciences and Research for the subject Oral and Maxillofacial Surgery. The award is given in the name of late Dr. Alok Basu Memorial Award, donated by Dr. Shomojit Basu in the memory of his late father.
Thank you so much, ma'am and sir. Sir, please be seated off the dais. Now I request Professor Dr. Debobroto Vishya, sir, Dean R.M.A. Dental College and Hospital, and Dr. Shitangshu Ghosh, sir, to please come on the dais and give the award to our winners.
Dr. Debarun Pal from Haldia Institute of Dental Sciences and Research for the subject Conservative Dentistry and Endodontics. Dr. Palak Khanna from Dr. R.M.A. Dental College and Hospital For the subject prosthodontics and crown and bridge, Dr. Shubhajit Maji will collect the award on behalf of her late Shri Tarak Nath Nandi Memorial Award donated by Dr. Shubhra Nandi in the memory of his late father. Dr. Shayantani Maji from Haldia Institute of Dental Sciences and Research for the subject oral medicine. Eba 25.
Thank you so much. It's time to introduce our president-elect. But as we have completed our AGM in 2025 December, our president-elect has already taken the charge of office as the president of IDA State Branch. So, for that, I'd like to call Dr. Mousu Mondal on the dais to introduce sir.
Good evening, everyone. Dr. Amol Kumar Chakraborty is a distinguished academician, clinician, and administrator whose career spans more than 3 decades of dedicated service to the dental profession. He joined the West Bengal Dental Service in 1991 and completed his MDS in 1999, marking the beginning of an illustrious journey in dental education and leadership. In 2001, he joined the West Bengal Dental Education Service and went on to serve in the Department of Orthodontics for an impressive 24 years. During this period, he played a pivotal role in shaping generations of dentists, serving with distinction as an undergraduate and postgraduate guide. He is also my co-guide. His academic excellence and administrative acumen saw him assume key leadership positions, including head of the department and later Dean of Dr. R. Ahmed Dental College and Hospital. Beyond academics, Dr. Chakraborty has served as a valued executive committee member of the West Bengal Dental Council and provided dynamic leadership as president of the Indian Dental Association, Kolkata Suburban Branch. His unwavering commitment to education, professional ethics, and institutional development has left an enduring impact on dental education and the profession at large, earning him respect and admiration from colleagues, students, and the wider dental fraternity. As he now assumes office as president of the Indian Dental Association, West Bengal State Branch, this milestone stands as a testament to his experience, integrity, and dedication to the profession. On behalf of IDA West Bengal State Branch, we extend our heartiest congratulations and best wishes to Dr. Chakraborty. We are confident that under his able leadership, the State Branch will continue to grow stronger, more progressive, and increasingly committed to professional excellence and social responsibility. Thank you, sir.
Sir, please come on the dais and share few words with us.
Overwhelming introduction by Dr. Mousu Mondal. I today really honored. It's a great gathering, good participation, rather huge participation. Prize distribution, enthusiasm among the students is really inspired me. They are so sincere. So many participants, UG, PG papers. So this is really encouraging, and the next generation will be encouraged with this thing. All the program is going in a great way. I think you are very comfortable in this auditorium and the wonderful setting of this Vedic village. And everything is there. There is learning session, lot of good speakers, international speakers, and more than that, there will be some cultural program and fun also. So everything will be included in one program. IDEA is working not for a day or two. IDEA is working for throughout the year. All our team members are very dynamic and energetic. Dr. Raju Biswas, organizing secretary, and secretary, state secretary or IDEA, honorary state secretary. He is 24/7 for IDEA. And other members, I have seen they are working throughout the year, and last 15 days they are working very hard, untiring effort. Dr. Nurul Hasan, I must say, Dr. Sudarsana Mukherjee, Dr. Dev Shankar Vallabh, Mausam Mandal, few, only 5-6% is manage the conference and executing it so nicely and perfectly. And all after that, we have our state IDEA head office president, Dr. Subra Nandi, and I extend my thanks to all members of IDEA present here who are not present. Maybe many of you all will be coming tomorrow on Sunday. So I extend my thanks to my past presidents, dynamic past presidents. Dr. Devashish Haldar is there, Dr. Gautam Kundu is there, and many other things. And my respected teachers were present. Now they are not present in the hall. Dr. Tapan Saha, Dr. R.R. Pal, Dr. Haridas Adhikari, everybody was present. So this is very encouraging for us. So again, I welcome you to this program, and it will be continued till tomorrow. Thank you for taking part in this program. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. Now we will proceed to our Now we will again proceed to our student award program. So for that, I would like to request Dr. P. Pillai, renowned forensic odontologist who has solved the cases of different parts of India. And I also request Dr. Jibon Mishra sir to please come on the dais and give the award to our winners.
For the year 2025, first professional BDS, Monideepa Patro for general human anatomy, including embryology and histology, from Dr. R. Ahmed Dental College and Hospital. Monideepa Patro. Aisha Fareen from Kusum Devi Sundarlal Dugar Jain Dental College and Hospital for the subject General Human Physiology and Biochemistry. Anushri Das, Haldia Institute of Dental Sciences and Research for the subject Dental Anatomy, Embryology and Oral Histology and Physiology. Second year professional BDS, Ashmita Dam from Dr. R. Ahmed Dental College and Hospital for the subject General and Dental Pharmacology and Therapeutics. Suchana Roy Chaudhuri from Guru Nanak Institute of Dental Sciences and Research for the subject General Pathology and Microbiology. Debadrita Doctor for the subject Dental Materials, Kabir Hossain for the subject Dental Material from Dr. R. Ahmed Dental College and Hospital. Kabir Hossain from Dr. R. Ahmed Dental College and Hospital for the subject Dental Material. Chandrima Mete from North Bengal Dental College and Hospital for the subject dental material again. Third year professional BDS Mrinmoy Ghanta from Haldia Institute of Dental Sciences and Research for the subject general medicine. Autri Shaha, Bardhaman Dental College and Hospital for the subject general surgery. Oral pathology and microbiology, Priyanshu Chakrabarti, Dr. R. Ahmed Dental College and Hospital. Hemaja Haldar from Dr. R. Ahmed Dental College and Hospital for the subject oral pathology and microbiology. Autri Shaha from Bardhaman Dental College and Hospital, oral pathology and microbiology. Sanjana Gupta, Haldia Institute of Dental Sciences and Research for the subject oral pathology and microbiology.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Sir, please take your seats off the dais. Next, I would like to call Dr. Kamal Datta, sir, immediate president-elect for IDA West Bengal State Branch, and Dr. Shibram Karmakar, sir, past president of IDA West Bengal State Branch, to please come on the dais and give the awards to our award winners.
Next set of award for fourth year professional BDS, Shrestha Hajra from Bardhaman Dental College and Hospital for the subject periodontology in the name of late Sri Haricharan Pal Memorial Award donated by Dr. T.K. Pal in memory of his father. Debajyoti Poddar, Orthodontics and Dentofacial Orthopedics from the college, Bardhaman Dental College and Hospital. Ritoja Maiti for the subject Oral Medicine and Radiology from Guru Nanak Institute of Dental Sciences and Research. Pushkal Jodhar from Guru Nanak Institute of Dental Sciences and Research for the subject Oral and Maxillofacial Surgery. The award will be given in the name of late Dr. Alok Basu Memorial Award donated by Dr. Shomujit Basu in the memory of his father.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Sir, please take your seats off the dais. Now I request to on the dais Dr. Boishali Das, renowned oral and maxillofacial surgeon from Mumbai. She is the professor of Nayar Dental College and Hospital. And also Dr. Shubroto Shaha, sir. Sir, please come on the dais and give the award to our winners.
Aditi Bahal for the subject Conservative Dentistry and Endodontics from Kusuv Devi Sundarlal Dugar Jain Dental College and Hospital. The award will be given in the name of late Dr. Nishit Kumar Ghosh Memorial Award donated by Srimati Rajashri Guho in memory of her late father.
Big round of applause for the students.
Shujon Sheet from Haldia Institute of Dental Sciences and Research for the subject Prosthodontics and Crown and Bridge. The award is given in the name of late Srimati Maya Nandi Memorial Award donated by Dr. Shubhra Nondi, current President, Head Office, IDA, in the memory of his late mother. Akash Chokhani from Dr. R. Ahmed Dental College and Hospital for the subject Pediatric and Preventive Dentistry. The award is given in the name of late Dr. Shubroto Sarkar Memorial Award donated by Dr. Roop Sarkar in memory of his late father. Ishan Agarwal from Guru Nanak Institute of Dental Sciences and Research for the subject Public Health Dentistry.
A big round of applause. Students.
Ishan Agarwal. The next highest mark obtained in the professional BDS examination for the year 2025. Debolina Roy, topper, first year BDS from Dr. R. Ahmed Dental College and Hospital. Second year BDS topper, Chandan Prasad from Dr. R. Ahmed Dental College and Hospital.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Sir, please take your seats off the dais. Now I request to come Dr. Pinaki Roy and Dr. Porimal Mondol, sir, to please come on the dais for the giving the awards to the winners of our students.
Third year BDS topper 2025, Autray Shaha from Bardhaman Dental College and Hospital. Final year BDS topper, Shashwata Mohapatra from Bardhaman Dental College and Hospital.
A big round of applause. Students, the big round of applause.
For Part 2, Final Professional MDS 2025, Oral and Maxillofacial Pathology and Oral Microbiology, Dr. Shubhankar Bandhopadhyay. Dr. Shubhankar Bandhopadhyay from Dr. R. Ahmed Dental College and Hospital. Dr. Debrup Haldar from Guru Nanak Institute of Dental Sciences and Research for the subject Orthodontics and Dentofacial Orthopedics. The award is given in the name of late Shri Bishnupada Ghosh Memorial Award donated by Dr. Siddhanshu Ghosh in memory of his late father. Dr. Preeti Sodhani from Dr. R. Ahmed Dental College and Hospital. For the subject Periodontology, Dr. Preeti Sodhani.
Please, all of you, I'm requesting all of you to please be seated. We are going to end the session within few minutes. So please be seated. Now I request, sir, to please take your seats off the dais. Now I request Professor Dr. Manush Banerjee, sir, HOD Orthodontics Departments from North Bengal Dental College and Hospital, and Professor Dr. Kaushik Dotto, Head of the Department, Guru Nanak Institute of Dental Sciences and Research in the Department of Oral Medicine and Radiology, to please come on the dais and give the award to our winners.
Dr. M.D. Mobashar Abid Siddiqui from Haldia Institute of Dental Sciences and Research for the subject Oral and Maxillofacial Surgery. It is given in the name of late Dr. Alok Basu Memorial Award donated by Dr. Shomojit Basu in the memory of his late father.
We will also ask Dr. Rumpa Big Ma'am to please come and join with the Ma'am, Dr. Rumpa Big Ma'am, please join here in the dais to felicitate or give the award to our winners.
Dr. Ayesha Pradhan for the subject Conservative Dentistry and Endodontics from Haldia Institute of Dental Sciences and Research. Dr. Pal Shubham Raja, Dr. Shurojit Maji on behalf of her from Dr. R. Ahmed Dental College and Hospital for the subject Prosthodontics and Crown and Bridge. The award is given in the name of late Shri Tarak Nath Nondi Memorial Award donated by Dr. Shubhra Nondi in the memory of his late father. And the last award goes to Dr. Medha Mukherjee from Oral Medicine and Radiology from Haldia Institute of Dental Sciences and Research. Dr. Medha Mukherjee.
Thank you so much, everyone. Now I request our Dr. Shumit Kumar Saha, our Organizing Secretary of 57th IDA West Bengal State Conference, to come on the dais and share few words with us. Please be seated. All the students, please be seated.
Good evening. 56th Annual Conference IDA West Bengal State Branch. উপস্থিত সকল ডেন্টাল সার্জন অন দ্য ড্যাশ অ্যান্ড অফ দ্য ড্যাশ সকলকে আমার কৃতজ্ঞতা, শুভেচ্ছা এবং অভিনন্দন। আইডিএ ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গল স্টেট ব্রাঞ্চের কাছে আমরা আইডিএ নর্থ 24 পরগনা ব্রাঞ্চ কৃতজ্ঞতা জানাই যে এবার স্টেট কনফারেন্স করার জন্য আইডিএ স্টেট ব্রাঞ্চের সেক্রেটারি ডক্টর রাজু বিশ্বাস, আমার ব্যাচমেট, আমাদের নর্থ 24 পরগনা ডিস্ট্রিক্ট ব্রাঞ্চকে সুযোগ দিয়েছিল যে এই কনফারেন্সের পার্ট হওয়ার জন্য। আমরা নর্থ 24 পরগনা ব্রাঞ্চের পক্ষ থেকে এর কাছে কৃতজ্ঞতা জানাই এবং এতক্ষণ ধরে অনেকক্ষণ ধরে আমরা উদ্বোধনী অনুষ্ঠান চলছে। সকল রাজ্যের সকল ডেন্টাল সার্জন এর জন্য এই সংগঠন দীর্ঘদিন ধরে দীর্ঘ পথ চলা যে শুরু হয়েছিল, আজও সেই প্রবহমান ধারার মধ্যে দিয়ে যেভাবে আইডিএ ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গল স্টেট ব্রাঞ্চ আমাদের লোকাল ব্রাঞ্চগুলোর সাথে হাতে হাত মিলিয়ে প্রত্যেক দিনের নিত্য সমস্যা ডেন্টাল সার্জনদের, সেটা প্র্যাকটিসিং ডেন্টাল সার্জন বা এডুকেশন সার্ভিস, প্রত্যেকের ক্ষেত্রেই যেভাবে সহযোগিতার হাত বাড়িয়ে দেয়, এটা সত্যি ভারতবর্ষের কাছে পশ্চিমবঙ্গ রাজ্য একটা নজির সৃষ্টি করেছে। এবং ভারতবর্ষের এমন কোনো রাজ্য নেই যেখানে পশ্চিমবঙ্গের মতো এত সুন্দরভাবে প্রত্যেক বছর বার্ষিক সম্মেলন এবং লোকাল ব্রাঞ্চগুলোর প্রায় প্রতি মাসেই সিডি প্রোগ্রামের মধ্যে দিয়ে সংগঠনের সকল সদস্যদের মধ্যে একাত্ম থাকার একটা প্রয়াস চলে এবং সারা বছর ধরেই কিন্তু সেটা চলে থাকে এবং তার অন্তিম পর্বটা আসে এই বার্ষিক সম্মেলনে, যেটার জন্য অধীর আগ্রহে আমরা যারা হাতে করে সংগঠন চালাই তারা কিন্তু অপেক্ষায় থাকি যে কবে এই দিনটা আসবে। অনেকেই হয়তো সংগঠনে আসেন, কনফারেন্সে আসেন, কলিগদের সাথে জুনিয়র সিনিয়রদের সাথে দেখা হবে, হয়তো তার জন্য এখন আইডিএ প্রত্যেকটা লোকাল ব্রাঞ্চ এবং স্টেট ব্রাঞ্চও খুব সুন্দর একটা সেলফি জোন করেন। কিন্তু এই সেলফি জোনটা করার সংগঠনের যে হাতে গোনা কয়েকজন উদ্যোক্তা থাকেন, যারা হয়তো সামনে থাকেন না, আমার সামনেই খুব জলজল করে মৌসুম রয়েছে, নুরুল রয়েছে, দেবশঙ্কর রয়েছে, হাতে গোনা কয়েকজন যাদের অঙ্গুলি লেহন ছাড়া এই কনফারেন্সের সাফল্য আসে না এবং সব কিছুতেই সাফল্যের পেছনে কিছু ব্যর্থতাও থাকে। আমরা নিশ্চিতভাবে সংগঠনের পক্ষ থেকে সেই ব্যর্থতা সর্বদাই স্বীকার করি, কিন্তু যাতে সেই ব্যর্থতাটাকে মেনে নিয়েই আমরা যাতে অদূর ভবিষ্যতে সাফল্যের দিকে এগিয়ে যেতে পারি। কাজেই যে কোনো সংগঠন চালানোর জন্য নিশ্চিতভাবে প্রশংসার পাশাপাশি সমালোচনাটাও কিন্তু আমরা গ্রহণ করি এবং রাজুর কাছ থেকেই কিন্তু আমরা এটা শিখেছি এবং এটা বলতে কোনো দ্বিধা নেই। আজকের এই যে প্ল্যাটফর্ম, যেখানে আমি এটা বলবার সুযোগ পেয়েছি, এই প্ল্যাটফর্ম কিন্তু খুব নিষ্ঠার সঙ্গে রাজু এবং তার মতো কিছু সহপাঠী, আমাদের সিনিয়র শুভ্রনন্দী স্যার, যিনি এই মুহূর্তে আমাদের গর্বের সভাপতি সারা ভারতবর্ষের, তাদের বদান্যতায় কিন্তু আমরা এই সংগঠনের সঙ্গী হতে পেরেছি। কাজেই সকলের কাছে সেই প্রত্যাশা রাখব, সংগঠনকে যদি সাফল্যের সাথে এগিয়ে নিয়ে যেতে হয় তাহলে কিন্তু সদস্য সংখ্যার একটা প্রয়োজনীয়তা আছে। অনেকেই আজকের দিনে প্র্যাকটিস করেন, ভাবেন যে এখনও আমরা সংগঠন চালাতে গিয়ে দেখেছি যত বলি যে সংগঠনের একটা দিন, অনেকেই হয়তো অনেক অজুহাত দিয়ে আসেন না। আমাদের সংগঠনের সদস্য সংখ্যা যদি 2000 হয় সেখানে হয়তো 50% লোক আসেন। জানবেন আজকের এই ব্যস্ততম দিনে প্রত্যেকের ব্যস্ততা থাকে, কিন্তু বছরে একটা দুটো দিন যদি প্রফেশনের জন্য আমরা না দিই তাহলে নিশ্চিতভাবে এই প্রফেশনের থেকে আমাদের কিন্তু থাকার কোনো মূল্য থাকে না। তাই সকলের কাছে আমি অনুরোধ করব, সংগঠনকে এগিয়ে নিয়ে যাওয়ার ভিত্তি হচ্ছেন আপনারা। কাজেই সদস্যরা যদি সঠিকভাবে আমাদের সহযোগিতা করেন তাহলে নিশ্চিতভাবে আগামী দিনেও আইডিএ ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গল স্টেট ব্রাঞ্চ ভারতবর্ষের নজির সৃষ্টি করবে। সকলে ভালো থাকবেন, ধন্যবাদ।
Thank you so much, sir. Now it's time to give the vote of thanks of this ceremony. So for that, I'd like to request Dr. Raju Biswas to come on the dais and give the vote of thanks for the ceremony.
থ্যাংক ইউ। প্রথমেই ধন্যবাদ জানাই পিয়ালিকে, অনেকক্ষণ ধরে মাইকের সামনে বলে চলেছে। এখন ঘর মোটামুটি ফাঁকা, ফাঁকা হওয়ারই টাইম। একদল রাতের খাবারের প্রস্তুতিতে ব্যস্ত, আর একদল যারা অ্যাওয়ার্ড পাওয়ার ছিল তারা চলে গেছে অ্যাওয়ার্ড নিয়ে। এই দিনটাতেই শুধু তারা আসবে, আমাদের ভালো লাগে তাদের অ্যাওয়ার্ড দিতে। যদি তাদের মধ্যে 2-1জনও এই রুমে থাকেন কিংবা তাদের যারা অভিভাবক, তাদের কাছে রিকোয়েস্ট থাকবে, যে সংগঠন আপনাদের ছেলে মেয়েকে সংবর্ধিত করলো তারা স্টুডেন্ট অবস্থায় অথবা পাশ করার পরে যেন এই সংগঠনের সদস্যটা হয়, এই সংগঠনের যে কার্যকলাপ তার সাথে যাতে যুক্ত হয়, এবং আগামী দিনে এই কর্মধারার মাধ্যমে তারাই যাতে ডায়াসে বসে পরবর্তী প্রজন্মকে সংবর্ধিত করতে পারে, সেই জিনিসটা আমার মনে হয় তাদের মাথায় রাখা উচিত। কারণ সারা ভারতবর্ষে আমাদের প্রেসিডেন্ট স্যার বলছিলেন প্রায় 400-র ওপরে লোকাল ব্রাঞ্চ, 28টা স্টেট ব্রাঞ্চ, আর্মি ব্রাঞ্চ, ইউনিয়ন টেরিটরি ব্রাঞ্চ আছে। কেউ তাদের রাজ্যের ছাত্রছাত্রীদের, আন্ডার গ্রাজুয়েট এবং পোস্ট গ্রাজুয়েট স্টুডেন্টদের এরদিত করে না, এটা আপনাদের জানা উচিত। কিংবা যারা শিক্ষক শিক্ষিকা আছেন যে কলেজের, সবাই এখানে সব কলেজের আছেন, অ্যাটলিস্ট আমরা সোমবার যখন কলেজে ফিরে যাবেন এই ছাত্রছাত্রীগুলোর কাছে, তাদের গিয়ে আমার এই মেসেজটা অন্তত দেবেন যে তাদের এই অ্যাওয়ার্ডের জন্যে প্রচুর সিনিয়র মানুষ তারা কিন্তু ডোনেট করেছে। ডক্টর শুভ্র নন্দী 1 লক্ষ টাকা দিয়েছেন মেডেলের জন্যে, ডক্টর শীতাংশু ঘোষ 50,000 টাকা দিয়েছেন, ডক্টর টি.কে. পাল 50,000 টাকা এই মেডেলের জন্য দিয়েছেন, ডক্টর অলোক বাসু, উনি আজকে আমাদের মধ্যে নেই, ওনার ছেলে আপনারা অনেকেই জানেন, রিনাউন্ড স্পাইন সার্জন ডক্টর সৌম্যজিৎ বাসু, উনি 1 লক্ষ টাকা দিয়েছেন। ডক্টর সুব্রত সরকার খুব নামকরা শিশু দন্ত চিকিৎসক ছিলেন, উনি মারা গেছেন, উনি ওনার মায়ের নামে অ্যাওয়ার্ড চালু করেছিলেন। এরকম, আর ওনার নামটা কি, আর একজন ডক্টর নিশীথ কুমার ঘোষ, উনিও আজ আমাদের মধ্যে নেই, ওনার নামে ওনার মেয়েও 50,000 দিয়ে অ্যাওয়ার্ডটা চালু করেছে। এবং এই টাকাটা কিন্তু আইডিএ অন্য কোনো ফান্ডে ব্যবহার করে না, এটা ডাইরেক্ট আমরা এফডি করে রাখি এই মেডেল এবং মেরিট অ্যাকাউন্টে, তার যেটা ইন্টারেস্ট হয় সেখান থেকে কিন্তু আমরা এই অ্যাওয়ার্ডটা দিই। তাই এই শিক্ষক শিক্ষিকা এবং অভিভাবক তাদের দায়িত্ব এই মেসেজটা কনভে করা, এবং এটার জন্য আমরা কোনো চার্জও নিই না। একটা কনফারেন্সে আসলে পার্টিসিপেশন ফিস থাকে, আমরা কিন্তু সেটাও কোনো দিন বলিনি যে আপনাকে আজকে আসার জন্য কনফারেন্সে রেজিস্ট্রেশন করতে হবে। এই জিনিসগুলো জানতে হবে, তা না জানলে সংগঠন কিন্তু এগোবে না।
আপনারা দেখেছেন আজকের অনুষ্ঠানের প্রধান অতিথি উনি ছিলেন নৃসিংহপ্রসাদ ভারুরী। ওনার সম্বন্ধে বলার অ্যাজ আমার কিছু নেই। ওনার মতো গুণী বিদ্বান ব্যক্তি, তিনি আমাদেরকে সময় দিয়েছেন, আমরা গর্বিত। আমাদের মধ্যে আছেন আমাদের অ্যাসোসিয়েশনের গর্ব ডক্টর শুভ্র নন্দী। আপনারা জানেন প্রায় 65 বছর পর উনি ন্যাশনাল প্রেসিডেন্ট হয়েছেন। ডক্টর উত্তম সেন হলদিয়া ইনস্টিটিউট অফ ডেন্টাল সায়েন্সের এখন ডিরেক্টর, আগে উনি প্রিন্সিপাল ছিলেন। বর্তমান প্রিন্সিপাল সেম ইনস্টিটিউটের এবং আমাদের এই প্রোগ্রামের অর্গানাইজিং চেয়ারম্যান প্রফেসর ডক্টর আর.ডি. রেখাডে এখানে আছেন আমাদের বর্তমান সভাপতি প্রফেসর ডক্টর অমল কুমার চক্রবর্তী। আমাদের মধ্যে ছিলেন ডক্টর সৌরভ দত্ত, রিনাউন্ড অঙ্কোলজিস্ট, এবং আগে যেটা মেডিকা ছিল এখন মণিপাল হসপিটাল, তার ক্যান্সার বিভাগের ডিরেক্টর। আমাদের মধ্যে মঞ্চে আছেন ডক্টর অনন্তপাল সিং, ট্রেজারার, যার সহায়তা টাকা ছাড়া কনফারেন্স করা যাবে না। ডক্টর দেবশঙ্কর বল্লভ, সারা বছর গ্রামে গঞ্জে কলকাতা শহরতলিতে জনগণকে ওরাল হেলথ চেক আপ ক্যাম্প করার যে ব্যবস্থা উনি করেন। আছেন ডক্টর সুদর্শনা মুখার্জি, আপনারা সবাই তাকে বেশ কয়েক বছর ধরে জানেন। এই যে টোটাল কনফারেন্সের পড়াশুনোর পার্টটা থাকে, যেটা ওয়ান অফ দ্য ব্যাকবোন, তিনি ওটা করেন, সাফল্যের সাথে করেন। আর যারা ডায়াসে থাকতে পারেন না, ছবিতে থাকে না, ঠিকমতো খাওয়া দাওয়া করতে পারে না, একটা ভালো ড্রেসও পরে আসতে পারে না কনফারেন্সে, এরকম কিছু মানুষ থাকে যাদের ছাড়া কনফারেন্স হয় না। সেই নামের লিস্ট যদি আমাকে বলতে হয় সেটা অনেক লম্বা, তাও দুই একটা নাম না বললে নয়। ডক্টর নুরুল হাসান, আমি ওর জন্য একটা হাততালি দিতে সবাইকে অনুরোধ করব, এতটা পরিশ্রম করে। ডক্টর মৌসম মণ্ডল, আপনারা দেখেছেন ইনগরেশন কনভেনার, ও ডায়াসে নেই, মাইকে নেই, কিন্তু কাজ করে যাচ্ছে। সেই মিদনাপুর মুর্শিদাবাদ থেকে চেম্বার ছেড়ে অভিষেক সাঁতরা, বাচ্চা বাচ্চা ছেলে সদ্য প্র্যাকটিস করছে, নাজিবুল হাসান, সোহেল মঈনুদ্দিন, এই বাচ্চারা যখন কনফারেন্স হয়, কোনো প্রোগ্রাম হয়, আইডিএর কিচ্ছু বলতে হয় না, টুক করে টিকিট কেটে দুদিন আগে থেকে এসে আইডিএ অফিসে চুপ করে তাদের যে কাজ, ওদের বয়স আজকে হয়তো 30-35 হতে পারে, কিন্তু ওরা 10 বছর ধরে আইডিয়ার কাজ করছে স্টুডেন্ট লাইফ থেকে। এটা আমাদের কাছে একটা বড় পাওনা। এছাড়া যে সিনিয়ররা আছেন, ডক্টর শীতাংশু ঘোষ, ডক্টর অসিত পাল, আমাদের ডক্টর এইচ.ডি. অধিকারী, সব পাস্ট প্রেসিডেন্ট, ডক্টর দেবাশিস হালদার, পরিমল মণ্ডল, শিবরাম কর্মকার, কমল দত্ত আমাদের প্রেসিডেন্ট ইলেক্ট, তারা। এই কনফারেন্সের ফান্ডিংটা যেখান থেকে আসে, ট্রেড, ডক্টর সৌনক ঘোষ, ওর সাথে আমার কথা খুব কম হয়, যা কথা হয় হোয়াটসঅ্যাপে, চুপচাপ ও ওর মতো কাজ করতে থাকে। এরপর আমরা এই ভেন্যুটা চুজ করেছিলাম একটা ভরসা নিয়ে, তার কারণ এখানে আমরা ছোট ছোট কিছু লোকাল ব্রাঞ্চের কনফারেন্স করেছি। এত বড় কনফারেন্স করতে গেলে একটা লোকাল সাপোর্ট দরকার হয়, সেই সাপোর্টটা আমাদেরকে দেয় সাজেদ আলী মোল্লা। ওর এখানেই বাড়ি, ওর সাহসে আমরা এখানে প্রোগ্রাম করি, কারণ একটা প্রোগ্রাম করতে গেলে অনেক টিটস বিটস থাকে। আমি ধন্যবাদ জানাবো গুরু নানক ইনস্টিটিউট অফ ডেন্টাল সায়েন্স অ্যান্ড রিসার্চ, তার প্রিন্সিপাল ছিলেন, তাদেরকে আমরা ফেলিসিটেট করেছি। অ্যাক্রস দ্য ইয়ার আমাদেরকে যেভাবে কন্টিনিউইং ডেন্টাল এডুকেশন, কন্টিনিউইং ডেন্টাল হেলথ প্রোগ্রামে সাপোর্ট করেছেন। কুসুম দেবী সুন্দরলাল দুগার জৈন ডেন্টাল কলেজ, তার প্রিন্সিপাল ডিসিআই ইন্সপেকশনে দিল্লিতে রয়েছেন, রাত 9টা 9:30 আসবেন, কালকে সকাল থেকে আবার এখানে বসে পড়বেন, ওনার এন্টায়ার টিম ছিল। ধন্যবাদ জানাবো হলদিয়া ইনস্টিটিউট অফ ডেন্টাল সায়েন্সেস অ্যান্ড রিসার্চ, যাদের কর্ণধাররা এখানেই বসে আছেন। সেই বাচ্চাগুলো 6টার সময় হলদিয়া থেকে বাসে করে এসছে। আমার খুব খারাপ লাগছে যে ওদের বাস মাঝ রাস্তায় খারাপ হয়ে গেছিল, ওরা 12টা 12:30 পরে যখন এসে পৌঁছেছে, ওদের ব্রেকফাস্টটাও দিতে পারেনি, এখানকার নিয়মে আমাকে বন্ধ করে দিতে হয়েছে। অনেক পরিশ্রম করে বাচ্চারা এসছে, কালও আবার আসবে। আর আহমেদ ডেন্টাল কলেজ আমাদের নিজের কলেজ। সকালে ডক্টর উত্তম সেন বলছিলেন যখন আর আহমেদ ওরেশন চলছিল, যে মোটামুটি এখনও যতগুলো কলেজ ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গলে আছে তার সবই প্রিন্সিপাল কিংবা মেজরিটি ফ্যাকাল্টি এই আর আহমেদ ডেন্টাল কলেজ থেকে বিলং করে। বর্ধমান ডেন্টাল কলেজ অ্যান্ড হসপিটাল অনেক দিন পর তারা খুব ভালোভাবে পার্টিসিপেশন করেছে তাদের ফ্যাকাল্টি এবং স্টুডেন্টদের কাছ থেকে। নর্থ বেঙ্গল ডেন্টাল কলেজ, স্টুডেন্টদের আসা একটু কঠিন, কিন্তু ফ্যাকাল্টিরা এসছেন। সরকারি কলেজ, সবাই আসতে পারেন না,
অনেকে রেজিস্ট্রেশন করেছেন, রেজিস্ট্রেশন করেও আসতে পারেন না, কারণ তাদের একটা ডিউটি থাকে। হসপিটালে একটা ইনফ্রাস্ট্রাকচার চলে, যেটা সরকারি ক্ষেত্রে বেসরকারি ক্ষেত্রে আমাদের চালাতে হয়। না হলে আমাদের নামেই পেপারে লেখা হবে যে আমরা এখানে ফুর্তি করছি, যে কেন সব হসপিটালগুলো বন্ধ হয়ে গেছে, জনগণ পরিষেবা পাচ্ছে না। সমস্ত কলেজ এদের প্রতি একান্ত কৃতজ্ঞতা। পশ্চিমবঙ্গ সরকারের স্বাস্থ্য দপ্তর, তার ডেপুটি সেক্রেটারি এবং এডিএইচএস, তারা দুজনে এই কনফারেন্সের ওয়ান অফ দ্য স্পিকার, তাদের সাপোর্ট। এই ভেন্যু এত দূর থেকে এসে প্রোগ্রাম করা, তাদের একটা হোল হার্টেড সাপোর্ট ছাড়া আমরা কখনো প্রোগ্রাম করতে পারবো না। সেই ভেন্যুর মেইনলি আমি যাকে চিনি প্রায় 15 বছর ধরে, সোমনাথ বাবু, যে এখনও টাকাও ঠিক করে দিইনি, কি করতে হবে না হবে, আমি আসতে পারছি না, উনি চলে যাচ্ছেন, উনি এত টাকা চাইছেন, আমি এত টাকা কমাচ্ছি। এটাই সম্পর্ক। একটা রুম এখানে ভাড়া হচ্ছে 1,25,000 টাকা। কালকে একটা রুম আমরা নিয়েছি যেখানে বাচ্চাদের কালচারাল প্রোগ্রাম হবে। আমি বললাম এত টাকা আমাদের দেওয়ার ক্ষমতা নেই, একটু কম করে দিতে হবে। উনি বললেন কত দিতে পারবেন? আমি বললাম 25,000। উনি আমার মুখের দিকে তাকালেন, তারপরে বললেন ঠিক আছে। এটাই বৈদিক ভিলেজের সঙ্গে আমাদের সম্পর্ক, যে 1,25,000 টাকা রুম ভাড়াটা 25,000-এ ওনারা দেন। যে সমস্ত স্পিকার we have among with us, Dr. Pillai here, Dr. Rumpa is also here. You know, Dr. Pillai, one of the renowned forensic odontologists across the nation. In the last unwanted incident, Ahmedabad plane crash, approx 230 victim identification after extracting the DNA from deceased tooth. He done marvelous job along with his team and helped Government of India to identify all the deceased persons for their family members. Dr. Rumpa Meng, Dr. Rotin Das and Mrs. Boishali Das, Dr. Das, renowned maxillofacial surgeon and prosthodontist. They also here. I must thank Indian Dental Association Head Office because they provide 3 renowned speakers, Professor Dr. Shishir Singh, Dr. Ankit Jha and Dr. Shankal Taparia, whole day without taking single money from us. They provide all the hospitality, airfare, accommodation, everything. This is only happened by our president, national president, Dr. Subranandi sir. Dr. Ashok Doble sir, our honorary secretary general, he is supposed to be here. His flight also ready, but you know some incident going on in Mumbai. Recently, just 3 days back, the deputy chief minister died by another plane crash. But they have some government program, the inspection of IDA office, in collaboration with government of Maharashtra. So sudden visit is there. So he is unable to come, but his best wishes always with us. I must thank the decorator S.K. Roy, especially the Sadiq and Jakir, the 2 person behind all the decoration, dais, gate, everything. They doing this job for last more than 1 decade. The long association with IDA. Our light mic sound partner, mainly Dubai. Basically he reside neighbor to my home without taking single penny. He doing this program. He also don't know when we'll reimburse him, but he is always with us. So this is team idea, and all the traders. The list is very big, you know. This is all credit goes to our trade convener and his entire team. For more than 50 stall, we have no space left for the further stall, and we supposed to refuse at least 2 to 3 companies yesterday that we are unable to take. Because you know, in the state level culture, state idea, the 50 stall is huge, because dentist is not a very vast expand speciality like Indian Medical Association. They have hundreds of companies, but all the major companies, they participated. My gratitude to all the super speciality corporate hospital of our state, namely Manipal Hospital, namely Dishan,
Ruby Narayana R.N. Tagore Hospital. This is the collaboration that medical fraternity, they loves to come to collaborate with Indian Dental Association, West Branch and local branches, and they always provide sponsorship along with the speaker in the platform of IDA. We are really privileged by their wholehearted support across the year. So this is the small nutshell. If I want to say, I can continue whole day. I can tell a long session regarding the idea regarding dentistry, but our time always is very short. I already told that some people is waiting for gala dinner. Someone, they have to leave. Our many more guests, they also are in the way towards our venue. They will join us in banquet and other program tomorrow also. So I request all of you, this year we accept those who are the not member of our association, their conference fees as a normal tariff along with the member, but this is not fair. So I request all of you, those who are yet not the member of Indian Dental Association, either any local branch or state branch, they took their own initiative to become the member of this prestigious organization. Thank you, my camera persons, for their wholehearted effort across the day in the video form or in the still photography form. All the staffs, the guys here of Boidik village for their untiring effort, because we are dictating. তুই এটা করে দে, এখনই করে দে, ওই পর্দাটা খুলে দে, এটা লাগিয়ে দে, চেয়ারটা ঘুরিয়ে দে, চাটা এনে দে, এ চায় চিনি আছে, ও চায় চিনি নেই, এটা দুধ চা হতে হবে, ওটা দার্জিলিং, এটা লাস্ট 2 ঘন্টায় আপনারা দেখেননি, আমরা কিন্তু এখানে 30 বার করে নিয়েছি। এসিটা কমাতে হবে, এসিটা বাড়াতে হবে, এটাই আমাদের টিম আইডিয়া। এই আইডিয়া আমরা একসাথে চলবো, ইউনাইটেডলি চলবো। আজ আমি থাকবো, কাল আমার জায়গায় কেউ থাকবে, কিন্তু আমরা সবাই দিনের শেষে আইডিয়ারই মেম্বার থাকবো এবং এই টিম আইডিয়া ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গল আমাদের আগামী দিনে আরও এগিয়ে যাবে। থ্যাংক ইউ অল। লং লিভ, জয় হিন্দ, জয় আইডিয়া।
থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ। এই জন্যই একেই বলে একজন লিডার, যে একটা কথায় আছে না, জুতো সেলাই থেকে চণ্ডীপাঠ, যে যা করেছে সবাইকে উল্লেখ করলেন। থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ দাদা। নাও আই রিকোয়েস্ট এভরিওয়ান টু প্লিজ স্ট্যান্ড আপ ফর দ্য ন্যাশনাল অ্যান্থেম। স্যার আমারটা প্রথমেই বলেছিল।
মিনিট আপনারা একটু বসবেন, একটু বসুন আপনারা সবাই।
কনক্লুড হলেও আমাদের মাঝখানে এসছেন, আপনারা জানেন, ডক্টর সুদীপ্ত রায়। অনেক ওনার পরিচয় আছে। বর্তমানে উনি হেলথ রিক্রুটমেন্ট বোর্ডের চেয়ারম্যান এবং ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গল মেডিকেল কাউন্সিলের প্রেসিডেন্ট। উনি আমাদের মধ্যে এসছেন। উনি শ্রীরামপুরের এমএলএ। আজকে এইচআরবিতে অনেক মিটিং ছিল আর ভেন্যুটা অনেক দূর আসতে সময় লেগেছে, তো আমরা আনন্দিত উনি আমাদের মধ্যে এসছেন। আমরা ওনাকে ফেলিসিটেট করে নেব। আমি ডক্টর মৌসুম মণ্ডলকে বলবো। মৌসুম, আমি ডক্টর সুদীপ্ত রায়কে বলবো উনি সামনে আসবেন একটু। মঞ্চে যারা ডিগনিটারিজ আছেন তাদেরকেও আমি সামনে আসতে অনুরোধ করব। ওনাকে ফুলের বোকে, শল এবং আমাদের একটা দুর্গা প্রতিমার মূর্তি দিয়ে বাঁকুড়ার আমরা বরণ করে নিতে অনুরোধ করব। আমি ওনাকে জাস্ট, উনি ব্যস্ত সময়ের মধ্যে এসছেন, আমি ওনাকে 2-4 কথা বলতে অনুরোধ করব।
আমি একদম অনুষ্ঠানের মাঝখানে এসে আমরা পৌঁছলাম। তার কারণ হচ্ছে যে আমাদের রিক্রুটমেন্ট হচ্ছে, অনেক ডাক্তার নার্সের রিক্রুটমেন্ট হচ্ছে, তা একটু দেরি হয়ে গেল। তবে আমি আপনাদের সঙ্গে দীর্ঘদিন ধরে আপনাদের প্রোগ্রামগুলো অ্যাটেন্ড করি, বিশেষত যে ইন্ডিয়ান ডেন্টাল অ্যাসোসিয়েশনের 57th অ্যানুয়াল কনফারেন্স ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গল চ্যাপ্টারে, এবং রাজু আমার অত্যন্ত পরিচিত এবং দীর্ঘদিন ধরে ও যখন ছাত্র ছিল তখন থেকেই একসঙ্গে কাজ করার সুযোগ হয়েছে এবং অত্যন্ত ডেডিকেটেড। এবং আপনাদের ইন্ডিয়ান ডেন্টাল অ্যাসোসিয়েশনের অন্যতম কর্মকর্তাও। এখানে মঞ্চে যারা উপস্থিত রয়েছেন, ন্যাশনাল প্রেসিডেন্ট, I'm very glad that you are here in the city of Calcutta. আচ্ছা, আপনি সম্মানিত। আচ্ছা, তা এটাও অত্যন্ত মানে বলার মতো যে 65 বছর পরে আপনার 65 ইয়ার্স, হ্যাঁ, যে ইন্ডিয়ান ডেন্টাল অ্যাসোসিয়েশনের সর্বভারতীয় সভাপতি আমাদের ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গল থেকে হয়েছেন, এটা অত্যন্ত গর্বের। আমি একসময় ইন্ডিয়ান মেডিকেল অ্যাসোসিয়েশনের ন্যাশনাল প্রেসিডেন্ট ছিলাম 2004-এ। তা তখন সেই সময় আমারও সুযোগ হয়েছিল যে ভারতবর্ষের বিভিন্ন জায়গায় যে বিভিন্ন মেডিকেল কলেজ ঘোরার। তা এটা খুব অত্যন্ত আনন্দের যে আপনি আবার আমাদের এখান থেকে স্টেট থেকে প্রেসিডেন্ট হয়েছেন। আপনাকে আন্তরিক শুভেচ্ছা এবং আশা করব যে ইন্ডিয়ান ডেন্টাল অ্যাসোসিয়েশন অফ ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গল চ্যাপ্টার যে আরও ভালোভাবে আপনার নেতৃত্বে কাজ করবে। আর যারা আপনারা এখানে রয়েছেন তাদেরকেও আমার আন্তরিক শুভেচ্ছা জানাচ্ছি যে আপনারা নিশ্চয়ই জানেন যে বলার মতোই যে ডেন্টাল প্রফেশন যেটা যে অনেক উন্নত মানের হয়েছে, অনেক আধুনিকতম হয়েছে, এবং সেটা সম্ভব হয়েছে যে আপনাদের প্রত্যেকের সম্মিলিত প্রচেষ্টায়। বিশেষত যে এই রাজ্য থেকে যারা টিচাররা যারা বিভিন্নভাবে ছাত্রছাত্রীদের পড়াচ্ছেন, আর সেই সঙ্গে যে প্রাইভেট ডেন্টাল কলেজও আমাদের এখানে হয়েছে অনেকগুলো, এবং তারাও খুব ভালো পড়াশোনা করছে, তা সবাইকে সমস্ত ডেলিগেট এবং বিশেষত যে নতুন যারা স্টুডেন্টরা যারা পার্টিসিপেট করছে, যারা বিভিন্ন সেমিনারে অংশগ্রহণ করেছেন সারাদিনে, যারা পুরস্কৃত হয়েছেন, সবাইকে আমার শুভেচ্ছা জানাচ্ছি। যে আমি আশা করব যে মেডিকেল প্রফেশন অ্যাজ এ হোল যে আরও ইউনাইটেডলি লড়বে এবং যাতে করে আমাদের যে মর্যাদা, যে ডাক্তারদের যে মর্যাদা, সেটা আমরা আরও বেশি করে বাড়াতে পারি। এই কথাটুকু বলে আমাকে আপনারা ডেকেছেন আপনাদের অ্যানুয়াল কনফারেন্সে, তবে আমি আপনাদেরই একজন, এটা মনে করেই আমি এসেছি আপনাদের কাছে। জয় হিন্দ।
থ্যাংক ইউ। আমরা আমাদের অনুষ্ঠান এখানেই শেষ করছি। যাদের রেজিস্টার্ড ডেলিগেট আছেন ফর ব্যাঙ্কোয়েট ডিনার, তারা রেজিস্ট্রেশন কাউন্টার যেখানে ছিল সেই লনে চলে যাবেন, আর বাকিদের সাথে কালকে আবার দেখা হবে। থ্যাংক ইউ।